Yep, I got you, man. How are you?
Good man, good. How's the day looking so far?
Yeah, not bad. I'm just coming back from football. But no, man, last night after you left, some crazy stuff was happening. There was more revelations. There was so much coming out. Did you see Crypto.com moving 500 mil in ETH to Gate.io, and then trying to say that it was moved to a whitelist exchange, the whitelist exchange account?
Can
I
you,
think they're back
yeah,
testing their exit liquidity.
can you tell me more about that movement? I've got a few people coming in a bit, but apparently it was moved before this crisis, so before the FTX blowing up about 2, 3 weeks ago.
I couldn't tell you exactly when it was moved, but I know that it's only just coming out. And of course, with the way things are, it spooked quite a lot of people. And the net outflows, go onto the net outflows for crypto.com right now, and you'll see they are completely mudded. Like they're in a bad, bad way.
All right,
And if the rumors are true that 20% of their reserves is in sheep, then they are definitely screwed.
can you send me through the link where we can see we need to get someone from Nansen back on the show, the link where we can see the outflows. I think that's the best indicator how fucked up an exchange is.
Yeah, who pulled the data for us last time? I shared it on
There's
my
a,
Twitter, but I'd have to scroll back
yeah,
through.
do you tweet a lot? Is it gonna be easy to find it?
I do. It's probably going to be like 3 minutes worth of scrolling.
All right, let me bring up the man himself, Kim. Yeah, I'll find. So, Romy, if we can go through. Did you retweet, Jay? Did you retweet a Nansen tweet? Do you remember what it was? Was it a chart? Just so the team can find it.
I'll have a look as soon as I stop driving in about 3 minutes time. But it's crazy what's happened there. I mean, I did send you guys some information about the how it all correlates, and including with the SEC and the connection back to MIT and their possible, plan to bring them down to potentially help give a launch pad to their launch of the CBDCs at MIT. All of the information I sent over to you in DMs last night after you went off, it was all coming out.
All right, I'm gonna check this out now, and Chet should be awake shortly. Kim, I've sent you through an invite to co-host, Mr. .com, so you should be able to accept that, Kim. Are you requested now?
I also sent you a link to the GitHub article about it, which has got all of the data and the coding for it.
Can you break it down for us now?
Yeah, will do. As soon as I stop driving, I can have a look at it properly, and I'll come back to you.
All right, perfect, man. Kim, I've just sent you through the invite. Perfect. How are you, Kim?
Very good. Did you have a good sleep?
I did. I got eight. It took me a while to fall asleep, and my partner, she was sleeping next to me, and she started, no joke. So I was already a bit worried. I got a few DMs and messages that got me a bit worried. So the house is locked up. My team is getting me someone to, some security or somebody, but not that quickly. Maybe the next day. And then, but I'm chill. Like I'm like day one, shouldn't be worried. And then for some reason, she never hallucinates, never sleep talks. For some weird ass reason, last night, not only did she hallucinate, I was just relaxing. I think she saw the light of my phone. I'm reading the tweets and stuff, and she freaks out. Who's this? Who's this? Why is there a shadow? And I freak the
Holy
fuck out. Yeah, I
shit.
freak out, man. So then that delayed my sleep by another 30, 60 minutes. But I was dead. But yeah, I got 8 hours of sleep.
Oh
How
my
about
God.
yourself?
No, very good, man. I had good rest, and then I saw that Elon tweeted out that you are now the civil journalism hero #1, man, on the internet.
That was very cute. Yeah, it's insane how much engagement he gets every time he tweets or even replies. The amount of influence he has is crazy. Did you see also how Elon was also? I was reading an article. He genuinely had that iffy feeling about Sam, because I think Sam wanted to invest in
Yeah.
Twitter, and then he asks Morgan Stanley or someone, "Is he even liquid?" And I can't remember what he said, but he's like, "It gives me the whatever feeling." So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
not sure. I would give him credit there. Did you see the crypto.com?
Well, he says his bullshit sensor
Exactly.
was triggered by Sam, so he's a clever guy, I mean, he has a lot of experience with that.
I've got Chet that will be coming in shortly. Just give us an overview of all the news as soon as he wakes up. But in the meantime, the crypto.com story, if anyone can give us more light, shed more light on this, do put your hand up. And if any of the speakers, who do we have? We've got Jay, we've got Dan. How are you, Dan? Can you hear me? Dan?
Yeah, man, I can hear you.
Did you look into the Crypto.com transfer of funds to Gate?
I'm looking at it right now. I'll get back to you in a few minutes.
Yeah, if you can break it down, look at the transaction hashes. It was apparently so Chris doesn't want to join and comment on it. I was the CEO. I was just DMing him before the show, which generally, you know, when someone's happy to be transparent, coming on the show like this and giving people peace of mind when there's an influx of outflows at your exchange is probably the logical thing to do. But we're going to have the numbers shared by Jay in a bit. But apparently Crypto.com is getting hammered in terms of outflows. We'll try to get someone from Nansen. Gary, Dave, how are you?
GM, Dr. Fruity, man. Appreciate the space. Mate, you're killing it. Absolutely smashing it. G'day, Kim. Just wanted to throw something out regarding the Crypto.com. So I don't know if you recall, but it was back in August that Crypto.com actually accidentally sent, I think it was around 10 mil to some poor chick in Melbourne that ended up spending it, putting a deposit down on the house. But that was clearly accidental. So separate to what's going on with the Gate.io, I mean, it was a major fuck up, but that was accidental. It went to one individual chick. I think she ended up having to give her like it all back after putting it down on the house. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, it's more of a positive one. She got 10 mil. Alan, man, you gave us a breakdown, I think it was like 4 days ago now, of all the outflows from the various exchanges at Nansen. You've got all the data. I appreciate you coming.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's probably a few Allens lying around, you know, but it's interesting. I want to talk about the Bahamian picture. Like, they're still allowing withdrawals. Like, the financial laws in the Bahamas are very interesting. So I'm curious to see going forward if projects will be supported by having headquarters there, especially after this kind of fallout.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I thought you were the other Alan, the Nansen Alan. I apologize, man. Trying to get, if anyone, Simon's here, but we're trying to get Alan from Nansen to come on. Just to share the outflows of from the various exchanges. Simon, do you have the link where we can see the outflows from Nansen?
What's that for Crypto.com?
No, there's Nansen has a link. I really want to get it. If anyone has it, please DM it or just tweet it and tag me. And it shows you the outflows for the various exchanges. I want to see because a few people are telling me Crypto.com is getting destroyed.
Yeah, there's some shady shit happening at Crypto.com.
I'm just having a look now, 10:51. The last one's at 10:51 in the morning. Gate, Warby, Crypto.com. Okay, there it is. ERC.
If
Simon,
anyone's got
good to have you here
any
again.
if anyone's got any funds left on any of these lending platforms, get off this space and withdraw them right now.
I can't imagine anyone keeping any funds on those. But in terms of Crypto.com transferring a few $100 million to Gate, and then Gate sending not the same amount back. Actually, there's a difference of like 40, 50 mil they haven't sent back. You've been in the space for a while. Is that something that does happen? And why would Crypto.com be sending the funds to a corporate account at Gate?
No, absolutely not. If you've got client funds that this is your liquid capital that you're meant to be holding for clients, there's no reason whatsoever why that should make its way to an exchange and come back with less money. I can't think of any rational explanation for why that.
Even if, let's say, Gate.
Yeah,
go
I
ahead,
think
Kim.
the tweet that Chris made, right, where they said that we send it to the wrong address, and these are customer funds. I mean, how would anyone still have any crypto on Crypto.com after such a tweet? You know, how can you make a mistake like that with customer funds and then not get the full balance returned? 35,000.
My question, let's say they got the full balance returned. I'm just trying to understand why would they send it to a corporate account at Gate? Now they're saying It's a mistake, but
there's no reason.
They're backtesting how to get their liquidity off the platform.
Who said this?
Me, Jay.
That's a joke.
Just to confirm it. I don't know, bro. Anything said, I just want to verify it now.
At times like this, you say a joke. And
in reality, though, who casually sends 500 mil by mistake to the wrong account? I mean, and I wouldn't trust them with their money, even if that was a genuine mistake.
We had
You can't afford to make mistakes like that. There's no way in hell when you deal with customer money that you can afford to make a mistake like that. And anyone who's seen this now, I mean, this tweet has been flying around everywhere now. Needs to
No,
understand that that's not prudent business practice, and people should withdraw their funds.
Tim, this is not like
Crypto.com's
going
over,
to the shop.
honestly.
It's not like going to the
Crypto.com's
shop
over,
and
to
getting
be
like
honest.
£2 less change in your change. It's not like that.
Good morning. Good morning. Mario, welcome everyone. I don't know if you saw what I talked about yesterday in the group, but I was an early investor in crypto.com, and they've consistently done shady stuff, especially like, look, when we're talking about all the stuff that FTX has been doing, and we're looking at, leveraging money against your own token and whatnot. Crypto.com did the same thing in the beginning. They had a token MCO that they literally evaporated and then created a new token CRO and made us all. They forced us to liquidate our MCO token for this new inflated CR token. Look at the price action. Look what
Why was that?
CRO has
What was the
done.
reason for that?
A long email and thread. We can go back. It was back in 2018. I would have to go back and look, but it was basically some tokenomics bullshit. Listen, I've consistently been a harsh critic against crypto.com ever since they screwed the community, because we were pissed. We were the original purpose. So let's just go back. The original purpose of crypto.com was they were going to have this credit card. And back in 2018, we didn't have any sort of payment rails to use the card or anything, or whatever we did have was very limited. So you had to buy this MCO token and have a certain amount in order to get these different tiers of credit cards that you wanted, or cards that you could now spend your crypto using this card. And I got one of the top tiers, so I spent a lot of money to get this card, and only for them, months later, to not roll out the card, then say we had to exchange our MCO token for this CRO token at a lesser cost. So when we had to transfer our funds, we got less crypto. It was less USD value. We were pissed. And they didn't compensate. It was just like, oh well, this is what we're deciding to do. And this was done by the CEO, the same guy who just sent 400 million accidentally, quotes, to the wrong wallet. Like Kim was saying, like, who does that? Like that, and let's just talk about it. I'm right down the street from their crypto.com center. Like there's a pattern here.
Yeah, and I like everyone to get ready, because later into the session, I've done some work on Binance today, and I found some shit that I want to tell you guys about, and then you tell me what you think. But we do that later when the room has filled up a little bit. It's pretty crazy, but go ahead.
Jesus, Kim.
Kim,
Where did this come from, Kim? I wasn't prepared for it. I thought you were
Well,
sleeping since we did the show.
no, I only slept 6 hours because this whole thing was, keeping me pumped, and I wanted to do some homework because I've seen this tweet from CZ yesterday where he replied about this Bloomberg story about the reserves that Binance has, and there were a couple of giveaways in there. And I was just, while I was dozing and sleeping, I was just thinking, wait, the moment I wake up, I'm going to do some research there. And I found some pretty incredible stuff. So I'm going to explain that to you later. And I think it's just as bad as this crypto.com stuff, but you will be the judge.
Whew,
you know,
Simon, I need you there, Simon. Okay, when Kim starts breaking this shit down, because I wasn't expecting Binance to get into the discussion.
What
Yeah.
would
yeah,
also be nice, because, I'm going to talk about things that may be legally sensitive. So if we have anyone in the audience who is, a lawyer, I don't know if Ira is up already, probably not. He may join us later. But if there's anyone here who, is an expert on anything to do with digital assets or the crypto space and is a lawyer, then, please weigh in. I don't know if is Irina here?
Irina,
Oh yeah,
we'll bring her up. We've got a
yeah.
lot of
Irina's
requests to
here.
speak. So, oh, she is. She's in the audience, is she?
Yeah, she is. So maybe
Oh,
she can weigh in on that later.
yeah, of course. So, Irina, if you can stay here for when Kim starts giving us information about his research into Binance, it'd be great to get your thoughts on it. In the meantime, I've got Mary on stage. Go ahead, Mary.
Hey, Mario, Kim. It's interesting that you just mentioned that, I don't know if you saw CZ's tweet, but he was talking about, that if an exchange has to move large amounts of crypto before or after they demonstrate their wallet address, that pretty much is a clear sign of problem. So there's a lot of shady stuff going on out here. And, you guys having these spaces and, bringing truth to power and checking a lot of this misinformation that's going out there. It's really helpful to everybody that's listening out there. So I appreciate you staying up late. And I was in there from the beginning when you started yesterday and went pretty much 24 hours. And then Elon came in here, and actually Simon's been having a lot of spaces as well. So this is so incredibly helpful to get the news like by the second, pretty much. It's not even by the minute, it's by the second.
I appreciate you. Just everyone requesting to speak. What I will do now is just got a lot of requests. We're going to be bringing speakers constantly, so you got to be patient. But I'm going to, Romy, if you can just reject all requests. And guys, only put your hand up if you can comment on the crypto.com story, or if you have breaking news, please, just to keep it focused. And I think we have someone from crypto.com on stage. Red Falcon, you've got balls, my friend. Really appreciate it, because I DM'd Chris. He was really nice, but he didn't want to come on. So appreciate you coming on stage.
That's one. I'm not going to be a spokesperson. I'm from our NFT division as community manager. No, it just as a simple. It's my day off. No, I was just curious and stuff in terms of the discussion in which is happening in the group, because obviously over the last few days there's been a lot of FUD and stuff about crypto.com and stuff as a general. And
Can
my
we can
question,
we can we say it's not FUD? It's
Yeah, I was
FUD.
well,
gonna say this is not FUD,
yeah.
brother.
Well,
These
I
are
mean,
facts.
FUD
it can
implies that
always
there's nothing to worry
be
about.
argued whether it's
There is stuff to worry about, and if you represent that there's nothing, then you're doing a disservice to people that are about to be wrecked.
Oh, that
well.
could. I'll rephrase, Simon. That could be wrecked. Even though I'm on your side, Simon. Red Falcon. I just want to kind of give you some props as well.
Sure.
First, you coming on stage. Kudos to you. And just to let you know, anyone that came on stage in the last 2-3 days, we had that lady come on from another big exchange, and the amount of support she got is insane. So first, you coming on stage, I respect and I appreciate. And I know you're not representing crypto.com right now, just someone that at
Yeah,
least till now works at
that's me.
crypto.com. We'll see what happens to crypto.com over the next few days. I also want to say, before you continue speaking, I'm being extremely careful, and I said that to Chris as well. I want to spread information, and that's useful, that's helpful, especially with the lack of transparency that we're seeing day by day. But at the same time, spreading FUD is harmful. So I'm trying to find that delicate balance. Anything we share that comes from a good source, but we couldn't verify, we say clearly it's not verified in big ass capital letters. And anything we verify, of course, we share it immediately, because we said a lot of the things we tweet, a few minutes, hours later, it's confirmed. So I try to come in early. And in some cases, like minutes could make the difference. We had someone come on stage yesterday, I don't know anymore, yesterday, day before, and he was talking about how he was literally 2 hours late, and he was going to withdraw his funds from FTX anyway, and he was 2 hours late just by coincidence. Oh no, because he heard the news late and he lost all his fucking money. So timing is important in the space as well. But appreciate you coming on stage, man. Would love you to say your piece.
Yeah, no, of course. Completely understand the balance and stuff. Open discussion and stuff in general is fine. I know that I do think that a lot of the things in which some people do say are kind of self-fulfilling in some way, if that makes sense. If you kind of think there's going to be panic, then there's going to be panic, kind of thing. No, because I've only listened to this space literally just today. I haven't been through any of the hours. But just sort of curious as the general narrative. Obviously, I know everyone has their own independent experiences with exchanges, some good, some bad. A lot of stories will sometimes get twisted. Like, for example, with the recent move which happened on October 21st of the 500 million US dollars. I know that Chris has already made a comment on that. And, I see a lot of people, for example, saying, oh, it was a mistake. But I mean, me just as a regular user who has no involvement in that part, or just simply bystander. I'm still failing to see on how people are branding it, for example, as a mistake. I mean, we've got a few hands raised up. Perhaps they can answer the question. But this is just my curiosity and just trying to understand why there is so much immediate panic. Because
Yeah.
what I noticed a lot, for example, within the crypto space, especially over the last few weeks and stuff, is that a lot of people will say they'll attempt to predict the worst outcome possible, saying how it's so bad and it's so bad, it's so bad. Because if they're right, then awesome. It feels like that they've become a really reliable source that, you know, has protected someone from losing their funds and stuff, etc., etc. But also, if they turn out to be wrong and that there was no cause for panic and stuff whatsoever, they simply just go back and delete the tweet and pretend it never happened. And none of this actually helps or grow the Twitter space whatsoever. I mean, don't get me wrong. I completely understand if there is something where someone can be protected, but as in having a few more extra hours notice that something actually might go really wrong with a particular project and it's good for them to get money out, completely understand that. But at the same time, a lot of us are going off on wild goose chases. Some of us love the idea of things being as conspiracy theory and being so much more exciting than just a case of, okay, that was a mistake there, but that's nothing to cause alarm and stuff. So I'm just kind of wanting to, I don't know, gauge the room, the community, and why there is so, I mean, like actual conviction, for example, on so many fears in which they have, because a lot of them, in my mind and my vision, seem like a lot of pie in the sky ideas kind of thing.
Do you mind if I
Falcon,
take it, Mario?
can
Yeah,
can I
please.
read something to you for a second?
Yeah, sure. More than happy to listen.
Okay. It was supposed to be a move to a new cold storage address, but what was sent to a whitelisted external exchange address. So we're talking about customer funds that were sent in error to the wrong address. Do you
Okay.
understand what that means?
No, I understand if something's been an error and someone has moved funds that they were not supposed to. But what I'm asking is how are we getting that information that this has been done that? Because obviously Chris has made his comments on it, which obviously can be seen on his page. He's made a thread about it and also had the comments from Gate.io to
But
confirm as well.
but Gate won't
But
know.
this is in his own words. I'm just reading to you what he has tweeted. So
Right.
this is not from anyone else. This is directly from the horse's mouth.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Can I ask a
what?
few questions? Do you mind? Can I
Yeah,
ask
sure.
what your role is first? Sorry, this is definitely not a witch hunt because you work for the company, and I just want to ask a few questions if I may.
Yeah, that's fine. So I just want to quickly disclaim I have no association with Crypto.com, the exchange and stuff, etc. It's my day off. I'm just here as me. But on my day job, I work as community manager for an NFT project. So nothing
Okay.
in direct impact and stuff or any of this stuff.
But
So
do you don't work in any way for Crypto.com?
I do, but I'm not here as a representative. I'm
Yeah,
just here
sorry.
as
So
a user.
nothing you're saying is a rep, but what is your role in Crypto.com?
He is
Community
a
manager,
community manager.
community manager for the NFT within the NFT division.
Got
Hey,
you. So
Red.
Crypto.com has an NFT division, yeah?
Yeah, we have an entire marketplace as well.
Okay, cool. So does Crypto.com offer like fixed terms, or is it instant withdrawals whenever you want to withdraw?
Again, I'm really not a specialist on the. I'm going to stay away from giving any comments about the exchange and stuff itself because it's not
Okay.
something in which I personally use just because I've not had the time to be dabbling in crypto and I
I
don't
have
want to say
a simple
what
question
is
for
and isn't.
Red.
Hey,
All right.
Red,
Let
do
me
you
just finish
agree?
the trail of thought. Then I won't ask any more questions. But if the cold hard reality of the market right now
Mm-hmm.
is that anyone offering yield on a centralized lending platform right now is got cease and desist orders because they're offering illegal securities that were
Right.
meant to be disclosed as risky investments and
Mm-hmm.
instead were represented as yield on deposits. Now, a percentage of those will be held in custody, or they'll be all invested. There's going to hit a ratio when people withdraw, at which point all of those funds are invested and there's no more in custody. So every single crypto lending platform is about to hit that trigger point.
Right.
and they have to hit that trigger point, because the only correct advice in the current market is to take your money off a platform that's offering yield, because at some point it hits that trigger point. And the people that take their money off will have access to that funds, and when it hits a certain trigger point, they'll have to suspend withdrawals. So saying that any of that is FUD, whether you know it or not, like may lead to somebody suffering tremendous loss with their money.
No, I'm by no means here to encourage others to keep any funds within exchange. Everyone's free to do what they want, whether they want to keep it on or
This isn't an
off.
exchange. This is an illegal security that where those funds are being invested without any type of disclosure of what they're doing with those funds.
What's an illegal security? Sorry.
Offering yield for investing people's money.
Okay, so yields and stuff, again, I'm not going to comment on it because I've not even actually dabbled that in that personally.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. The product that people are trying to get withdrawals from is invested in something. It may be on FTX. It may be invested in somewhere. Wherever it is trying to generate yield right now, and therefore cannot be withdrawn. And there is a certain amount of funds that all of these platforms have got uninvested in order to meet their withdrawal obligations.
Hey,
Everybody
Simon,
is
the only problem is we're talking to someone who is a community manager and who doesn't really have any knowledge about any of this. But what you could do, Red Falcon, why don't you tell Chris or his assistant, who I'm sure you have his number or her number of, and ask them to come here, because these are important questions that I think he is better off facing right now and giving us answers that we can work with. Because what's going to happen, this room is going to fill up very fast. I'm going to ask everyone in this room who is in the crypto space, tell all your friends to come here right now. Everyone needs to be here in the next couple of hours and hear what's going on in the exchange world and how big the dangers are for everyone. I think it would be the wisest thing for Chris to show up here and answer these questions directly.
I mean,
because otherwise, at the end of the day, it may be that the withdrawals are getting too large for Crypto.com to handle.
I mean, all I would say is this, because again, I'm not gonna take up the space. This is my day off, and I'm just here as my independent self. The only thing in which I can say is just probably echo what has already been said by Chris himself. I completely understand why someone wouldn't necessarily have time to just jump into different Twitter spaces, no matter how popular they are. People got to work and do some stuff. But
people need to save their businesses from collapsing, and we're giving them an opportunity right now.
I have a question that's community oriented. It's right towards you, Red Falcon, since you are.
If I could just jump in quickly, Ninja, because I want to drop out just after saying this, because I'm
sure, but I do have a community related question. It is community, and you are the NFT in charge. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, no. So I just wanted to say that obviously CDC, we're going to post all of our one-on-one reserves. So if someone takes it out or doesn't matter. And also as well, all the clarification which has been given by Chris and Gate.io in terms of those transferred funds. To my mind, I don't think that anything's been non-transparent. Perhaps others will have different opinions. But I think I would just sort of, as Mario sort of said in the beginning and stuff, trying to have sort of like a more open discussion. And I think that as a crypto community, I think we would all benefit and stuff, rather than us often running around and panicking, because I think a lot of us will try to set things on fire in the fear of
sorry, Red Falcon. The problem that we are having is that $1 billion went missing with the FTX debacle, and now other exchanges are getting heat because they may have had or may have similar problems. So this is not something where we need to calm down and not panic. It's quite the opposite. We need to warn people about what's going on, and we need to make sure that not more people are getting hurt.
But also, can I just say it's impossible to prove one-to-one, because these are invested funds that are generating yield. If they're invested funds generating yield, they're not custody. And so you can't prove them one-to-one. It's not an exchange. These are invested funds. So just saying that they're going to post the one-to-one is impossible. It's not going to happen.
Sorry,
Hey, Mario, Charles Hoskinson just joined. You should make him a speaker or even co-host.
I've made him speaker. I can't make
Mr.
another co-host.
Mr.
Okay.
Red Falcon, real quick question though, since you are the head of NFT community or
Wait, not head of NFT, not head
I'm
of
sorry,
NFT.
can you just and I have two questions. It's two simple questions. I just want to get through two questions. What is your job? And first of all, thank you for being on stage. I know this is not an easy stage. We understand that you are probably not the right person to talk to for these questions. So I just want to give you that. Thank you for coming up on your day off. Like, really sincerely, thank you. I do have two important questions though. What is your job specifically at crypto.com as community NFT?
So I'm one of two community managers for the NFT project Loaded Lines.
Okay, and what is your job to do with the community, like just in a nutshell?
Community management can be creating UGCs, being point of contact for both company and holders, organizing IRL events, anything that's sort of within that nature.
Okay, are you aware of the history of how crypto.com has treated their community from the beginning of when they were concepted?
I sort of first started getting involved with crypto.com back in October 2021. So only about a year, basically.
Okay.
What's your concern? What's your concern, Ninja?
Well, I'm just to go back to is like, are you concerned? Like I when I just spoke earlier, and I don't know if you were in the room, about what they did to the entire community that was expecting their cards and the token swap that they forced upon us. And I just got a flurry of DMs of people talking about, oh yeah, they screwed us, they effed us this. And I'm just, as a community manager or NFT community, are you aware that, basically they screwed over the community and forced us to. Were you aware of that back in the day? I just want to know if you've done the research or you've done the research on the company that you're working.
He is a community manager. He has nothing to do with any of that, and his knowledge about that will be very limited. So if there is anyone at crypto.com who is in an executive position who would like to come here and answer some questions, that would be highly appreciated. And Red, if you have anyone's number, you should urge them to come here, because this is only going to get worse.
Well, 65,000 people here.
I'm not gonna peer pressure someone to come to Suede. And Ninja, I appreciate the questions and stuff, but yeah, it's not something that I can comment on. The only thing that I can say is that for me personally is that I don't necessarily look where something's been, but rather where something's going, if that makes sense. But that's all I'm going to say on it, and I'm going to drop out. Mario, thank you for having me up.
I appreciate you being here, man. I appreciate you trying to give clarity. So for anyone in crypto.com that wants to come up and speak up, as we've had over the last few days with other exchanges, it would be great. And I'll message Chris again, see if he changes his mind. Charles, appreciate you being here.
I'm glad to be here. Hey, Kim, it's good to see you again, man. How you been?
Yeah, very good, very good. Good to see you too. What is your take on all of this FTX stuff? I don't know if you're up to speed on what happened to you with crypto.com. Like, what can you add to this whole story?
Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to interject here just quick because I haven't got a lot of time, and Mario asked me to do some chain analysis of all the Gate.io and crypto.
So I'll let you quickly. So Charles, just 2 seconds done. Anything you found with the chain analysis before we give the mic to Charles?
Yes, so I could do a bit more time, but it looks like Gate.io did send all of the funds back to crypto.com because there's another transaction where there's 35,000 ETH going back. Now, my assumption would be that Gate.io probably had to move some funds from maybe a cold wallet. That's what I'm going to look at next, because they would have had a point, I guess, where they would have reviewed the hot wallet and seen that they had plenty of liquidity. Then crypto.com has obviously come and said to them, hey, we would like our 300,000 ETH back. And what I would guess they've done is they've sent partial transactions so that they can protect their own liquidity for the exchange, and then topped up their hot wallet from a cold wallet and then sent the remainder. but I can dig into that a bit more over the next couple of hours,
It,
and I'll just ping you if I get any information.
Cool, man. I'll just send that up. I'll tweet that update just so everyone knows, because there were concerns about Gate not sending the full amount. Just makes it a bit weird. But I appreciate you clarifying this.
I'll send you the transaction hash on Etherscan. It looks legit. Obviously, I could do with more time, but I know you wanted some info quick, so that's what you got.
Cool, man. Yeah, I'll add the.
I think the alarming thing here is not have they gotten it back or not. I would suggest they have gotten it back. The alarming thing is how were customer funds sent to the wrong address? I mean,
it's not
that's
just wrong
just
address,
ridiculous.
Kim. It's an exchange address when exchange are suffering liquidity crisis. That could have been disaster.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's the problem here, right? It's not have they been able to recover the funds? The fact that even happened is insane.
and do we know why they sent it? Like, what was the purpose?
Apparently, it's a mistake. We just don't know more than that. But I know, Charles, you were speaking before we had Dan jump in. Appreciate you being here.
Yeah, I was actually just about to work out. It's like 5, almost 6 a.m. here, and I just got up for the morning workout. And I got this tweet, and I said, "Oh, well, if Kim is hosting a space with Mario, I have to drop on in." There are tribes in the institutional side of the cryptocurrency space, and so you have like the Galaxies, and you have the Barry's Grayscale, and then you have the really big guys like BlackRock and J.P. Morgan Chase and Goldman Sachs. So FTX was definitely a clique. And in those circles you have like the Three Arrows Capital and Voyager, and there were obviously everything Alameda touched. So Solana, there was an investment in Polygon. Yeah, I think even Masari got an investment. There's over 130 companies that the tentacles of FTX touched in probably about $50 billion of value in that entire circle. And it looked like it's a good old-fashioned Ponzi scheme where, basically they cooked the books. They appeared to be a lot richer than they actually were. They amplified that by a flurry of acquisitions and trying to be the crypto strongman during a bear market, alongside a lot of paid sponsorships, like the relationship with Tom Brady and Giselle, putting their name on arenas and these types of things. But at the end of the day, they owed a lot more and were leveraged a lot more than liquidity that they had on hand. And I guess Sam was playing a game of, well, as long as nobody pushes us too hard, when the bull market comes back, all these illiquid assets will become liquid. They'll get a 10x or 20x. I can sell them. I can make everything right, and then I'm going to walk away with like $30 billion. I mean, that's literally what Bernie Madoff had at the back of his mind, and the 2008 financial crisis basically pushed it to a point where he could no longer hide the shell game that he was doing, and he was basically forced to fess up and admit it. So from a financial crime viewpoint, this is nothing new. We've been down this road many times before, and traditionally it happens in Wall Street. It's kind of funny. Everybody says, "Oh God, we now need to regulate crypto." Yeah, this is definitely a problem with all those layer ones. Let's make everything a security and that'll solve it. It's like, well, guys, the vast majority of the institutions that were impacted in some way were regulated actors, or in some way had some sort of direct relationship with the government. In fact, what's most troubling about FTX is that it looks like FTX was in regular communication with the CFTC, perhaps with the SEC and others, and they were talking to them. And that they were lobbying them, and they were talking to lawmakers every day. If you look at the financials that are starting to leak of FTX, they were giving tens of millions of dollars to politicians, mostly Democrats, and they were presenting themselves as the regulated good actor. In fact, Kevin O'Leary from Shark Tank, he said, "Oh yeah, one of the reasons why I invested in FTX and have a relationship with them is Sam gets compliance. His parents are compliance lawyers, and if anybody's never going to have a compliance problem, it's going to be them." Meanwhile, it's a bunch of 30-some-year-olds and 20-year-olds living in Bahamas having big orgy parties. And it's like absolutely no oversight and structure. So it's just a messed up situation because crypto is finally starting to clear Luna and the whole Three Arrows Capital and this other debacle, and we were starting to look forward to like a cautiously optimistic bull market next year, and this event probably is going to take 3 to 6 months to clear. And unfortunately, the politics are that it could actually be the straw that breaks the camel's back for a law to pass. And instead of that being a decent law, like the Digital Commodities Exchange Act, it potentially could be much, much worse. If some of you guys know, I spoke before Congress in June at the House Ag Committee, and we've engaged with dozens of senators and congressmen. I've met the chairman of the CFTC and other people. So I've been pretty heavily involved for the last 7 months with Washington, D.C., and we were starting to get the conversation to a point of where a compromise could be brokered that mostly would leave the industry alone and let the people who are actually building continue building unhindered, and then the people who are doing regulated activities like asset-backed stablecoins and holding customer funds and being in a position of trust, they'd have to fall into a more traditional regulatory structure. And I thought that was a fair compromise. I'm just a little concerned now that the consequence of this fallout is going to be that they throw the baby out with the bathwater, and they go after things like non-custodial wallets. They get much more draconian on the travel rule. There's going to be a larger breakdown on DAOs and DeFi. For example, the CFTC did hit a DAO recently and said all the members of the DAO are members of an unincorporated association and they have no corporate veil or indemnity to protect them. I think more of that is likely going to happen here, especially as the scam gets unraveled. I mean, this guy had probably a backdoor in his systems to pull money out, and trade with it. There was probably improper use of customer deposits. There was probably a lot of fraudulent accounting. And you only discover that months after the event because forensic accountants have to come in and start reconstructing the books, and people get very uncooperative and lawyer up. And it's like almost like forensic archaeology. You have to discover what the civilization was, and it gets dark, just like Celsius or any of these things. It gets darker and darker the deeper you get down the rabbit hole.
Hey, it's so helpful, Charles. I really like these points that you're making here, and I agree with you that this is a seismic shift, and regulators are going to use this to make it much more difficult for everyone in the space. But maybe that was intended anyway, and this is just a very helpful development, because the government, in my view, doesn't really like a competitor.
It could be. The big banks were starting to get involved in crypto. In fact, if you read the Broadridge report that recently came out, they surveyed 275 financial institutions. The opinion of the report was that by 2030, they feel the majority of security settlement is going to occur on blockchain rails. So it's a mixed bag here. There's a lot of financial institutions that look at cryptocurrency and blockchain tech as another dimension, another universe to basically get involved in trade, find alpha, and make money, and be able to optimize products and be able to do global business. And there's enormous efficiency gains in disintermediation, and not all of those actors are desired. If you're Chase and you spend a third of your money on wasted intermediaries just to do your business, to fire all of them and have a direct relationship and make all that extra money, that's a big deal for you. So crypto regulation being harsh on the industry doesn't necessarily even benefit the big players. It just depends on how it's written and how it's structured. The bigger concern is, are they going to go after layer one's non-custodial wallets, the self-sovereign identity, and ultimately your right as a crypto consumer to own your own keys, own your own asset? That's the core of the industry, and that's now what's on the table because of FTX.
Yeah,
Hey Charles,
but then
can I?
it's also a reality that the government itself, in partnership with the Federal Reserve, is already building their own blockchain and already working on their own digital currency. It doesn't that all just play into that game if they overregulate crypto and make it less attractive and then come out with their own product that gives them much more power in the financial system than the current financial system. I mean, doesn't that also kind of play into that hand?
Well, the three things that they want are financial intermediary supervision or some notion of supervision, because with crypto, they've lost the ability to conduct SARs, and they don't have KYC, AML, KYT. They don't have that as well as they need it to feel comfortable with it. Second, they want reversibility and the ability to intervene, so freeze. And third, they want the ability to measure measure market stability for macro micro prudential policy. 2008's lesson is, hey, maybe Lehman Brothers and AIG and all these other guys are going to get together and do something together. And the problem is when they do that, if you don't know about it, when one of them fails, you have a cascading failure event, and the entire marketplace melts out. Trillions of dollars end up getting lost. Well, we're actually running through a micro Lehman Brothers situation here in the industry where FTX failing by itself is not necessarily a big issue. The issue is that everybody was connected to them. And so everybody's wondering and scratching their head, what does this mean for BlockFi? What does this mean for Tether? What does this mean for, entity XYZ? And was there enough loans or other stuff that suddenly somebody who was solvent is now insolvent, and when they go, then another person becomes insolvent, and so forth. If you're a regulator, you're looking at this and saying, it's a giant black box to me. I have no fucking clue what's going on. All I know is I've seen a $3 trillion market turn into an $800 million market in less than 12 months. And that market has a disproportionately high level of retail money inside of it, not institutional money. So if you're a mid-level regulator, you're saying, well, that's a huge problem, and I need some sort of way of being able to measure systemic risk and understand that. So whoever is first to market with some sort of idea that's going to give them that equivalence of financial surveillance that they traditionally get through intermediation, give them some sort of ability to freeze and lock and reverse, and give them the information they need to be able to make macro microprudential market stability decisions, is probably going to be the regulatory winner from that perspective. So I'm less cynical. I don't think it's about, well, we're building CBDCs, and so now we have to regulate all competition out of the market. I mean, I've talked to the Federal Reserve System, the Bank of England, and others. In fact, we just published a paper on how one would go about building a CBDC. There is absolutely no consensus at the moment at the BIS or the World Order about how to do a CBDC or the Federal Reserve. There's a pilot the Fed has out of the Boston Fed, but then other branches of the Fed say we don't need to do a CBDC, or if we need to do it, it's for interbank settlement, and it has nothing to do for a consumer side. We've also engaged with the People's Bank of China. I was at the Swiss ambassador's house in Washington, D.C. with Congressman Khanna and a few other people, and there was a representative from the People's Bank of China presenting, and he presented on the digital yuan and gave us this whole beautiful presentation on how they've constructed it and all these things. And I said, how big is the pilot that you guys are doing? They said, oh, it's very small. And it turns out that there's 40 million users, which I guess in China is the only place where that's very small. But they already have bridges for Tencent integration and Alipay integration, so they're going to couple that with their Belt and Road program, but that's probably not going to come until about 2025 to 2027. They're just getting the kinks out of it. So it's definitely on the horizon, but I don't think this wave of regulation is going to be heavily influenced by that. I think they're going to go after stable coins very aggressively, especially asset-backed ones.
And I appreciate that you mentioned that, because I've seen about a year ago in the Financial Times a story where the Federal Reserve wrote a report with a recommendation to the government to regulate stablecoin out of existence. They don't want US dollar stablecoin.
No, I'm not saying they don't want them. In fact, I think it's quite the opposite. It's a good way of projecting the US dollar into places where traditionally it can't touch. What they want is that the people who issue the stablecoins have a bank license. And we predicted this, which is why we passed the laws in Wyoming for speedy banks, full reserve banks. And it kind of makes sense that a stablecoin issuer should be regulated like a bank, because the only reason an asset-backed stablecoin has any value at all is because you're trusting them to hold on to the collateral that's backing the stablecoin. That's basically a bank. When you deposit your money in a bank, you trust the bank not to go and just steal the money and disappear. You trust them to follow a lending policy and be good fiduciaries and so forth. And when they don't, they always collapse. The 19th century is a great example of that. And there was actually over 200 private currencies in the United States during the 19th century. And a lack of transparency and regulation meant that almost every single one of them failed within 20 to 30 years of the currencies being issued because they became insolvent. They basically had a fractional reserve behind their claims of the money. It's just too tempting not to do that. So I don't really. I've spoken with Senator Toomey about this and others who've been pushing for the stablecoin regulation the hardest. For asset-backed stuff, I don't care at all. The algorithmic stablecoin is the more interesting one. MiCA in the European Union is the regulatory framework they put together for that. And they do differentiate algorithmic stablecoins from asset-backed stablecoins. Originally, they'd say, hey, we just regulate it through the CFTC as some sort of derivative instrument. And now they're looking at it because of the collapse of Luna more negatively, and they're not quite differentiating fractional reserve algorithmic stablecoins from over-collateralized algorithmic stablecoins. And there's a very strong possibility those could get banned. And that's very problematic because that's the only way we can have a truly decentralized, trust-free, blockchain custodian-based stablecoin. And it's super important for countries that want to adopt Bitcoin as a reserve. They need something to make a synthetic asset that's a means of exchange and a unit of value, a unit of account. It's super important for our industry because then you have DeFi with these algorithmic stablecoins and you don't have to trust Tether or Circle. And they mostly escaped national regulation of one jurisdiction or the other. You don't need a bank license or any of these things. That's the instrument I'm most concerned about on the stablecoin side.
Don't you think that the Federal Reserve would have an interest in being the only issuer of something that is like a, digital US dollar? Why use even third-party banks when in this digital world with blockchain technology and all that, they could now literally take over and issue their own, US dollar digital equivalent, stable coin. And maybe that is why they are recommending we need to ban and regulate all existing stable coins out of existence.
No, the U.S. government has to have a shadow money supply because of the sanctions system. So, when we sanction Iran or Russia or, China or whatever it happens, we don't want a situation where dollars don't still flow there. We just want a situation that dollars flow to our interests as a country. So if you have a CBDC, the problem is that you actually have to be very explicit and literal about your sanction, and you can't do all these shadow systems where cash is still floating around. So you need some sort of thing that's dollar-esque and still connected to the US dollar to exert our geopolitical influence and allow us to pay our friends, whether they be political dissidents or critical companies that we still have to have relationships with, but you can't officially have a relationship with them. So that alone is a multi-trillion-dollar business when you actually sum all the world together. And you need an asset-backed stablecoin there. The other thing is that it's nice to have a stablecoin where you're effectively the dollar, but you're not, because there are certain countries that don't want to announce that they're dollarized. But, for example, El Salvador. So, they adopted Bitcoin. Well, actions are still the U.S. dollar. And, at some point when they fully digitize, those are going to be dollar stablecoins that are floating around. Now, if there was a CBDC, the U.S. dollar, Bukele would not adopt that and say, oh, no, I'm going to have the Federal Reserve be my central bank. He'd still, air quotes, want to have monetary independence, but he'd be probably pretty comfortable using Circle or something like that. So there's definitely a place and a need in many different circles for this money to exist, and it doesn't necessarily divorce itself from U.S. policy, because at the end of the day, if you're an asset-backed stablecoin, all roads lead to Rome, you would be backed by U.S. dollars. So whether you take that and put a shell over it and you call it, XYZ coin, or you do it directly, it still is using the U.S. dollar as its mechanism. So it doesn't contradict U.S. foreign policy. The problem is algorithmic stablecoins don't do that. They take a completely new asset class that has no material connection to the central bank, in this case Bitcoin or Ethereum or Cardano like ADA, and then they turn it into another instrument that's value stable. Now, if you can pull that off, you have basically a recreation of gold-backed money. The Bretton Woods Agreement from the 40s. You have a situation where something that looks a lot like gold, like Bitcoin or ADA, which is a deflationary monetary policy, suddenly turns into something that looks a lot like the US dollar, and there is absolutely no bank involved, no custodian involved, no financial surveillance involved, and no power of the state involved in that process. That's much, much more scary, and it's the thing I think worries them the most if it takes on.
Yeah,
Hey
very
Charles, can I ask a
interesting.
few questions away from stablecoins? How you doing? It's Simon Dixon.
Hey, Simon, good to see you again.
Yeah, it's been a while. Pre-COVID world, I think.
Sorry, guys. I keep doing Kanye and everybody here, but I've got to bounce in just a few minutes. I'm so sorry. Mario, I've done a bit more digging, and it looks like Gates have sent all of the funds back to Crypto.com via 7 transactions, averaging about 40 to 50,000 ETH a pop. And so that probably is to preserve their own hot wallet liquidity, just in case they had a large influx of users trying to withdraw Ethereum. So they basically spread it over the course of a week. It's all gone back to Crypto.com, and I would speculate that was just to preserve their own liquidity.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for sharing, Dan. Thanks, man.
Right, I've got to bounce, Mario.
Cool.
I'll ping you
Yeah,
back
hit me
out,
up.
so...
Hit me up. Yeah, if you've got anything urgent, hit me up on WhatsApp, and I can share it as well.
All right, cool. Cheers,
All right,
guys.
cool.
Cheers. Yeah, so Charles, if a platform like Crypto.com is giving people, say, a 5% yield on their Cardano, on their ADA, what do you think they're doing with it? Do you think they're just staking it and just paying it in kind and taking a clip off the top, or do you think there's something else there?
Well, that's right around what the stake pool rewards are at the moment. So probably at that yield, it's not too bad. In general, there's a few things you can do to yield augment. You can sell covered calls, and you can do some relatively low-risk lending strategies, and you probably can shave another 2-3% without too much worry with your portfolio, especially covered calls, because worst case scenario, you sell the asset, and at a downturn, people need to buy that as part of a short strategy. So there's not a huge amount of risk. Where it gets problematic is if you have an asset that doesn't have positive carry, like Bitcoin, and you're offering a yield that high, because there's no staking mechanic to get you that majority of the thing. So you have to have higher risk endeavors. So I wouldn't worry too much about that, assuming that it's just a pure staking play. But it could potentially be problematic depending on what they're doing. And I have no idea what Crypto.com does.
Yeah,
but
so it could
either
be lending for shorts of covered call, or it could be staking, and it could be using it to generate yield.
And by the way, you can combine strategies together. Like you could stake and sell for covered calls, and that's a quite effective strategy. And usually you can yield about 7 to 9%, depending upon the counterparties you're dealing with and the level of volatility, as also the size of those options markets.
And is that the covered calls? Is that something you do on chain?
You don't have to do that on chain. Those are usually private agreements between parties. And what happens is somebody takes a short side, but they want to maximize. They want to have a clarity on how much they can lose, and so they buy a covered call basically to close their downside. And so they're betting the market's going down. So when you're in a bear market, covered calls are a great strategy because you almost never actually end up exercising them, and you make free money on it, especially if it's covered, so you have zero risk. You just buy back the asset if you have to sell the asset or exercise it.
Sure. So is there a counterparty risk? Where's the marketplace?
Well, you're not giving them necessarily the asset if you're a custodian, so there's really not a lot of counterparty risk because they pay up front for the covered call, and whether they exercise it or not, it's not your problem. Now, the other side would be, a problem, but a put. But the covered call is a pretty risk-free strategy. There's no counterpart. Lending has counterparty risk, and actually, that's probably what the concern is with the collapse of FTX. Is that when you start transitively crawling that graph, there's going to be an enormous amount of lending that's been done, and now because people aren't going to get paid back, they all become insolvent. So there's going to be like an insolvency chain. And it knocks a lot of people out.
That's where I was trying to get to. There's going to be a counterparty on one side of that trade, right?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned saying like 5% yield on Bitcoin is problematic, because that's really the only strategy where you're going to get there with Bitcoin is a lending play, and you have to be really sure that your counterparties are solvent.
Yeah. So it's when, like, when someone says Crypto.com says we're about to publish our one-to-one backing. I'm like, well, if you're generating yield, it's impossible to publish a one-to-one backing.
If the instrument doesn't have built-in yield, and yeah, absolutely, you can just publish who owes you money, but then are those books clean? So
Exactly.
I'm
And is it sat on
a little
FTX?
dubious about that.
Simon,
Yeah.
can you, just because there's a pretty large number of people in the audience and many won't understand, can you explain it in 2 sentences for the audience, the
Sure.
point that you and Charles are making?
Yeah, so I mean, basically, if you own stocks in the traditional market, then some people want to make money of those stocks going down in price. And so if you're a long-term investor, like an institutional pension fund, then you can hold those stocks in custody, which means that they still hold title to them, which means they own them, it's in their name. But then you can lend it to somebody else in order to sell it and buy it back cheaper. And then you are like renting out your shares and you receive yield and an income. And so this happens a lot. And this is how you have like shorting in the traditional markets. And so what I was asking, Charles, is when any platform like Crypto.com or anyone, this is not picking on Crypto.com, it's any platform offering yield, they're either staking it, which means that they're generating an in-kind yield, which means it's paid in the same currency, i.e. ADA. You've got some ADA and you get some ADA. Or you're doing something with it that then means that you're taking some kind of counterparty risk, which means that it sits at an exchange, and if an exchange blows up, then that Crypto.com platform will have a hole as per the Chapter 11, or whatever the outcome is. Or they'll be taking some kind of trading risk in order to generate that yield, which means that they're doing something. And so this is where the whole disclosure comes, because when you're managing your risks, you're not depositing at a bank with insurance, a government bailout, and everything that comes with that. You just need to understand that they are implementing a strategy, and if it's staking, it's a different type of risk than if they're trading, and then you need to understand the counterparty. So that's why you have securities, so that you can have disclosures on those things. And so what I'm trying to get to is, when a platform like an exchange, all they need to do is hold custody to those. When you deposit at an exchange, you're doing the trading, and they just need to make sure that they've got one-to-one what you have. But when you're investing in a security, then you are taking risk, and therefore you need to understand what risks you're taking. And so they can't guarantee. And so when all of these platforms are facing massive withdrawals, they have to keep some of their funds to meet withdrawals. And depending on whether they sold you a security that had a fixed term contract, i.e. you're locked up for 3 months, 6 months, a year or something, like in traditional market would be a CD, where you're fixed for a term and then they go out and invest and on that term. So I'm just trying to help people understand that there are risks, and in these times when people are withdrawing, there's going to hit a certain point of inflection at which it goes into liquidity risk. And if they're taking risks like they are with FTX, then it goes into insolvency at a certain point.
So my question would be, and Charles, a more general question: is the solution, at least in the short term, purely cold wallets? Because with the lack of clarity that we have and how intertwined all the exchanges are, it's impossible to trust anything at the moment. And everyone's saying Binance could be the only exception. Others disagree with this, and like Kim would disagree with this. So is cold wallet the only solution for users listening to us now, at least until we get more clarity and things settle?
Yeah, I mean, don't exchanges aren't banks, guys, and it just blows my mind. We always say, "Oh yeah, crypto, be your own bank." we're finally able to custody our own assets, and yay, and then 65% of all crypto is held on exchanges, if not more, which is just so fucking frustrating to me. Because not only do they hold it, if you can stake with it, if you can vote with it, then you're actually handing your yields and your voice to a centralized actor, and they don't have the regulatory oversight acumen to manage that for 11,000 different assets. And that's just a huge problem. So pull your money off exchanges. I've been saying that since the beginning. Anybody who's real in crypto believes you should be your own wallet, and there's plenty of great options to secure your assets, like hardware wallets are great and paper wallets are great, and this is and I think it's a good litmus test for your ability to be competent in crypto. If you honestly have difficulty using a ledger or a Trezor or a paper wallet, you have to really reevaluate, is crypto for you? Is this something you want to get involved in? There's certainly regulated actors that can come and be intermediaries, and this is the other frustration with the SEC and others not approving certain things, that if you want safe on and off ramps, there's certainly a place for trusted intermediaries to manage a crypto portfolio, just like a stockbroker does, or an asset manager does on your behalf. In which case they'll use custodians, and they'll properly store things, and they'll have great security policies because they're regulated actors in that respect. But it's just deeply frustrating that there's a lot of consumers that they'll go create an account, they'll buy a bunch of stuff, they have no idea what they're doing with it, they leave it on the exchange, and then the exchange goes belly up, and they're like, oh, okay, so like the government's going to come and give me a bunch of money to bail me out. We say, no, it's not. It doesn't work that way. Oh no, that means all crypto is scam, and we need to shut the market down because I lost some money and this person scammed me. It's not a good look, and it unfortunately has now been amplified at a scale that it's going to be very hard for the industry to just brush off like we did GOX and other things and keep moving on. There's going to be congressional committees talking about this. There's going to be journalists writing about this. There's going to be movies made about this. Jonah Hill will probably play SBF. He was born to play this role. So it's going to be a little difficult to digest.
I totally agree with you, and I'm happy that you say this, that you've been outspoken against people putting their crypto on exchanges for years. Same here. And Elon came into the space yesterday and has said the same thing to everyone. Not your keys, not your wallet, he said. So it's really important for everyone to understand, in a time like this, it's better to be prudent and careful, because we don't know the domino effect of FTX and how it's going to affect other exchanges. I think just the FTX story itself is going to have a negative effect on crypto as a whole. You may see prices go down even more, and because crypto is such a speculative asset at the moment, the stock markets are going to come under pressure if all the economists that are telling us this are right. And that is also going to affect crypto, because crypto is not, the strength of crypto right now is not utilization and everyone is using it and that's why it's so great and that's why the value is so high. No, I mean, most people are having it, for speculation and as a store of value with Bitcoin, so the whole game of crypto is going to be affected by this. We don't know how big the magnitude of this effect is going to be, but the safe thing to do now for everyone, at least for a period of time, is not to have any of your crypto in any exchanges.
I want to just quick update for the audience. We've got a lot of speakers wanting to come up, and I am getting some information about FTX and Crypto.com, which I'll let the speaker share in a bit. Charles, another more general question for the audience. We used to do this, we still do this show, or we used to do it twice a week. Now it's pretty much daily. And whenever I talk to various players in the space, the general agreement, most of them, is that we won't see a similar ice age to 2018. The space is much bigger, adoption is a lot more adoption, and the space hasn't matured, but is matured compared to what it was in 2017, 2018. Now, we're in a different position now. Do you see a similar long bear market as 2018? Could it get worse? Could it be longer, considering how bad the situation is after FTX?
Well, I think that crypto is not divorced from the macro economy, and so it's more of a question of how long do we think the global recession is going to last, and how long is it going to take to clear the COVID damage that was done to the economy. They shut all the countries in the world down and shut all the supply chains down, and geopolitics then got in the way, and half the world has to hate Russia, and so that created some issues, and now there's a soft Cold War between China and America, and it's already having a huge impact on chip manufacturing, amongst other things, and it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get better. So these events are not divorced from crypto valuations. When COVID came out, I thought, oh, well, crypto is going to be a contrarian asset. So when the world economy is not doing well, crypto is going to go up. And that turned out not to be true. When the world economy collapsed, crypto collapsed, and it was blood in the streets. And then when all the tech stocks went up and suddenly made Elon Musk $250 billion and Apple's worth $3 trillion and everybody's doing well, and Zuckerberg is spending $15 billion for his metaverse and doesn't even need legs because fuck it, we're so rich. Crypto went up to the moon in 2021. Tech stocks and crypto were highly correlated. So you're going to have an opinion on what do you think is going to occur with the global debt crisis. The U.S. has over $34 trillion in debt. It's getting worse. European Union's not doing any much better. A lot of Western powers are not looking so good if you actually dig into their balance sheets. Inflation's at 8%, and that's the official number. It's probably more like 12 to 15%, depending on how you want to cut it and measure it. Where does that lead? Does that lead to a real estate crisis? We've already seen that occurring in China. In fact, it's gotten so bad they have banks. There's like tanks at banks and soldiers going around. I think COVID zero has nothing to do with COVID. I think it actually has everything to do with having a mechanism to shut cities down in case they become a little rebellious because their money's gone. I mean, it's worse than the 2008 financial crisis where people were collateralizing stuff with homes, and maybe the homes were not worth as much, but at least it was an actual home. In China, you have a debt crisis where it's collateralized with a house, but the house was never built. So it's like a fantasy collateral, and that's like 10 times larger in scale than what we had in the United States. And so it's a very bad crisis that nobody talks about. So that has to clear one way or the other. And depending on how that's handled and what happens with it, either it clears okay, in which case the markets recover, and then I think crypto organically recovers, especially as regulatory clarity comes, because you'll see an enormous amount of institutional money that now has these strong ESG mandates on it, and they can't put it in hydrocarbons and they can't put in other things. So they look at crypto as kind of a clean asset class to dump billions and trillions of dollars in, and we could see crypto recover very quickly in that case. But if the global markets don't clear, and if there's a crisis like a conflict between the United States and China over Taiwan, for example, that could knock the entire world into a debt crisis and a global depression, in which case crypto, if it's running a cyclic asset, runs with the markets, would be, go into a dramatic depression. If it's a counter-cyclic asset, it'll go to the fucking moon, and it'll be a safe harbor. So it's really your opinion on what dynamic do you think is going to hold.
Yeah,
Ninja?
the safe harbor that you are talking about, in my opinion, is only possible if people are actually using it in day-to-day spending. If they pay their bills, their groceries, with crypto, then it can be that counter asset that people rely on rather than everything else that's folding and currencies that are causing massive inflation because they're getting printed so much, and the debt crisis. I mean, in the US it's now paying what, 600 billion a year just on interest. That used to be the military budget less than a decade ago, right? So it's just completely insane and unsustainable. And my hope has
Yeah.
always been that when we come into this crisis, which to me was clear as day 10 years ago, that we're going to enter into this difficult period. And my hope was that crypto will evolve to become this new, money that people are using every day, and where the invisible hand kind of saves the economy because we are all kind of disconnected from that stupid speculative bubble and inflated fiat currencies. But because crypto became the speculative thing and everyone wanted 10x, 100x, and these crazy returns, we've completely missed the opportunity to really make crypto that saving angel asset that keeps us going when everything else crumbles.
Well, what's interesting is if the interest rates double or triple, that 800 billion, 900 billion a year we're paying in interest, which is now the same as our military, could turn into multi-trillion-dollar interest payments, which is larger than the entire U.S. budget. So that's when you've crossed the point of no return. So good to bring that up. Very few people think about that or know that, but it is an existential national security concern at this moment. Now, in terms of crypto adoption, it's important to point out that over 40% of the people of Vietnam have crypto or use crypto or considering to use crypto. And it's important to point out that about 31% of all the people in Nigeria, a 200 million person country, are in the same situation about crypto. So, in the Western world, a lot of people got in with avarice and 10x's, and they had this idea that, buying one token of something is going to make them instantly wealthy. But in the developing world, a lot of people are actually looking at crypto as a legitimate alternative asset to do stuff with. This is why we've always been so focused on Africa, Southeast Asia, and other places, because we said, well, in 10 years, that's going to be the market, and that's going to be the market that matters, where good returns are going to come from, and real use and utility is going to come from, because they're already used to having weak sovereign currencies, capital controls, and a litany of other things that make it difficult to actually run a business and do global business, as well as save without fear that the government's going to take your money or a currency crisis is going to destroy all of your value. So if you look at it, it's not going to be ubiquitous where it's a depression everywhere for crypto. I still do believe the next 100 million, 200 million crypto users are probably going to come from Africa and Southeast Asia and the LATAM markets, especially Latin America. If you look at Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, all these, Peru, all these governments have elected people in some cases who actually publicly state they're communists. And if you look to Venezuela, when you elect a radical left-wing government, within 10 or 15 years, you go from a wealthy nation to, man, that dog looks pretty tasty. It's a real bad situation. And so if there's a collapse of nations in South America, then that's going to be a massive demand for crypto.
So essentially, it's a shift of narrative, because that was the narrative back in 2017, 2018. And now we've kind of shifted to the hype behind DeFi and then NFTs. So what we went through in the last few months kind of will set us back to the core value of Bitcoin and layer ones and the real utility they'll have in our world. And I think DeFi and NFTs could be delayed significantly in terms of adoption and gaining user trust back. Aksu, I'll give you the mic if you've got a question for Charles.
Hey, I just had like an open question for everyone speaking, if that's okay.
Yeah, of course, bro.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we spent a lot of time talking about this disaster that's happening with FTX, BlockFi, whatever, right? There's like rumors about crypto.com. But I think for me, the part that I struggle with is thinking about pragmatic solutions, because I think no matter what, in the long run, normal people are not going to self-custody their crypto. As much as I respect like everything Kim.com is saying, it's just it's such a bad user experience, right? And I would never trust my parents, for example, who are maybe not the most tech savvy, to self custody like even one Bitcoin or even like one CryptoPunk. So like, how do you think like crypto becomes mainstream and can be adopted if the centralized exchanges are so sketchy, even with like the weird shenanigans they're pulling with proof of reserves, but then the alternative, which is self custody, is so cumbersome and the learning curve is so steep?
We had someone here yesterday who said that, and I can't believe that statement that it is too hard. It is absolutely not. The apps that are out there are super easy. They explain themselves. And if anyone if you want to educate your parents on how to use this, if you can teach them how to use a remote control for, a new TV, this shit is easier. And there are really good apps, really good, hardware wallets. Like, this is really a no-brainer. And to say this is too complicated, is just not true.
Would you say
Well, go ahead.
go, Charles.
All right, I'll take it.
What I was gonna, I'm gonna add, and I'll get Charles and Simon. What I was gonna add, Kim, is the using it is not difficult. It's the storage of the private key that's the difficult part. Not being able to reset your password or having customer service there. That for me is the problem that is difficult, at least for now, to solve. I'd love to get Charles's thoughts and then Simon.
First off, we built an entire economy off of the American citizen's ability to keep something secret. So your social security number, they give you one when you're born, and we say, okay, keep this secret. And if you screw it up, well, identity theft happens, and we have $50 billion a year in identity theft, and no one seems to do anything about it. So it is kind of puzzling when they say, oh, well, we can't keep keywords secret. My God, consumers will be terrible at that. But they do have passwords, and they do have social security numbers and so forth. But, to be fair to the people who criticize private public key management, we do have more than 30 years of history with Web of Trust, where if only people adopted PGP, we'd have a password-free internet and a much better identity layer for the entire internet. But the fact that they didn't basically forced us into an intermediate solution that is prone to a lot of security problems that everybody who's ever built a website, Kim, myself, and others, has always had to deal with, and it's always been a frustrating concern. I mean, life would be so amazing if your customer identifier is a public key and you don't have to worry about passwords or any of these things, and login is a challenge response, So that's one thing. But, the other thing is that we're not saying with self-custody that that's the only option. The thing is that you want that to be your baseline, and then when people custody your crypto for you, those are middlemen of desire, meaning that those people are trusted, they're regulated, and they have capabilities to ensure that they stay regulated and trusted. The problem with the current custody situation is an exchange is being used as a custodian, and they're even incentivizing this by offering yield products on top of that to leave the crypto in because they get the spread. And in the process of doing that, they're engaging in risky behavior, which ultimately makes them insolvent when bear markets come, and they lose all the customer funds. Copper doesn't do that. Normal custodians don't do that. They charge me to store my funds. Now, this is actually a problem I think the regulators created. We created the Speedy Bank model over in Wyoming, not just as a full reserve bank for U.S. dollars, but also for crypto. Because we thought in our head, oh, well, people with bank licenses, we can create these things, consumers can leave their funds in it, you can have a traditional experience of storage of funds, and you pay a fee for that. They don't pay you, you pay them. That's the business model. They don't engage in lending or other high-risk stuff. And that's perfectly fine for grandma or for an asset manager or for other people to get involved in. The problem is using institutions that are not custodians as custodians and then having those institutions be incentivized to offer yield products on top of it. And those yield products basically go belly up when conditions get bad and they lose all their customer funds. That has to stop, and that should stop being conflated with custodianship.
Actually, I'll let you respond before I give the mic to Simon.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I honestly I agree to a certain extent that self-custody is probably not as difficult as a lot of people make it seem. But the the only thing that I would say in response to that is that there's a lot more risks to self-custody than I think what was just said. And anyone who's been in the NFT space knows firsthand how easy it is for even what we would consider to be OG experts in NFTs and Web3 to click a wrong link and get hacked immediately, right? And I just think the consequences for what we know today, where you click a wrong link and maybe something goes wrong, but that's it, versus what's happening in Web3, where you click a wrong link and hey, maybe you lose all of the NFTs in your vault. There's just a stark difference there. And so at the very least, I think there needs to be a better user experience for that, or like some sort of like education for people if they're going to be custodying their own assets.
I think that's what it really boils down to, education, people taking their time to understand how to self-manage their keys. There are, really good, easy to use, safe solutions. Also, the worry about, catching a Trojan through a link that you click on the internet, only use an amount that you are comfortable with losing on your device and keep everything else in cold storage. You don't need to have everything on the device that you are surfing the internet with, right? So that's a very easy way to deal with that problem. On the other side, if you're trusting exchanges, all you need is one hack or one bad actor, a dishonest person at that exchange, and then millions of people lose everything at once. Whereas if you self-manage, your risk is actually much lower that you are ever going to be exposed to an event like that.
Yeah, the other thing
Yeah,
that I said a lot yesterday is the big thing that we have here that is better than anything else is the self-sovereignty aspect of this, but it's a double-edged sword. If you don't do it right, this, that, and the third, you're going to have problems, but it's up to you to do it. And if you don't spend the time to do it, then you don't deserve the self-sovereignty that this whole ecosystem is predicated upon.
Yeah, by the way, I would like to say something here. Once we hit 15,000 people in this space, I'm going to start talking about Binance. So to everyone who's listening, it's up to you to invite your crypto buddies to come in here and join us.
Nice one. Yeah, so I think Charles nailed it, Kim nailed it there. But like in summary, on all of that, it does come down to an educational thing, but in technology, education can be user experience. So I put everything down to entrepreneurship. So, if you see a big problem, it's up to an entrepreneur to solve that problem. And that's why you need robust capital markets and the ability for people to invest in such ideas. So whenever someone comes up and identifies one of these problems, it's an opportunity to create something to solve that problem. And that's how markets work. But the user experience needs to be understood, because most people don't understand, so when you're depositing with a custodian, and I do hedge, Gus, I don't do everything in self-custody. I do hedge because when I think about how I manage my financial affairs, I think about what can go wrong. And so there's certain risks like dementia, ransom, all of those things. And I want to be able to pass on through an inheritance plan in case something happens to me. And so that often involves, different layers of solutions. So there's never, when you're doing wealth management, you're just trying to manage different risks. And so custody is one risk. Is removing the ability to forget your password or lose your password or get hacked or ransomed. And then self-custody is hugely important to protect yourself from counterparty risks. And the worst thing you can do is what most people are doing, which is where you store it not with a custodian, but with an exchange. And then, as Charles said, they're offering yield, and therefore they move it from storage. And the reason people get this user experience wrong is because they're used to a bank, and essentially a bank is you put your deposit in, and then they take risk with your money, and then they have all sorts of things to obfuscate that risk. But until you actually put your bank in a Cypriot bank in 2013, you suddenly start to realize how banking works. So half the time it's experiential learning, and only until something happens do you actually really learn it. And that's just human nature, I guess. So it's user experiences, self-custody, getting the right balance and the right mix. And there's lots of education there. So it's definitely not education. It's just about people being in a moment where they're willing to invest the time over other priorities when we're bombarded with information.
Well, remember, there's marketplaces for this too. So entrepreneurs come and they solve problems, and by making things better, faster, cheaper, easier, they make money, and ultimately they can move the trade-off window and make things safer. For example, the next generation of cryptocurrency wallets, they can make it very easy to layer spending policies, multi-sig, and dead man switches into a wallet. And if you do that in just the right combination, you still have functionally the benefit of cold storage, self-custody, but then you also have a situation that if you die because you have a dead man switch, that the money could be swept over a period of time into a trusted custodian. And you can even link identity to these types of wallets as well. So you go from pseudonymous addresses to human readable addresses. So I do believe that there needs to be a renaissance in user experience, and that'll make self-custody significantly better. But we already have all the cryptographic primitives here. We have multi-party computation, we have Shamir secret sharing, we have multi-sig, we have trusted hardware devices that are very easy to interface with a wallet solution. And if you just get the right combination of those things, then you can make it ridiculously easy for everyday people to do that. And then you've actually eliminated the vast majority of attack vectors. Like multi-sig, for example, would put you in a situation where that Trojan example doesn't do anything to you. A dead man switch means the worst case scenario, you have to wait for the switch to trigger, but then you can never truly lose your wallet, or if you die, there's a recovery path for your family, or get incapacitated, there's a recovery path for that.
So,
Spending
good
policies
morning,
mean that you can
folks.
have a normal.
Good morning,
Go
folks.
ahead.
Again, I had to do this yesterday a lot and break in with breaking
Oh,
news
just to
coverage.
give
We got
Charles,
it.
so Charles, just quickly, just to give Charles and anyone new. So Charles, whenever there's breaking news, Chet just jumps in. We do that just to update the audience quickly. So just want to give you a heads up before you get a bit of a shock of your life. Everyone,
Oh, no, it's okay. I have an Italian family. I'm used to this.
Oh, okay, yeah. Simon and Kim are used to it. Chet, what's the breaking news, bro? Good. I'm glad you're awake after what, 20 hours yesterday, 25?
26, 27, somewhere in there. Yeah. It's good to see you again today, Mario. Some news is happening, of course. It's crossing out from Cointelegraph today. And this kind of combines with some information that also dropped from Financial Times to some degree. So Cointelegraph is saying that Huobi and Gate.io are under fire for allegedly using snapshots of loaned funds from Crypto.com in order to essentially, fluff up their books. There were two accidental transactions from Crypto.com. They went out, filled up these two blockchains, and then they got pulled back. And now people are looking at it and saying, well, maybe there's more to the story here. Well, if you look at Cointelegraph's report, they show that Armanio, of course, was the auditing company behind Gates' proof of reserves here. And they also happen, of course, to be the same auditor that was behind SBF and the FTX. So Financial Times is coming out with a headline this morning saying that the collapse is putting its auditors in the spotlight. That's Armanio and Prager Metis. I always forget if I'm pronouncing that one correctly or not. But of course, Armanio is one of the 20 largest accounting firms in the United States by revenue. So it means it has a massive amount of other projects and companies that it's accounting for. That draws into question, how reliable are these accounting firms? Prager Metis styles itself as the first accounting practice to open headquarters in the metaverse. It's huge in the Web3 space in that way. Do we have the ability to actually trust these accounting firms whatsoever when they're coming in to supposedly audit these books? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it at all.
I'm just tweeting the information now. So essentially what you're saying, and how's that linked to the whole Crypto.com saga?
So it combines to that because the same people that audited the proof of reserves on behalf of Gate.io and Huobi to say, yes, these are the funds that they have, happen to be the same auditing company that was behind saying that FTX's books were solid when they absolutely were not.
There we go.
Yeah, and linking it all together, if they were doing some of the things that Charles talked about with a multi-sig wallet, you won't be in a situation where you accidentally send your funds, if they have a good governance structure, to an exchange. And so hence, I guess, the speculation that maybe these funds were moved around in order to fluff up one of the company's books. But you never get away with that shit, man. That's the beauty of these blockchain transactions. The community just figures its stuff out at rapid speed, and we get these live reports.
Reminds me of the issues with the credit rating agencies back in 2008. It's like it's just so similar to what happened back in the GFC, as
So
Charles, you also mentioned
another
earlier.
here's another reason why you don't want to have any money sitting in crypto.com right now, because the auditors are the same as the auditors of FTX, and we know how that went.
And does anyone believe? I have a question here, for the panel. Does anyone believe Chris from Crypto.com, who says, and he said this, I believe it was this morning, or early this morning. He said it was supposed to be a move to a new cold storage address. This was $400 million in ETH that just happens to go to the wrong place. He says it was supposed to move to a new cold storage address. It was owned by Crypto.com, but was sent instead to a whitelisted external exchange address. Does anyone think that sort of mistake would have happened? That Crypto.com would have said, "Oh, oops, I'm just going to send $400 million without making sure we have the right address"?
It reminds me of actually when we started the room, we had this whole discussion. We read out the tweet from Chris and everything, so you weren't there yet. But you're absolutely right. I mean, it's ridiculous, and anyone who can't see that and still trusts that exchange with their money is literally insane.
Can you make a tweet?
And not only that, they literally sent client funds from Crypto.com to Gate, which is one of the top exchanges that's having withdrawal outflows. And if the moment got wrong, those funds could have been stuck in an insolvent exchange.
So what I'm going to do, I invited Chris, Crypto.com, to come on the show, and he very nicely said, look, I've tweeted all the information very transparently. So, chat, I want you to draft a really nice tweet, and I want everybody, when we tweet it in a bit, just to flood it with comments tagging Chris, and then he'll understand. I think he's listening. He's in the audience right now using a different account. If he isn't, it'd be crazy. And then he has no choice but to join, and we can ask him the questions directly.
Get Elon to pray.
Michael, can I comment on this quickly?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Hi, I'm Michael. First, Mario, thank you for your great work and the spaces. Just a little bit about me. I'm not really a public figure, but a long time into the crypto space. I'm an IT security specialist, and I'm a Bitcoin certified professional. And I follow the C4 Code of Ethics, and this is why I'm here and wanted to talk about the Crypto.com certification. So Crypto.com was highest certificate by C4, which is the Cryptocurrency Certification Consortium. And on the board, for example, is Andreas Antonopoulos and so on, so long-time Bitcoin people. Also, this company is certified PCI DSS, which means we allow them to process our credit card data and store your credit card data with this company. They are also certified NIST cybersecurity in the privacy framework, and they are certified SOC2, which are organizational controls. And the big question here is, how could Crypto.com send these amounts of coins without at least 4 to 6 to 10 I principles and filling out a lot of paper based on the certification? I mean, was this an executive decision, or was it like a one-man doing some transactions here?
Chat, if you go to Michael's DMs, he shared all that information, chat. Include it all in the tweet, but try to do it quickly. So then we put more pressure on Chris. I appreciate that, Michael, for sending me all that information. But chat, include it in the tweet, and then Chris will kind of giving him no choice.
So, Michael, if I understand you correctly, what you are trying to say here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is when you have all these certifications, certain rules apply to you that wouldn't even allow for a mistake like this to occur. Is that right?
This is correct, Kim. I mean, I'm also a CEO of a Liechtenstein-based blockchain company, and if we want to move some coins around, we have to fill out a lot of paperwork, have at least 4 I principles, and so on. It can't be done by one person only.
So not only is this completely stupid, what they've done, it's also against all these certificates that they were granted that don't even allow any of this. So they've already been in breach of some significant rules.
Exactly. And you have to remember they are PCI DSS compliant, which means they can store your credit card data, they can process your credit card data. And this is like highest standard you can have in the banking system for storing credit cards. And you have to have these certificates or certification. And
So
yeah.
Michael,
So the
just because
issuers of these certificates, they will be looking at this and will be saying, hey, you are in breach of what you are allowed to do.
Exactly. I treated the Crypto.com has a page where they list all their certifications, which I treated. So it's all documented and it's all public.
So they're in
It
trouble.
reminds me of the Shaggy song. It wasn't me.
So this is like it's best case. So best case scenario, Michael, just best case scenario, because I try to look at both sides of the fence. Best case scenario, that was a mistake, and they just didn't follow the guidelines they need to follow with all the certificates they have, which is concerning enough within itself. And obviously, the more likely case is a lot more to it than that.
But Mario, if it were a mistake, like I'd say 2 to 3 or 4 people have to agree to send these amounts to this address, so they all were wrong at the same time. Is this a coincidence?
That's a good fucking point. That's a very good point.
But couldn't that be the bigger problem, that they had some mismanagement in there, that one person just quickly sent it over, so to speak, and that's where all the panic went?
Look, that's the unlikely one, bro. That it's the more likely one is it's not a wrong address, and there's more, or maybe it is, but then one person said the address, everyone else just didn't verify it and they went with it. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
But all of it is
The most likely thing here is that these certificates are just cosmetics that their legal department applied for and got, but they know and not actually applying it at all. There's this one guy.
Well, guys, you have to understand that certificates are not little things that are vanity things. There's a whole compliance and audit chain that's connected to that, and regulated actors and oversight bodies and self-regulatory organizations. They require you to attest that you're following that and have processes and controls for that. And if it turns out that that's not true, there are very significant fines and potentially even criminal liability that exists to the fiduciaries of the organization for violations of these things. And actually, in many cases, the corporate veil could be waived, and you're held personally liable in class action lawsuits against people who violate these types of things. The accounting firms, they can get very significant fines if they audit books and it turns out that they fucked up. This is what happened in the Enron case, and those are still there, and people can even lose their licenses if they sign off on things that aren't true.
We have
PCI
some more breaking news
COD.
here out of the Financial Times. This is just a quick one. FTX held $2.2 billion of Serum, a crypto token which had a total market cap of just $84 million. So on its books, it was claiming that it held $2.2 billion of a token.
Oh my God.
And that total worth was only worth $84 million.
And it's worth noting that Serum was actually founded by SBF as well.
Yes, that is worth noting as well.
And run by FTX.
This is fucking insane, man.
The latest from the FT is, they said the balance sheet of FTX consists of $9 billion of liabilities to $900 million of illiquid assets. So that's literally, if we take that at face value, that means they may even have 10% of coins. The rest is obviously going to be down to the intertwined relationship between the loans that they did with Alameda. But it's not looking good in terms of the actual just FTX balance sheet without Alameda. So creditors are really going to essentially try and get access to their coins. And then it all comes down to how well did Alameda play VC and hedge fund. And if they blew a lot up with hedge fund, which they did because they geared up too much, then it comes down to what illiquid securities where they weren't able to gear, but they also geared up some of their private equity like Robinhood shares. So it all comes down to the recovery is most likely going to come down to the value of the private equity, and most of it was probably private equity that they got for free. Well, not free. They invest in the private equity and then get free tokens, and follow the VC model of dump the tokens to get a free private equity investment. And so that's what is essentially probably going to end up with creditors' recovery across 5 million people.
Simon, can I ask you something?
This is just one interesting point here. I've also seen a story today in the Express from Austria. So FTX had a relationship with the Ukrainian government, and they helped them to turn the donations of crypto into fiat. And apparently, those donations that they were supposed to turn into fiat were actually never provided. And on top of this, the Ukrainian government was convinced by FTX to invest in crypto. So funds that they received from the United States that they are not spending right away, they were using FTX to invest that. And so the interesting thing is the United States is sending money to Ukraine. Ukraine puts it into FTX, and Sam donates $100 million to the Democratic Party. That's full circle. So the money that comes from the US to Ukraine goes back through a different channel through donations from Sam to a political party. There is so much more to the story that is going to come out over the next couple of weeks and months. And Charles said something, very important today. I've also said that yesterday. Now the Congress the House is going to look at this. This will be investigated on so many different levels. And now that the Republicans have the majority in the House, all these people that were involved in these deals are going to be questioned under oath, and we will get so much more juicy stuff coming out of this. But it's just crazy when I hear that they were gaming the books so much that they created fantasy valuations of cryptos that they themselves controlled. And who did they do that for? Maybe those were the cryptos that they sold
Hey, Charles.
to the
I have
Ukrainian
a question for
government.
Charles regarding
Before
the regulation.
Before we go down the regulation path, Ninja, I know that NFT power rankings, you've been trying to come up for a bit just to share your experience with Crypto.com. Anyone else that has their hand up that wants to share their experience with Crypto.com, there's just too many. Just DM me what it is so the team can bring you up. But power rankings, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I mean, just like to bully this dude into coming up a little bit. Like, literally, I worked with them for 8 months as like a DEX running marketing, and they sponsored an event, like a big event where we bought like a horse. They just didn't show up. Like, no one from their team came. And then, like, literally, we signed a deal to be a DEX on their platform as a partnership. We spent a shit ton of money on it. And then they ghosted us when the chain launched. So I'm just saying, like, there's been a lot of craziness. Like, that's just like the fucking bird's eye view overview. But it was just like, it was like crazy dealing with them. So, like, I almost believe this was a mistake. Like, from my angle, at least. Because that's how many mistakes I saw. But I'd love to hear this guy come up and talk. Just kind of about, as if it was a mistake, just say it.
Yeah, so we're trying to bring him up, and the question goes back to Michael's
Wait, he has
point.
said it. He said it was a mistake.
Yeah, so he tweeted about it, and I DM'd him, and he confirmed that tweet, that's his position. But it goes back to Michael's point, like with all these certificates and all these steps that they should have in place. Like, Michael, you go through more steps than potentially Crypto.com could be going through, based on the tweet that you made.
Well, Crypto.com has to go through all these steps because, I mean, they're compliant to all these types of certifications, and they have to go through these steps. Otherwise, they can't make any outgoing. These big, well, you have to consider these big amounts have to be signed off at least by a couple of people, and they have to agree on the destination address, amount, and so on. I mean, if you just do a quick multi-sig signature and tell everybody sign it, everything is okay, and nobody double checks it, this is not the right way, and this is not how internal processes should work.
So what you're saying is it wasn't a mistake. Is that your assumption?
Yes, it was deliberately done, and because a couple of people had to sign off, and everybody agreed that this is the correct destination address, and so at least a couple of people agreed that the money should be sent to this address. Yes.
And what? So let's go down that rabbit hole. Obviously, this is an assumption for anyone listening.
Yes.
But obviously, most of the assumptions from different speakers in the last 2 days have turned out to be not only true but mild relative to the truth. So Michael, why? So what's the story then? Though, why would Gates send them the money back if it was a mistake? Are they facing liquidity? Did they? I'm just gonna put a theory out there again. This is not fact. But that was done 3-4 weeks ago. Why would Gate be sending the money back now? Remember, I want to just clarify and correct me if I'm wrong, but that mistake was made weeks ago. Are they just going through the books because they're facing liquidity issues? What's your take on it, Michael?
I can't speculate here. I can only reassure you that based on the processes they should have had in place, they send it to this address in a consensus, meaning that they agreed on sending it to them, to Gate. But why Gate sent it back, I can't comment on this because it's speculative. But I can assure you that if you send these amounts and have these processes in place, at least the executive board knows about it and signed off with it. But why they send it back, I don't know. Speculatively, I can't comment on this. But I just want to make sure that if people are compliant to these standards, they should follow these standards and not blindly sign off at anything one person says should be done. Yeah?
Okay. I'll give the mic to Ninja. You had your hand up, and then Jay.
Yeah, thank you, Mark.
By the way, quickly, chat. There's breaking news that was sent to me. Just forward it to you. If you can verify it before sharing it, would be great. Not sure what the source is. You got to ask the team. Go ahead, Ninja.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you, Michael, for bringing that. So, real quick, I have two questions. Well, actually, one question for Mr. Hodgson. Excuse me, for Charles. And before that, Kim says, Mr. Kim.com says he has some juicy Binance stuff that he wants to share. Once we get to 15,000, we're currently at about 13,000. So, if everyone could please share this with your friends.
I was gonna tell Kim. We were like at 9,000. I'm like, Kim, yesterday we hit those numbers because Elon was there. Like anything above 5,000 is 5 times bigger than the second biggest space. Let's not aim for 15K, otherwise you'll never get to share it. And I was gonna tell him this, and I'm like,
at 13. Listen, have more confidence in the audience. They are great people.
What about 13.5, Kim? What about 13.5, Kim? We want to know this juicy Binance.
Let's
okay, listen.
13.5, 13.5. Okay.
Okay, bet. Deal. Thank you. Okay, no, I have two things. And this is question that's been weighing on me for quite some time since I've been doing research. So, Charles, you're one of the biggest proponents down on the Hill for crypto. Thank you so much for that. You've been literally down there with SBF, so you're in that inner circle. And so I just really want to know your perspective on two things: the Responsible Financial Innovation Act, and also the other one that we have right now. Excuse me, I'm losing it. Yes,
the Stab Now bill.
Yes, but specifically with those two is, where are they at? Are both of them going to go through? Or do they conflict with each other? And how will they affect us? And if you could just break down for the audience, because I'm surprised. I mean, I am not surprised, but many people don't even know that these two crypto acts are on the table, and kind of break it down of what they are and what they could potentially do for us or not do.
Okay. So FIA is something that we've had discussions with Senator Lummis's office in particular since December of last year, when it was kind of a proto bill, and it's grown to, I think, 150 pages. The problem with it is it's too big. So it covers such a large remit that it has to pass through 4 committees, and it's very unlikely in its current form that it's going to be able to do that in a highly partisan, politically charged environment. It covers taxes, asset definitions, policy on CFTC versus Securities Exchange Commission. It creates a new asset category to put cryptos into. It has a disclosure section, creates a working group for DAOs. It's probably the most comprehensive piece of legislation. There's some good, there's some bad. we've been arguing that you need an all-of-government approach. This is not just a financial product. So we've been talking to the Department of Commerce. We've been talking to NIST. We've also been talking to the defense guys, like we met with several congressmen and senators who are on defense committees, because we're arguing that crypto and blockchain is good for infrastructure resilience and cybersecurity. And the United States is one of the weakest countries in the world in terms of infrastructure security and cybersecurity. We're incredibly vulnerable to attacks and hacks. And if you're going to go rebuild all of America's infrastructure, you might as well put some blockchain to secure elections, secure your power grid, these types of things. And so when you start looking at an all-of-government approach, you stop saying, well, is it going to be regulated by the CFTC or the SEC, which is usually what all these bills are stemming around. There's another, which is the Stab Now bill, and it looks fairly close to what the DCEA is in the House, the Digital Commodity Exchange Act. And there, basically, they're saying if it is a commodity, they give the CFTC a whole bunch of powers to be able to properly regulate crypto. The problem with all of these bills is they do not have a definition of sufficiently decentralized, so they don't give us any clarity on whether the SEC is in charge or the CFTC is in charge. They're saying, well, at some point, somebody somewhere or a court somewhere will kind of figure this out, which has been our principal criticism that we've had. Some of these bills undo the mistake in the infrastructure bill with respect to taxation and disclosures. Some of these bills create favorable tax policy for crypto, where if you're staking or mining, you don't necessarily have a tax event as soon as you receive the token, but rather when you sell it, similar to how commodities work with, if you grow hay, it doesn't provoke a tax event until you harvest the hay and sell the hay, not just having it in your field. It's nonsensical to have tax policy in that direction. So what we always thought was going to happen was that first the Biden executive order had to clear, and it took 180 days for that to go through. The reports came out in September, and that's the official Democrat position of crypto. And there's a whole bunch of policy recommendations there. And then I said, all right, well, the election has to clear, which it has. And once it's settled who controls the Senate and who controls the House, then at that point, the Republicans, Democrats are going to get together, and they're going to start haggling over which bills they like, which policies they like. So on the left side, there's going to be some discussion about getting the EPA and the Department of Energy involved in mining and scoring mining and penalizing people who use carbon sources for mining and promoting people who use alternative energy for mining. There's going to be a lot of consumer protection stuff that gets involved. There's going to be some disclosure regime, and both the SEC and the CFTC are going to get more tools in their box for enforcement. Now that this has happened, there's probably going to be additional things on regulated institutions for audit and oversight, and special powers given to basically look at market stability as well. So I would expect the soonest we'd see progress on this bill, probably December. And then all throughout the first quarter next year, people are probably working on it, haggling it, and more likely than not, something will get passed in 2023.
So I've given just a quick update, everyone. Appreciate that, Charles. I've brought someone on stage that was chatting to Chet about sharing some findings on FTX. But everybody, another important point, I pinned a tweet above. That's the one I want everyone to go in and start tagging Chris, Crypto.com, to just come on stage and answer the questions to give us more clarity. Because I see it as one of two ways. When you have, 10,000 people on stage, whatever now, 12,000, whatever it is, listening to these allegations and having concerns. If I was leading Crypto.com, the first thing I'd do is come on here, give clarity. Other exchanges have done this over the last few days, or at least some of them. And the ones that don't are the ones that will be questioned. And when there's the level of outflows they have at the moment, I think it's the wise thing to do. So I'm just trying to be, I'm trying to give clarity, Chris. Don't get pissed off at me. And I would come on stage if I was you. I think everyone would appreciate it. So otherwise, I'm going to give the mic while waiting for everyone to tag the fuck out of the tweet above to get Chris on. Chris is the CEO of just everyone to know which Chris I'm talking about, so you don't tag some poor random Chris. It's the CEO of Crypto.com. His username is simple, KRIS. I'm just going to DM him again now. Let me see if he's DMing me, hating on me. No, he's not.
Hey, Mario, they came up on stage yesterday or the day before yesterday and then dipped out once we started.
So that
that
wasn't
very
Chris.
Briefly when Elon was here
so
for like
exactly.
5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So that's their main account. I don't know if it was Chris that came on using it or someone else. Let me ping him. He sent me a message saying, no stress at all. FUD without substance doesn't stick. Plus, I understand everyone is super sensitive after FTX. It's normal. I agree with you. That was not now. That was 3 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago. So yes, FUD without substance doesn't stick, but FUD with substance ends up being facts. So I'll give the mic to who was it that has that information? What was your name? Sorry, sir. Not Wesley. Wesley, what's up, bro? You had some information regarding FTX?
Yeah. I've been in some groups. I've been in. There's a certain individual, respected individual. I haven't given me approval to say their name, but essentially, they're involved in an advisory board, whereby FTX actually took some tokens by the same name as theirs, dumped them at a low price, and literally destroyed their token. And they didn't actually have any of the token. They just created one.
Okay, that's a pretty big allegation. If we can get a source for this, it's not something I could tweet, but I just don't know how that would work. If you have any information on this, if the person could tell us what the project is or anything at all, there's no harm to them. Like there's no reason not to. If they're listed on Crypto.com, it's not a big loss.
Apparently they weren't listed.
Okay, so there's no reason. Yeah, there's no reason for him not to share the information. Literally no reason at all. If he can, I think it would be good to get to shed more light on this and make because right now it's just a story that we can't verify.
For now, it's just hearsay.
Yeah, exactly. It's hearsay. But if we can verify it, I think it'll be very interesting information to share. I'd give the mic to Jay. I know you've been waiting for a while. Then Dusty. Kim, we need that Binance story, my friend. So I don't know what we're up to.
Yeah, we're at 7.5.
And something just so you all know from the Ether scan, it appears that some of those hacked ETH are being pulled out of the fuck FTX 2. Oh. So something I just saw here from an hour 24 minutes ago. I was going to say something else. I'll touch on what I was going to say first. So the first thing I noticed looking at the Ether scan results is that they're moving tens of thousands of ETH to the Ukraine crypto donation fund now from this hack. And they've now created a brand new Uniswap V2 pool called CRO Next. Keep in mind that their prior one was fuck FTX.
CRO Next. Jeez, hold on. Tens of thousands of ETH from the FTX hacked funds.
900,000 ETH, 900,000
of ETH from the FTX hacked funds being moved to where?
To CRO Next from the FTX account strainer. So they pulled a whole bunch of funds out of the fuck FTX 2. So basically 5 hours ago.
To CRO Next wallet. So I need to tweet it quickly. CRO Next wallet. Do I call you say wallet?
Yes, it's called Uniswap V2 CRO Next. So they're using a DEX, and they're pooling it into this so basically they did this yesterday. They were taking funds out of the FTX account strainer, moving it into Uniswap V2, fuck FTX 2, and now they appear to be signaling that they're coming after Crypto.com next.
What the fuck is going on? I just tweeted it. Check. Can you please review the tweet to make sure it's accurate?
Like, so fuck FTX is fucking creditors, because this is creditors' money now. So it's a bit of a silly. I don't know what the game is they're going for.
Hold on. What do you mean credit? That's from the hacked funds, isn't it? That's not the. That's
yeah,
the
but if you're hacking funds from FTX, you're hacking creditors' funds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But so check. Can you please just check my tweet? Check my tweet quickly. Sorry, but just check my tweet. It's okay. The tweet is accurate or no?
Yeah. So the 900 million that was due. 900 million was due to creditors.
900K of ETF from the.
Let me fix it of ETF.
900K ETF. It was.
Yeah. I know. I'm just gonna fix it.
900K ETF from the FTX funds being moved to CRO Next wallet. To CRO Next wallet on Uniswap. V2.
Okay. Otherwise, it's good.
And what was the connection to Ukraine? Did you say it's going to the?
Yes, they're also moving money from the FTX account, a drainer, to the Ukraine crypto donation.
Ukraine. That's what it's actual, not called that. It's actual the Ukraine crypto donation fund, a wallet.
Okay.
Yeah, and so yeah, like literally, it's mind-boggling to me. But they
Yeah, they moved a lot of funds
Can
yesterday.
you add the transaction hashes in the tweet, please, in the thread?
Yeah,
Chat?
yes, I can
Yeah,
go
please
ahead
add
do
it.
that right now. Okay.
So what do you make out of this, Simon? Or Kim? Kim as well, you can jump in if you want.
So help me understand what's happening. They're just
So
swapping. So this is
they've sent 900,000 ETH from
yeah.
the drained funds from FTX to a wallet labeled CRO Next, which is Crypto.com Next. So it's more of just sending a message. The hackers are sending a message, from what I understand, and anyone that wants to correct me, feel free to do so. They're sending a message that
Yeah, so they want to
Crypto.com
create a run on Crypto.com. So if anyone's listening to this, you do want to withdraw your funds from Crypto.com if you hadn't been doing it already. Yeah, so this is going to create a further run on Crypto.com.
Mario, mind if I ask Simon something real quick?
Yeah, is it about this transfer of funds?
Not about that transfer of funds, but about something
I'll let you jump in just in a bit. I'm just trying to understand this how serious this tweet is. This news. Let me see CRO token. What's happening to it? It seems stable. Let me see. That's good. I just don't know. Like Samuel, I don't know what to make out. I just don't understand. I don't know whether this is a big warning sign to leave Crypto.com, or is that just hackers fucking around? Because we had, just remember, we had
But even if they don't do it,
yeah, so we
still
had
going to create fear.
Yeah, so we had exactly, like even if Crypto.com did nothing wrong, which obviously a lot of indications that's not the case, but even if they did nothing wrong, this will still cause significant damage. But remember, all the people that came on stage and credible people saying that everything indicates that the people that hacked FTX were insiders. So if that is the case, you've got FTX insiders that were shitty hackers. They did a bad job taking the money, sending a warning sign that Crypto.com is next. That's what I make out of it.
They
I think
also
they debunked the shitty thing, didn't they?
CRR will also do what they call burns. And if you notice, if you look at their price action as far as the CRO, they can manipulate this. So even if people are withdrawing, they can burn some of the token and make it look like it's stable. So I would love to get someone who is more of an on-chain sleuth, particularly for CRO, because I've told you, I've been watching this coin and the shadiness for years. They've been doing very shady stuff with the coin for a long time.
Yeah, who's your on-chain person, Mary?
We're trying to keep up with all we're getting a lot more information via DMs, but we're trying to validate it all. Romy, if we can get an on-chain analyst, we can get the same gentleman as before, Dan, to come on, Romy, or another on-chain analyst to look into it. Otherwise, chat, you can keep in, there's a few good on-chain analysts on Twitter. I forget their names, but Chris, I can't remember their names. Do you want to give them a shout out?
Dima from yesterday.
Yeah, Dima, and who else? Does anyone know them? I want to give them a quick shout out. The on-chain analysts on Twitter. Just want to give them a shout out. Can anyone remember them? Zach XBT is one of many. Sources have mentioned. You could Dusty, you can jump in and Michael. Actually, hold on, Michael. Have you looked into it? Michael.
Yeah, I'm here.
Have you looked at the transaction hashes shared in my tweet to validate the news?
Yeah, right. I'm doing it right now. I'm spinning up my virtual machines here. I'm also trying to get on some PCI DSS auditor friends of mine, as well as asking the C4 consortium to be joining the space and talk a little bit about the implication of breaching these kind of certifications.
Okay, yeah, please do get that information. I think that's important once we move on. This is fucking crazy, chat. I think we're gonna have another 30-hour.
Hold on a second here. So it looks. This is interesting too here as well. So give me a second. I'm looking a little bit deeper here into the Ether scan just to make sure that we're getting all the numbers here correct.
Yeah, please make sure you don't give me any wrong info, bro. You know how much hate I'll fucking get.
All right, let's take a look here. So look a little bit deeper into what we're seeing here. They're making this hard to actually be able to get a full value on. So what they did, I would say, let's correct that tweet just really quickly. let's go with this. So what it appears that they did is they moved 10 ETH originally to open up a CRO Next wallet that they've created funds from. They did this with the FTX wallet yesterday. And let's take a look at what they did there.
So I need to know whether the tweet is accurate, or I need, or it needs to. Is it an accurate message? At least the message, and we just need to make small corrections here and there, or the whole tweet is incorrect? I need to know.
It's just the amount of ETH needs to be corrected.
Oh,
because we have
okay,
to get
that's
those
fine.
numbers
The
down.
amount of correction. So what's the amount?
So right now, well, so the amount of ETH that they moved technically to open up this Uniswap V2 was 10 ETH itself. Then they essentially minted out 900,000 from it of what is called CRO Next. So they were creating a fuck FTX2 token, and then they're creating a CRO Next token.
Can you make so the message is still the same. They're warning us about crypto.com. So if you can put another tweet like under it, correcting all this just so it's accurate, because it's already been seen by a couple of 100,000 people. Let me see how many. Yeah. So yeah, if you could make that correction, but the message is still there that they're warning us about crypto.com. Can you please confirm that, chat?
Yes, I can.
Okay, Michael. So okay, that's confirmed. Michael, if you can look into the chain analytics as well, that would be great. Just tell us if there's anything that needs. And if there's anything you find out that's urgent or anything inaccurate that we tweeted, you have to immediately unmute and tell us. But okay. Chat has been on point for the last couple of days. Chat,
15,000. 15,000 people.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I know. Everyone's waiting for the Binance thing. Kim, I don't know what the Binance thing you have, bro, but I'm not going to say a fan, but I generally have a lot of respect for CZ and the exchange, so I'm a bit worried what's going to come next.
That's all good, and all I'm going to do is raise some questions, right? There's a lot of people here. Do you want me to dive into it?
Yes, I'm just checking. I just want to see the impact this is going to have on crypto.com, if any. Yeah, crypto.com's. Oh no, I'm looking at the fucking FTT token like an idiot. Sorry guys, hold on. Crypto.com. Yeah, it's also stable. All right, so hopefully things are okay with crypto.com. Not because of their sake. It's more mainly because of the user's sake. But otherwise, if anyone else has any findings on this, I see a lot of hands up. Please DM us so we can verify the information, and then we'll bring you up. I see a few notable speakers with their hands up as well. Right. So just DM us,
I just issued the correction into the comments.
Perfect. Appreciate it, man. I think that's it, Kim. I think we can. I think someone has a hand up before that. Hold on. I think.
Mario, one last thing. Michael here. We can exclude that this was a lending because Crypto.com explained that they sent it to a wrong address. Correct?
Chat, that's for you.
Crypto.com says that they accidentally sent it to an external wallet, an external whitelisted wallet, Crypto.com's, and as well as
all right, guys. So hold on. Hold on, guys. There's someone. What's your handle? Someone with the CZ now. So CZ is someone I trust. It's with CZ now. Just DM me, and he wants to be added in. So I'm gonna bring him up now.
Fantastic.
At least someone willing to give some clarity. And what was fascinating is the biggest exchange is the one that's willing to come up and speak.
And I appreciate that. That is really good.
That's exactly what we fucking need. So for any exchange that's too scared to come up on stage, this is a good example of how you should be handling this situation if you have nothing to hide. Because if you have things to hide, definitely coming up on stage, unless you're a good liar, is not a good idea. If you have nothing to hide, then coming up and clearing quote-unquote FUD, as Chris mentioned. Chris, you told me this is FUD, yeah? So FUD doesn't stick, you're right. So if you come on stage, that's how it doesn't stick. Someone's message, yes, 100% raw meter reliable. This person is one of the most respected people in the space, and he's friends with CZ, so I'm going to bring him up. Let me get his handle, waiting for his handle. Perfect timing. All right, I got his handle. I've been watching this person's growth, or he's an ambassador as well, by the way, everyone. So I've just invited you, Gabriel. And invited you. Check DMs. All right. Let me see. It'd be cool if Elon joins with CZ. That would make it more fascinating, and they start having an argument on
Yeah.
stage.
No, I kind of understand why CZ is not coming up himself, but if it's someone who's knowledgeable in the Binance organization, then that would be very good because I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
I think he's in Bali right now.
Let me invite him again.
Mario, quick
Yeah, bro.
question for anyone, or maybe it's better for Simon or Kim to take part from this. How can we be sure that the money sent from Crypto.com to Gate are not being used as a way to show proof of reserves?
We can't be certain of that, actually, just from everything that we're seeing right now. And the reason why we can't be certain of that is the auditors who looked at this, the name of that auditing company is Armanio. And Armanio was FTX's auditor as well. So the veracity of that data comes heavily into question at this point.
Well, we had Cuffy on yesterday from OSEC, who was obviously an auditor, security on behalf of Alameda Group. So is it worth getting him on?
We can DM him for sure. We can try to bring him on. Okay,
Yeah, and
so
the other
Gabriel, hold
thing
on,
that
guys, just quickly. Gabriel is trying to come up. If you can put your hand up, Gabriel.
You need to take someone off the stage in order to bring him up.
No, this should be. Oh, okay, yeah, it's full again. All right, if you could, I'll do it now quickly, and whoever's brought down, I'll bring you back up. So, no, it's the stage is not full, bro. Is it? Oh,
And
it is.
that's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
that's
now you
not
have a
Oh no, hold
Gabriel.
on,
That's
guys, hold on, guys, hold on. Gabriel,
Hey guys. Hello everyone.
pleasure to speak again, man. It's been a long
Hello
time.
Mario.
hang on. You have to refer to him as Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, how are you?
I'm doing fine, everyone. How's everyone doing?
Doing wonderful. Well, could be
I'm
better.
actually here in Bali with CZ and a few other of the OGs, and CZ wouldn't do a Twitter space without his team sanctioning it, so he isn't going to be joining. But he's not that far away from me. But what I would say as a caveat for the industry is, it's very important that we as the educated ones continue to educate those out there. And if you don't control your keys, it's not your coins. I think that's the very first thing that needs to be put out there. And a lot of the newcomers don't understand the importance of this. And we've seen the result in the last week of what happens when that type of education isn't disseminated into the industry. So I think that's the very first starting point. The second thing I would say is that a lot of these exchanges, and I'm not pointing any fingers, although there is one that's being focused on today. What I would say is a lot of these exchanges spent more than what they're earning. And there comes a time when there's a burnout point. And we are about to see some of those burnout points take place. And I would advise members very strongly, get your coins off of exchanges. I'm going to leave it at that, and everyone can read between the lines from there.
Well, that's a powerful statement from the friend of CZ who joined the
These aren't
the
CZ.
group
These
here.
words are my own. They do not reflect CZ's opinions, actions, or thoughts.
Wow. Well, then I appreciate that, Gabriel. Let me dive into it. I have a couple of questions, and
Before, do you mind,
that
Kim?
you are.
Can I ask? Sorry, Kim. Do you mind if I ask a couple of questions, if that's okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Please. So Gabriel, how I know we cannot name names, and we've got a responsibility, and I've been trying really hard to just everything we state or tweet is verified and try not to create FUD. But we're in a position where we have to balance it, in which we don't want to create FUD, but there's such lack of clarity, and so many users still have their funds within exchanges that don't understand how serious the situation is. You recommend removing those funds from exchanges, not your keys, not your coins. My question to you is, how much more pain do you expect us to
A
see
lot.
before
A
things?
lot. The contagion isn't over. We're going to see a lot more dominoes fall over the next few days, weeks, and months. Again, a lot of these guys were propped up on on foundations that were not stable. You know, they were creating their own tokens out of thin air and selling those tokens as a form of utility, as a mechanism to stay alive. And even in some cases, they were spending above their means to the point where they were taking out ridiculous ad spending. And I think at some point, the chicken's coming home to roost. And we are at the point right now where users are starting to realize that they need to get the coins off the exchanges, and those are going to cause a bank run. And the reality of why, listen, proof of reserves is not a new thing. When we launched Bit out of Barbados in 2013, I remember desired for proof of reserves because the Mt. Gox fiasco set that notion into the marketplace. But somewhere along the lines, by 2016 and 17, the market forgot about the importance of being able to verify on-chain what you were holding on behalf of your clients. We don't want to see an audited statement, or we don't want to see a publication by your CFO. We don't need anything where it says, hey, trust me. We need stuff that says we can verify with mathematical certainty that the situation is what it is. And at this current,
Yeah, but that's how do you verify the liabilities though? So yeah, you can have proof of reserves, but all sorts of contracts could have been written on those reserves and all sorts of things.
Granted, that is 100% the case, and this
So
is.
it's really important to get it to say, like, you got to give the truth here. The proof of reserves is just one half of the equation.
But proof of reserves can be
and that doesn't
verified with mathematics. Proof of liabilities cannot.
Yeah, but it exactly. But that's what I'm saying. You can't tell half the story. You got to tell the whole story.
Yes.
The whole story is that, and you do need audit in on top of that in order to say that, because if everyone can fire out an address, and you don't know where those funds came from or what's happening with those funds, so it's a bit. All I'm trying to get at is it's got to be accurate to, because if we're going to be using that as use us, then we've got to tell you people
I
need to understand
absolutely
what this
do
means.
not think that is a true north to allow a user to trust an exchange, but it is a good starting point. Obviously, there's many other aspects that are needed to be considered. The longevity in the market, how that exchange has handled situations in the past, how they've managed their community. The proof of liabilities, I guess, is another good one, with some sort of attestation from a trusted third party, maybe an auditing company or some legal outfit. All of these things can become industry standards. But, you know, I think it was Jeff Garzik that said it best. The whole reason why DeFi and these decentralized protocols were designed was because it removed the absence of trust, and then we had verification. And I think that lends to a very important argument here, is that are we moving into a new age of where DEXs are now the things that we look towards, because everything surrounding a DEX is transparent, it's verifiable, and everyone can see what's happening, and we don't need to trust the words of some CEO or executive that we may or may not like. And I think that's.
But it's worth pointing out that if you were complying at Binance with some of the regulations out there as well, then you would have this on top of your proof of reserves.
Well, one would assume, depending on where you're regulated, that each regulator would have its own, and we're assuming that regulators are educated at this point.
Well, Launchpad and Earn is securities, and those products, those yield generating products, and Launchpad are securities.
You know, I actually got in a pretty big argument with a regulator out of Barbados that refused to have a single layer exchange without the brokerage being underneath it. And his argument was, even if you love the CEO and you trust him, it's not always going to be the case, and you need to segregate the user's funds from the activity of the exchange, which is why in the traditional world, gentlemen, we see the separation between brokers and exchanges. And this regulator argued it. His name is Professor Avinash Prasad, and I got really upset with him. Now, in the last week of after what's happened, I have to go back to this guy and say, I think you were completely right. This is why the traditional exchange industry had these mechanisms in place, because it's no longer a case of where I need to trust you. It's a case of where prudent regulation has taken place to avoid the circumstances where users can be front run, where users' funds can be commingled, and where users can be exposed to irresponsible behavior from irresponsible management. And I think that's the real summary of it, gentlemen. We're about to head in to a new age of crypto regulation that is almost going to mirror the traditional regulation.
I have a question to you, Gabriel, and other speakers. I'll take responsibility for saying this, but I've had enough people, including some speakers on stage earlier, give us enough warning signs about crypto.com. Am I in a position to tweet openly, because tweets could see 4 million, 2 million people, telling people to get their money off crypto.com immediately?
It's not a bad idea. Look, I know Chris. I like Chris as a person. He's been a member of one of our alpha groups for a while. Really nice chap. But at the end of the day, with this type of ominous environment circulating, the safest and wisest bet is to get your coins off of exchanges until this whole thing blows over, until the industry steps up to its game in providing the most responsible environment for its consumers, and until the regulators do what needs to be done to provide a level of clarity for these exchanges and operators to work within.
Would you go a step further and say anything that's connected with a token and an exchange is probably a higher risk?
Look, if you're selling your token to keep your company alive and your token doesn't have any other utility but to be a mechanism of funding your own enterprise, then I'd say that's a very big red flag. And that's all I would say on that topic.
If I may, if you just talked about getting it off of crypto.com or basically off of any exchange.
I didn't mention crypto.com. I said exchanges in general.
I mentioned, yes, so I mentioned crypto.com.
Yeah, I actually
for the first time.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
My bad. But then, for example, would that mean every crypto exchange imaginable, or are certain ones that you personally, potentially anybody here has thought of that is quote unquote fine to keep it on? Because if I look at my, my holdings here, might have it on, let's say, 10 different crypto exchanges, some partial funds potentially that I put on there at some point.
I'll tell you my personal opinion. I'm a massive fan of Kraken, and I'm a massive fan of Binance. The way they handle their customers, the way they handle any mishaps, the longevity they've had in the space, the interaction that they have with the community, the ethical and moral stances that they take place, which are in line with the community mindset. They have really checked all of the right boxes. I am not advocating to keep your coins on either. I'm saying, from my personal opinion, I'm a massive fan of both. But
and what were the exchanges? Sorry,
Gabriel, Kraken and Binance. Just I use both of them, and I've used them for many, many, many years. Never have had a hiccup. Their support has always been amazing. Their software and their solution has always been great. But gentlemen, is it really a bad thing for you to temporarily move your coins off of exchanges until we have a little bit more clarity and we have a little bit more situational awareness, and until we've seen the contagion really fall to a point where no one else is imploding? No. If you're not actively trading, if you're not actively utilizing those coins, pull them off the exchange. It is not It's not rocket science, and it's not a big deal. You can always put them back on at a later date. It's just right now when the room is on fire, get out of the room. Don't sit in a burning room.
And this is what Elon Musk said to us. What was it? I don't know how long ago it was now that he came on the space, but he literally said, and reaffirmed what everyone says: if it's not your keys, it's not your crypto. And in this sort of situation, it's really important to keep that in mind. Yes, we need to use exchanges to trade things. In this sort of situation, keep everything in
We've
cold
got
storage.
we've got
Really good
someone
advice
from
across the board.
we've got an executive from Coinbase that could be. Oh no, not an executive. We got someone from Coinbase that will be coming on. I've just sent you an invite, sir. You know who you are, so you should be able to accept it. I'll give the mic to Simon. You were speaking.
No, I was just going to ask. I think maybe Kim, you wanted to ask your questions, but maybe if there's anyone in the audience, maybe not right now, that is not going to remove their coins from an exchange, maybe they could come up and explain why later. But you carry on with your questions.
Kim?
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. So Bloomberg had a story on November 12th about the Binance reserves. And the first story, they got a couple things wrong. CZ reacted to it with a tweet and basically said this is shitty journalism. And they updated it and changed a couple of things. But what they keep saying is that the exchange holds 74 billion worth of tokens and around 23 billion, so almost 40%, are BUSD and 6.4 billion in Binance coin. Then I had a look at BUSD because I saw that in his tweets, CZ referred to Paxos, which is the license holder for BUSD. They got a license from the New York Department of Financial Services. And they issued a press release when BUSD was granted. And they said DFS is committed to encouraging innovation while providing regulatory oversight to keep New Yorkers and the rapidly evolving financial service market safe. So I did a bit of digging here, and literally everywhere the DFS talks about this license, they are mentioning New York residents. If you go into their, hold on, let me bring it up here. So if you go into their definitions, they say New York residence means any person that resides, is located, or has a place of business, or is conducting business in New York. So to me, my understanding of this license is that it is quite limited. Yet Binance is marketing BUSD to everyone around the world. At least that's my understanding. Correct me if I'm wrong. What the DFS also says is that this regulation, this license, does not overrule a federal or state law or other regulations in other places that go against this. So I find it quite interesting that Binance is marketing BUSD to basically a global audience. And then what I also find quite interesting, when you go to the Binance website and you go to the page where BUSD is marketed, as part of the license, there is a consumer protection clause that says one requirement for the license is disclosure of material risks. As part of establishing a relationship with the consumer and prior to entering into an initial transaction on or behalf of with the consumer, each licensee shall disclose in clear, conspicuous and legible writing in English language in any other predominant language spoken by the consumer or the licensee that virtual currency is not a legal tender, is not backed by the government, and accounts and value balances are not subject to Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation or security investor protections. The list goes on. There are literally 10 items that need to be disclosed. These are the rules of this license that need to be disclosed before an initial transaction. And when you go to the Binance website and you go to the page where they market BUSD, it's binance.com/en/BUSD, you will find nothing. There's absolutely nothing. And required by this license is that the full disclosure is made to the consumer before he even gets into the transaction stage. So my question to Binance is, number one, if the license is limited to New York residents, how can this be marketed worldwide? And number two, if the license requires this kind of disclosure, why can't I find that anywhere on the Binance website?
Any thoughts from anyone? We've got someone from Coinbase joining, but no one from Binance.
Well, in general, guys, I've worked with CZ for many years in many different capacities and the Binance organization. And I incline to agree with Gabe that when you look at all exchanges, they're not fungible. You know, Kraken and Binance in particular have been two that have always stood out that we have had a great working relationship with, and we've never had a belief that there's an integrity problem. So I just want to make sure that that's stated, that CZ, in my view, is one of the good guys here, and it would be unbelievable to me if there was something equivalent to what's happening.
Yeah, there's a statement. There's a statement here. Yeah, I would agree with that statement. Kim, there's a statement here by someone. BUSD is regulated by Paxos and issued. It's not issued by Binance itself. Not sure if that relates to.
Yes, I can shed some light on that. So Paxos. So when you're dealing with things like basically, there's two ways of doing things. You can have a bank charter, and none of this is legal advice. I just have to deal with so much of these regulations. But in the US, you can have a bank charter, which would allow you to do the equivalent of a bank. But most of the stable coins use something called a money service business. And a money service business is at the federal level. But then you need to be approved at the state-by-state level, which is a money transmitter. And Paxos, what they've done is they've got they use a state trust in New York, and New York is pretty much the gold standard of trying to, without the exception of having a federal charter, New York would be the hardest one to get. And so Paxos make an opinion that they could launch their stablecoin infrastructure based upon that state charter in New York. There's never such a thing as perfect compliance.
Mario? Hey, Mario?
Okay, listen.
Sorry,
we're not talking about not perfect compliance. We're talking about absolutely zero compliance with the rules by the DFS. And if Paxos has some kind of agent or licensee agreement with Binance, then they need to ensure that Binance follows these rules, or else Paxos will lose their license. See, I mean, these rules are there for a reason. The license was granted with the caveat that whoever is offering this BUSD product is educating consumers about the risks. And there's none of that on the Binance website. So
Hey,
that's a
Mario?
very serious problem.
Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I actually have Richmond Teal of Paxos right next to me. I'm going to put him on.
Go ahead, Rich. Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear.
Hi, yeah. So I heard those comments, and I think most of it is right. So, in generally when we issue a product in partnership, which we've done a couple of, there's a stringent process that we go through to ensure that we get all the check marks right. So, I think that there is some, I think, of what you said, where a lot of information that is very specific to our product is on the Paxos website. So there's something that we'll try to fix better, because if you go to the Paxos website, you'll see exactly what you mentioned, which is information that should be available. And there are links from the Binance website to the Paxos website where the information you mentioned is available. So, we provide stablecoins as a service. BUSD is one of them. It's not the only one, and this is just generally how we operate that. So the information's available. The reserves are available. The disclosure documents and all that are actually very readily available and required by law. So it does exist.
Here's the problem, right, with what you just said. There is no information as required by the license anywhere on this site where this product is being advertised, right? So the understanding that I have from the license requirement is that these risks are presented to consumers before they enter into any kind of transaction on the page where this product is advertised. It is not enough that you say, well, there is a link to Paxos somewhere, and if someone wants to find this information, they can find that on the Paxos website. That is not good enough. That is not what the regulator required you guys to do.
Well,
That's a
no, I
big
mean,
problem.
look, if someone is trading and using that particular stable coin, it's hard to put that information on the trading page. And there's information on every single token, on every single stable coin, on the relevant web pages and information links. So everywhere from the academy to about the product to all that, you'll find the information you're talking about. Maybe perhaps you're saying it's not available on the trading page itself. I don't think any of the tokens have specific disclosures on the trading page itself, but on the relevant websites and all that, it's very much available. Everything down to the QSIPs
So
of everything you hold.
Let me read it to you again. Just 1 second.
No,
1
Kim,
second.
hang on. Hang
Let
on.
me read
What
the
disclosures are you
consumer
worried about?
protection. No, let me. There are quite a few. There are 10 of them, right? But let me read the consumer protection part of the license that Paxos has once again. As part of establishing a relationship with the customer, and prior to entering into an initial transaction, material risks associated with the product, services, and activities and virtual currencies generally, including at a minimum the following, have to be disclosed. And here it goes. Number 1, virtual currency is not a legal tender. It's not backed by the government, blah, blah, blah. Legislative and regulatory changes or actions of the state, federal, or international level may adversely affect the use, transfer, exchange, and value of virtual currency. The list goes on. There's all kinds of risks. The nature of virtual currency may lead to an increased risk of fraud or cyber attack. You may lose all your virtual currency to a cyber attack, blah, blah, blah. The list is endless. Do you think if you would disclose what is legally required by you to disclose to the consumer on that BUSD page at Binance, that people would still, so easily go ahead and
Kim,
proceed with the
do you mind
transaction?
just quickly, guys, breaking, Kim, can you check the breaking news and share it if legitimate? It was just shared
Yes,
by
I can.
Kirill, please. Sorry, go ahead,
Yes,
Kim, my bad.
it is legitimate information. Now, whether or not it means anything is a different question.
Okay, do you wanna share it or validate if it's worth sharing first?
I'll break it just because it is validated, but
Hey guys, my phone's gonna die. Richmond's gonna join from his phone, and we'll be together for
Yeah, I
a
want to put the caveat. I want to put the
Yeah.
caveat on here that this is, of course,
Okay, hold
citing.
on. 2 seconds. Sorry, 2 seconds. Gabriel, if you can send me his handle on WhatsApp, it'd be great, so I can invite him from his
I'm
handle.
gonna send you his handle right now. Bye.
Thanks, Gabe.
Okay.
Chet, I'll let you finish, and then we'll give
Nice
it to
speaking
Kim.
to everyone. Peace and love, people.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Yes, nice
Thanks,
to meet
man.
you as well, Gabriel.
By the way,
So
guys,
yes,
this is only the first step. By the way, this is only the first step of this disclosure. There's way more to come, so I'm happy he's coming back. Don't worry. This is not all.
Chet.
Okay, yes. So this is from a Hong Kong-based crypto exchange AAX, which has now suspended all operations. They're citing system upgrades for this now, but keep in mind 2 caveats to that. We've had places that have cited different reasons for initial suspensions and then came out later saying that they had issues. Other side of that is it could literally just be system upgrades. Could literally just be system upgrades. Keep that in mind. I also want to speak to one other thing really quick because there is some people on Twitter talking about saying that there's FUD being spread about Crypto.com. The key thing to keep in mind here about Crypto.com is that they transferred hundreds of millions of dollars to the wrong wallets and then just asked for it back. This is verified data. There's no questions about that at all. That cannot be considered a secure form of acting as an exchange.
Can I step on this? Yeah. So, guys, there's too much FUD going on. I think we've been a long
Not
time in
FUD. Not
crypto.
FUD.
Yeah,
No
we've been in.
There's no such thing as FUD about asking people to take their funds off a crypto lending platform.
No.
It's
Okay, I
irresponsible
listen.
not to
So
do.
I listen. So just hear me out, okay, please. Okay. So one at a time. Okay. So we have been in this for a long time. We have the responsibility, yeah, for 80% of users that don't have wallets because they are simple retail. Yeah, who's going to suffer is not you and me and all of us here. Yeah, we already have our keys. We already have it really parked. Unless you actually know for a fact something, then yes, let's share. Let's discuss it. Let's highlight this and bring those people to the conversations. Yeah, but the FUD has to stop because those are the people going to suffer.
We know
No,
for
hold on.
fact.
I want to say one more thing. Crypto.com is not the first time that they mess. They sent $10 million, yeah, to the wrong address to an Australian lady. You remember that? So shit happens, man. And more banks, for example, the Deutsche Bank sent $28 billion. The Deutsche Bank sent $28 billion by mistake as well. Yeah.
So Fernando,
and that's in a high regulated. That's in a high regulated environment.
But Fernando,
this
is not $10 million. This is $400 million.
This is a cataclysmically different amount. This amount of money was enough to be able to make it if. Now this is something that is an if. This is an if right here, and I'll be very clear. This is an if. If it comes down to the case that the snapshots happen to be taken while that money was moved, it entirely changes the story here. That's a big if. But the thing that we do know, this is verified data, Fernando. This isn't FUD. There was money that was moved, hundreds of millions of dollars from a major exchange from the United States, which is supposed to be highly regulated. They come across some of the biggest levels of certification. This isn't just accidentally moving funds from one CR wallet to another wallet. This is moving money from what was supposed to go into an external wallet to an external wallet. I think everyone in the crypto community that has been here since 2012 would say that's not secure, that's not the point of crypto, that's not the way this is supposed to work. And I'm actually surprised to hear you defend that move.
And Fernando, just one thing to mention, we got a chain analyst coming in earlier that talked about all the certificates that Crypto.com had. That means there's multiple steps involved in moving such sums of money, steps that are not involved for an amount of $10 million. I will keep you on stage, Fernando, because I like to balance discussions. So I'm glad you've got that point of view. And I agree with one
But
statement you
Mario,
made.
you put words on my mouth that are not right. I didn't say that. My point was not that. My point was even in high regulated environments, yeah, people make mistakes. They send before $10 million to someone. So in all of that paperwork, all the stuff that people do, they make mistakes. Humans make mistakes, yeah?
True,
so
true.
I'm not saying that they didn't do it.
No one is saying whether or not it's a mistake or not.
We've never,
no one knows. No one knows whether it was a mistake or not.
So what we've done.
The key thing to keep in mind is that no one knows whether it was a mistake or not. What we do know is that they moved money, whether mistakenly or not, in the hundreds of millions of dollars to external wallets, and the only thing they could do was ask for it back, and they're lucky that they could. Or we have no idea what.
And
the
these
other,
are, and these are, and I know, Fernando.
And this is something that would make me not want to put my money into any exchange.
Dude, I agree with you.
I will just, because I want to go back to the discussion between Rich and Kim relating to Kim's concerns, because a lot of people are asking about them. I will keep you on stage to get that balance for you. But also it's important, what we're doing now is asking questions at a time when questions should be asked. I've had very credible sources. I made the statement for the first time since starting this space. I made a statement for people to leave Crypto.com, at least for now, until we get more clarity. And that's based on so many reports that want to be anonymous about various concerns relating to Crypto.com. So they could come out of this, with a better story than what we had in the last few weeks. But so far, every single concern we've expressed on stage over the last 3 days, the facts have turned out to be worse than what our concerns were. So I think it's worth it bringing concerns up, and then we get people that don't have anything to hide, as Rich and Gabe, that will come up, Gabriel, that will come up on stage and address those concerns, which is the way to deal with it. I just give a massive shout out to Rich, and the community agrees. Only if exchanges would do that at a time like this. But Fernando, I'll keep you on stage to keep that balance for you. I appreciate it. Kim, the mic is yours. I know you made a final point that Rich was responding to.
Yeah, is Rich back?
He is, yes.
Yeah, I'm
He's
here.
back with his own account.
Rich and I are here together.
Thank you very much,
Gabe.
by the way, for taking the time. I really appreciate it. Can I ask you about your relationship as the license holder for BUSD with Binance? Like, what is your contractual relationship with Binance? What allows them
so,
to
you know,
sell BUSD?
just to take a quick step back so you understand the context, there are a lot of stable coins out there. In 2015, Paxos was the first company to get a trust bank license under the NYDFS in New York. And we worked with them for the 2 years after that to come up with a framework for very, very safe regulation of stablecoins. It wasn't only till 2017-18 that we launched our own stablecoins, and then we realized we wanted to also help others launch their own stablecoins. We view a world where people should have very safe regulation, very specific regulation, and have very transparent reserves. So we decided to extend that. We did it with HUSD, Huobi, and then that ended. And then we're doing it with Binance, and there'll be others coming along. Now, that regulation puts us very far apart from all the other stable coins out there. If you look at our reserve reporting, we go down to the QSIP numbers. We have various bank accounts. We are not allowed to take any commercial bank credit risk, none of that at all. Our reserves have a small amount for transactions. The rest is $250,000 in every single bank in the United States because of the FDIC insurance. And the rest of it is in extremely short-dated treasuries. Our average duration is about 23 days. And
okay,
so
Rich,
all that money
just
is
a simple
liquid.
question. Just a very simple question, right? You as the license holder, it's your responsibility that your partners follow the rules and regulations that are part of that form your license. Am I right?
Well, yeah, no, I think generally you're right, but I just want to give you a context
Not
and answer your
generally.
first question,
It's
which is
very
what is the agreement?
straightforward.
The
It's really
agreement is
straightforward, Rich.
Kim,
he
said
yes.
He answered your question.
Yes.
He's
Okay,
trying to give
good,
context
good.
now. So our agreement is that we provide the license, we provide the reserve, the custody of the funds, and we provide the fiat on and off ramps to mint and burn BUSD. All BUSD is mint and burned by the issuer of BUSD, which is Paxos and not Binance. So every customer that mints or burns BUSD goes through stringent compliance standards set forth by the New York Department of Financial Services. We also have a license, conditional license federally with the OCC. We just got our full MAS license recently as well. So we go through very strict standards for minting, burning of our stable coins. We also review compliance standards of our partners, which is generally a part of that.
Can you then just answer the simple question? What is your relationship with Binance? Are they an agent? Are they a sub-license? Like, how have you arranged that?
It's a partnership where we are in charge of those aspects that I just mentioned, and they're in charge of marketing and using it and using that stable coin. It's really quite simple. It's half takes the regulatory side and
sorry, let's try and keep it simple. Yeah. So when these disclosures that are required by the license are not made, whose responsibility is that?
So can you say again when what is not made?
The disclosures that are required before you can sell any BUSD anywhere. I've read it out earlier. It's you
did yes. You did read it out. I believe those disclosures exist at the issuer of BUSD, which is Paxos. I'm happy to send the link somewhere. We disclose as much as we can related to the product, as much as it can related to the transparency that we're required by law. By the way, the only one required by law to disclose all of that. I believe that
it is nowhere to be found on the Binance side itself where the product is being offered. Isn't that an issue?
I'm happy to go through and send you the link where Binance Academy to Binance everything explains the product in detail, and also provides attestation reports, audits, and links, and other required documents.
It's really quite easy, Rich. Everyone can do this right now. Go to binance.com/en/BUSD, and that is the site where BUSD is offered, where it's being marketed, and there is zero information about consumer risk at all. There's not even a link. You told me there's a link here that will take me to a place where I can read about this consumer risk. There's absolutely nothing. And if I was a regulator at the DFS and I see this, I would be very, very angry with you for not making sure that you are complying with your license.
Well, so I want to again, state that the issuer of BUSD is Paxos, and so the information is available, and I will double check whether the specific lines that you mentioned are included in there, but a detailed explanation and links to who the issuer is, which again is Paxos and not Binance. The funds are at Paxos and not Binance. The regulation is at Paxos and not Binance. And we are happy to extend that disclosure. And I'm not sure if you look at the website of all the other stable coins that are offered by all the exchanges, whether the exact same standards are being applied. And
that doesn't matter, because what is being advertised here is that this is a licensed product.
Correct.
That has regulatory approval.
Correct.
And then when you look at the rules that are required for the license holder to be complied with, they're not being complied with. And if you have a marketing relationship with Binance to market BUSD, these rules need to apply to your marketing partner as well. You cannot have zero risk information on the website where this product is being marketed and sold. And to me, that is just the beginning of the issues, right? Because there are other requirements that you have in your license agreement that are not being complied with. And that raises the much bigger question: if there's zero compliance with the regulatory requirements, what else is missing? What else is wrong? This is just one issue that I found literally in 2 hours, just quickly reading through the license and comparing it with the product that is being offered on Binance. And that's just a big hole, a big problem.
Sure. And first off, thanks for acknowledging that we are the only stablecoin that is regulated and has a set of rules for you to look up on. I believe none of the others have that, and that's why we hold ourselves to a higher standard. So thank you for mentioning that. I do not have the information.
I have a question.
Sorry, Fernando. Do you mind?
No, this is important.
I'll let you ask. I'll let you ask it. So I will. I'll let him answer the other question first, and if Kim is okay with it, I'll let you ask.
Okay.
Oh, good. Thanks, bro. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Rich.
So we sorry, I was trying to thought, but I mean, we'll review that, and if anything is missing, as you said, we'll make sure that it is provided, and we should hold ourselves to a higher standard.
Hey guys,
Gabriel, very nice.
Gabriel Abed here again. I think we're gonna end from our end by just the guys. The smartest thing you can do, and it's not speaking out against any exchange right now. Just keep that in mind. We're not speaking out against any exchange. The smartest thing you can do as an individual is just take your coins off the exchanges, control your private keys, and be very smart about that approach. That is the smartest thing that everyone can do. Passing that message on to the newcomers, to the guy that just bought $10 worth of Bitcoin, making sure that message disseminated to the community and repeated again and again and again. Exchanges are not banks. Exchanges are not your secure cold wallet custody.
If you want the absolute best control and you want to have a level of certainty of protection, go offline. That's my 2 cents. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping off.
Thank you for your time
Hey,
here today.
sorry. Do you mind if I
Rich,
just say
I'm
something on the
jumping off
Pax
because I had
Paxos side?
one more question. I had one more
Yeah.
question here,
Good to see you, Gabe.
if I may.
I can handle it
Rich.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Just Fernando, just 2 seconds, guys. I'll give it a quick question if Gabriel's okay with it. Kim, do you mind if I get Simon to ask you a quick question, and then
Yeah,
we'll kind of
sure.
end it.
Go
We'll do
ahead.
like 1 or 2 questions, and that's it, Richard. I want to end it,
leave
and
yet, Rich. Don't
yeah,
leave
I want to,
yet.
and Richard, I want to end it, and I will end it in a way where I will just want to praise you stepping up on stage because you didn't have to do that, and most
Absolutely.
exchanges are not doing that. So I want to end it on a very positive note. But Simon, I'll let
Question
you ask
is
your. Hold on,
BUSD
Fernando.
BUSD on
Bro,
BNB exchange.
Fernando, I just removed you from stage. I would love you back on stage, but man, just put your hand up, please, bro. Simon, go ahead, man.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say something on the Paxos side because, as you know, I'm a shareholder in Bitfinex, which is related to Tether, and I'm a shareholder in Circle, which is related to USDC. My favorite stablecoin model is actually the Paxos model. They do have this segregation model where it goes across the FDIC, and they are the one that has what I consider to be the gold standard of regulations. Now, whether they've entered into a white label relationship and Binance isn't disclosing it at the point of issuance is probably something they'll look at and should be looked at on the Binance side. But in terms of the actual model, I think Paxos has done more than any other stable coin to actually meet the standard of really operating within the confines of the risk of the trust model. And I don't mean trust as in trust, I mean trust as in the legal definition of a trust, the FDIC model. Sorry, not the FDIC model, the New York model, and opening those multiple accounts so that you don't get caught and the rest is held in treasury, is actually a really, really smart model that has really done quite a lot. So I just wanted to say that as a stable coin. So yeah, just wanted to add that.
Simon, that's all nice.
Thank you,
But,
Simon.
the regulation is there for a reason, and the rules are there for a reason, and that there's zero consumer warning on, I would assume, the biggest or maybe even the only marketing channel for BUSD. That to me is a red flag, right? And then there's another red flag, Rich. If you can still stay a bit longer, I want to go into another point here.
I'm happy to, but I just want to say real quick that I'm being sent multiple links as this conversation is going on that states what you are saying on the Binance website. So I'm happy to send that to you. And I apologize that our partner may have a very large, complicated website that I can't easily find it, and we should change that. But I'm being sent links right now to where that information is available, and I can forward that to you after the conversation.
I spent 10 minutes on the very page where you're selling or Binance is selling BUSD, and I can't find any information at all about
we have
risk.
a statement here that just broke from the Financial Times from the European Central Bank. The head of financial supervision over there now is saying that he has warned regulators will struggle to oversee crypto asset providers which, quote, never think about financial risks, close quote, do not respect national borders and pose, quote, a huge consumer protection issue. He told the Financial Times, I am concerned for my colleagues that will have to perform this supervision in the future because these are animals with whom it is difficult to engage. Of course, this is coming from a central bank, so that's pretty rich, but...
That's interesting.
I wanna just kind of mention one thing to Rich, and that's a question that I want to bring up to the entire audience. So I got a message from someone pretty credible in the space. Mario, I'll just read exactly what I said. A few people said it. I'm just going to read the latest one I got. But a few people are telling me, Mario, you're causing the bank runs across the board with your tweets and spaces. So I just want to make it very clear, everyone. Number one, as Gabriel said earlier, and other speakers have said, exchanges are not banks. So not using exchanges at all is not the answer, but holding all your funds on exchanges, which some projects did, is a mistake even without all this FUD. So that's one thing I want to mention, and we're pretty careful here on sharing information as quickly as possible to avoid what happened to some people on FTX that were just too late to get their funds out. And for Rich, I just want to, again, before Kim and Simon ask you maybe one or two more questions, you coming up on stage is a reminder for all the exchanges listening, because I know some of you are listening, to come up on stage if you've got nothing to hide. So we had Gabe, or tweet. We had CZ put out a tweet again a few minutes ago. Tweet, answer questions, or come up on stage and address concerns. And obviously, Chris from Crypto.com, probably a good time for you to come and address the concerns if there's nothing to hide. But Simon and Kim, maybe ask a couple more questions to Rich.
Yeah, so first of all, Mario, I don't think you are doing anything wrong here. If anything, you're doing the entire crypto community a huge favor by providing the transparency that we don't get from the exchanges, and by, giving people the understanding that right now it's not safe. And what I have to say to Rich and the other friend of CZ that came on earlier, I actually appreciate their honesty. First of all, to come here and have this discussion with us, I highly appreciate that. Thank you, Rich, and also to the person who was here before. And also, I want to make clear that I have no animosity to Binance or CZ or anything like that. I don't have any problem with you guys. I just feel like in this environment that we are in now, where people are losing their savings and people are suffering, and we're talking about thousands and thousands of people that have lost everything, now is the time to put some scrutiny on all of the exchanges and to point these things out. And they should not be criticized as a bank run or, causing some kind of chaos or destroying anybody's business. It's all about consumer protection right now. And I want to be here in this room and pointing out these obvious issues of non-compliance with your regulator's license so that you can fix that. That has to be the lesson from today. That you can have a close look at this again and see, what are we actually required to do with the license that we have, and how can we improve that? And then, when you do that, I think that will be a very good outcome for everyone.
Yeah, no, by the way, Kim is not asking for anything that's unreasonable. Just to add on to that point, exchanges and regulated actors should be able to easily invite and handle scrutiny at any scale, because that's the whole point of going from the unregulated to the regulated space. Is you accept that you have to endure disclosures, consumer protection requirements, audit and oversight, and everyone at any given time has the right to know what's happening with their money and what the risks are.
Exactly.
Hey guys, Gabriel Abed here again with Rich Montiel. We just pulled CZ into the conversation. He's right next to us.
Hi, CZ.
Hey guys. I just heard.
Sorry, just
didn't
quickly.
hear very much. Yeah.
Oh, is that CZ?
Yeah. Hey, this is CZ. Yeah.
Hey man, yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Well,
what questions do you guys have? He's here for a minute or two, so go ahead and pose your questions.
Kim, Simon.
Well, I think Kim's question was just around at the point of obviously Paxos is doing the BUSD.
I'm happy to answer Kim's question after CZ leaves, but if there's anything for CZ, he's on the phone right now.
Yeah, thank you, CZ. I really appreciate you taking the time. That's very nice. My issue is compliance with the license that Paxos has for BUSD. And right now I don't see the compliance being fulfilled on the Binance website. I think there's no warning to users about risks when buying BUSD, and I think that's wrong. I think that needs to be corrected. And there are a couple of other issues that I'm happy to put into an email. We don't need to go into all the details over here. I find it really nice of you guys to be here and answering these questions and engaging with us. That is better than any other exchange. No one else has been showing up here. So the fact that you are here actually speaks for your character, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. thanks for that question, and thanks for the nice words. We are always in the community, like I'm hanging out with my friends, and when this thing went down, when I tweeted the first tweet for about like selling FTT, I was actually with Gabriel. When on Twitter, when I said, look, I was going out to meet some friends, that was Gabriel, and so he saw how the whole thing went down, and I was busy chatting with him. That we're hanging out, talking, chatting, and it wasn't planned. On Paxos, I think Rich is right beside me as well right now. I'm not a compliance expert, but I believe Paxos is probably one of the most regulated entity in crypto, right? They're regulated by NYDFS. And there's audits by the large audit firms that handles it. It's called Binance USD. It's not issued by Binance. It's issued by Paxos. And this is a New York firm, regulated by a New York financial services regulator. So I think that's a fairly strong backing. And the reserves are the highest among any stable coin on the planet today. So, and it's very, the reason we put our brand on it was I like very simple business models, right? So things like when people take reserves and put in corporate bonds, put in other things, I don't really, that introduces an additional layer of risk. I like very simple business models. Look, it's a stable coin.
Did he drop out?
Yes, we just lost his connection. It sounds like just
hello.
there.
Maybe he just got a call. Yeah, you're back,
CZ. CZ, we lost you. Can you continue?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. So I don't know where you guys lost me, but I just like very simple business models, right? So BUSD, like Paxos, they take US dollars, put it in a bank, they earn a very small interest. Now the interest is rising, but they usually earn a very small interest. Very simple business model. As compared to people putting into corporate bonds or like black hole, no audits. BUSD is very, very transparent. The fact that we put our brand on it means that we believe it to that extent. So I think BUSD, to be honest, I think is probably the nothing's 100% safe, but BUSD is the.
You dropped out again, CZ. So I've got just while CZ, are you back? CZ?
It sounds like we lost him again.
Yeah, should be back. We'll give it a few seconds because I want to ask him about he got initially a lot of criticism when he tweeted against Sam and his concerns with FTX, and then eventually when we knew how bad the situation is, that criticism kind of shifted to praise. So I want to ask him about his thoughts on what we can expect in the next few days and weeks. CZ, are you there? You're muted. Yeah.
Well, we're waiting for CZ to come back on. I just want to add some clarity about disclosures because that seems to be the root of Kim's concern here. Generally speaking, these are not static affairs. Regulators are dynamic in this respect. They have regular engagement, especially in the state of New York, and they're some of the most aggressive regulators you can deal with. They talk to you sometimes on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis. And so if there's a product that's launched, not only are they aware about it, they know how that product is represented. They know the marketplace for that product, and they're in regular communication with the regulated entities. So it's not like they probably don't know what the disclosure regime is. It feels like they're probably aware and comfortable with the level of disclosure there. The other thing about rules is there's gargantuan amounts of financial rules. Tons. In many cases, they're contradictory. So in some cases, you have an obligation to disclose, and at the same time, you have an obligation to be private. It just depends if it's state level, federal level, or an international standard. So usually what ends up happening is you have a compliance regime, you work with the regulator, and in some cases, there are holes where you're not in complete compliance with the regulation as written, but the regulator is okay there because they have discretion in that respect. I'm not saying that that's what's happened in this particular instance, but if it's a situation where Paxos is already doing disclosures on their end, they say, well, do we really need disclosures to be pushed through to the exchange level, and i.e. the cigarette packs having this will cause cancer and have the dead lung or dead child on it? Do we really need to go that far? You know,
Yeah,
the regulator.
of course, that needs to be on the side because if there's no warning to consumers that are exposed, let's say, to an exchange like Binance for the first time, and it all looks, very cozy, and it looks like, hey, I can make some money here, I can earn some interest, but then none of the risks are disclosed.
Okay,
I can
CZ's back.
guarantee to you what's going to happen is that
Okay, so
within a
CZ
week,
is back here, folks. So I just want to cut in Kim there.
Yeah,
CZ
I'll
is
let.
back here from his official
yeah, let me
account.
just finish my sentence real quick. So what I think is going to happen within a week, the regulator, would certainly now be alerted about this. They are going to look where BUSD is primarily marketed. They're going to look at that page and they will say, well, that doesn't really comply with our requirements, and that will be updated. I can guarantee you that within a very short amount of time,
Okay.
they will have to put that up.
Thanks, Kim. CZ, I'll give you the mic. And then CZ, also, after you answer that particular point, I wanted to get your thoughts on what users can expect over the next few days and your recommendations for them. Mic is yours.
Mario, can I also ask a question as well? It kind
Do you
of
mind?
goes
Yeah,
on to
do
your
you mind, Umbrella?
question.
Do you mind doing that? Just do you mind after he answers Kim's question and the other question, if you don't mind, Umbrella? Go ahead, CZ.
Thanks. Yeah. So I'm actually quite surprised everyone's so focused on BUSD. I actually think BUSD is not gonna be the forefront of the regulators' attention right now. They're gonna be looking at exchanges, right? So exchanges are always so far has always been the center of attention, especially with giving FTX and Crypto.com right now. I think exchanges will come into scrutiny. Stable coins do pose, there are risky stable coins, but out of USD is probably the less risky one, to be very frank. I don't know why everyone's so this is the first time I heard about BUSD being focused so heavily.
Well, let me tell you why. Let me explain it to you. It's very simple. Because in your tweet where you criticized the Bloomberg story, you said these are user assets in the form users choose to store with us. So when we are talking about billions of dollars in BUSD, these are your customers that are buying that. And if you are trading in billions of dollars of stablecoin that are supposed to be under a regulator license, then you have to comply with the basic needs of disclosing risk. And since you're not doing that, what else are you not doing? And then the other question that I have, right? There was this report about the reserves that you guys have from Nansen portfolio, right? And they say that of the token allocations on Binance, 38% are BUSD and only 8% are USDT. So are you telling me that your clients are buying 4 times more BUSD when USDT is actually, the much bigger player with 3 times the circulating supply and 5 times the volume of BUSD? Like, how does that make sense? How can you say these are all client funds that they invested in BUSD? I would like to have an explanation for that, if you can.
CZ? The connection, by the way, is dropping out for CZ and Gabriel. So just a heads up.
Yeah, I think we've lost his connection there again. I can't hear him either, unfortunately.
Yeah, I thought I'd give it a bit of
Can you
time.
guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
Rich,
we can
go
hear
ahead.
you, Rich.
While waiting for... Oh, Rich, it's you. Okay, yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, so BUSD is a combination of all the other stable coins on the liquidity side on Binance, right? So when user deposit USDC, we convert to BUSD, and when they want to withdraw USDC, we allow them to do so. So that's why the USDC balance on Binance will be smaller. USDT is a different story. Hold on. You have two phones here. They're echoing.
You want to go back to, just mute the CZ phone. Or you can go back to the CZ phone. I think it connected again. Your phone connected again, CZ. If you want to try,
So
you
you
got
got a
to
couple
unmute
different phones here.
from your phone.
Or you got to mute Rich.
Yeah.
So muted Rich. Yeah, go ahead, CZ.
And to be and also it is actually very normal for in a bear market for exchanges to have a large reserve of stable coins just as user assets, because during a bear market many users sell crypto into stable coins, and on Binance when they sell into stable coins, that's default is BUSD. In other exchanges reserve wallet address disclosures, when they don't have a stable coin, when the stable coin balance is low, that's actually a danger sign. That's something that people have not caught on to. So this is coming from an experience of running a pretty large exchange. We know these numbers. So this is something that people haven't caught on to, and I think you guys should probably look more into that. Whereas in terms of regulatory disclosure, that's that's Paxos doing it. That's Paxos issues BUSD. We are not issuers of BUSD. Based on my understanding, Paxos doing a good job. So maybe Rich can add to that if you guys are still focused on that.
No, let me just add one more thing then. The whole reason why I'm so interested in stablecoin and especially BUSD in this context is that the Federal Reserve has made a recommendation to the US government in a lengthy report that they have written that USD stablecoin should be banned, right? And if that happens, what impact would that have on Binance, since you have billions, double-digit billion dollars of consumer funds in BUSD? Like, how would you deal with a situation like that? And why is that not part of the risk disclosure? You know, that things could change and you may no longer be able to use BUSD, but that's not even what's required in the license. In the license, there are 10 points that you need to disclose to people who are buying BUSD, and that's currently not happening. But, if you could just answer the question how you see the risk of regulators actually outlawing a stablecoin like BUSD.
Rich just said he can send you the link on the website where they disclose that. I don't know where. No, you just got to look. So, and also number two, your question is a very hypothetical situation where you can ask me the same question about USDC. What happens if USDC got banned by the government tomorrow? We don't know. It will definitely be negative for the industry. Crypto probably will go up because people will be buying crypto in a hurry because they got to get rid of the USDC. But this kind of hypothetical situations, I can't really answer that. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. There's a risk in everything, right? The moon could disappear tomorrow, right? What are we going to do? So, yeah.
I mean, guys, to be fair, there's so many risks in our space that we need to look out for. Even the risk of where persons push one type of coin over another because they have a particular holding in it and they're incentivized to pump it. I mean, Kim, even yourself, you push Bitcoin Cash harder than anybody I know. So we need to be cognizant of those persons that play the angel game, but in the reality, they're really just trying to pump their own positions, right? So we can't play the hypothetical game. We can't play the maybe game. We could only play the game of ethics, morals, and doing what's right.
And
yeah,
CZ, you're
the one mentioning Bitcoin Cash. I haven't mentioned Bitcoin Cash, and I had 2 spaces in the last 2 days with like 60,000 people. So I've not seen any need for promoting.
I'll go to the
Mario. You go
just gonna ask a quick question.
So much more.
Yeah, I want to ask a general question. Then I'll give you the mic, Simon. So CZ, you made that tweet. I wouldn't say warning people about FTX, but your thoughts on FTX and Sam, the initial tweet that triggered everything, that kicked off this space. And you got a lot of criticism in the early stages, and then people understood how serious the situation was. Can you give us a bit more clarity on the process then and your thought process then, what you can share about what you knew and what you found out later? Because that's a question that many people are asking. And more importantly, what people should know moving forward? I know you can't name names, and everything you say is you have to be careful what you say, but any clarity that you can offer, because everyone is here trying to get answers. We had Elon Musk yesterday, and more people flooded in, trying to get answers about what to expect and what can happen next.
Yeah, actually, so there's a video that that was posted about like my talk on stage at in Indonesia like 2 days ago. That's before like the hack of the FTX wallets, etc. When I made that tweet, like it was just a day ago. We said one guy asked me like what are we going to do? We still have a lot of FTT and this CoinDesk article. Should we sell it? I said, yeah, sure, why not? Sounds about right. And then the next day there was other questions about there was an on-chain transaction of $580 million worth of FTT going to Binance.com. There's some discussions on the community. And what should we disclose that? It was like, yeah, sure, let's be transparent about it. That was the extent. And then he said, well, if you want to be transparent about it, you should write a tweet. That was just before I was going out to meet with Gabriel. So that was like that evening. We were just about to just hang out. And so I wrote a quick tweet, and then I met with Gabriel, who's now actually right beside me. And that was it. I didn't know much more than that. I did not know the state of finances in FTX. I did not know how much of a hole, whether they're solvent, not solvent, moving user funds, etc. I didn't know that, but I had hunches on the back of my head. I can.
Gabriel, do you want him to use your phone, Gabriel? Just a bit choppy on his end.
I can guess how much they could be.
Gabriel, do you want to have him use your
phone? Yeah, CZ's here. Hold on. CZ.
And they have lower. Yeah, sorry, the connection here is not so good.
That's all right. Yep, go ahead. We heard up to the part where you just did some mental numbers, trying to add the dots, and it was not hard to kind of come to the conclusion that things just don't add up.
Yeah, so I mean, there's some very simple math, right? So we know how much we earn. We know their relative size to us, relative trading volumes, relative fees. Their fees are lower. Their volumes are 10x lower. So we can kind of gauge what they may or may not make on the exchange side. And then they're making all these big spendings, right? The Miami Stadium, the Empire jerseys, the acquisitions here, investments in other crypto projects. So, and we see all those projects too, and we know how much they invest. We see the cap tables. So we kind of like I was always kind of curious, like how did they get all this money from? We also know how much they raised. They actually didn't raise that much. They raised like 400 million in the last round, and then 300 million in the previous round. They also paid us $2 billion in cash in crypto a year and a half ago. We're like, they can't have that much cash. The only other possible explanation is Alameda's making like tens of billions of dollars, which is possible, but if they're doing that, Alameda trades mainly on FTX. That means that they're ripping off their users to the tune of tens of billions of dollars, which, based on their even wallet addresses, even the users don't have that much money. So there are mental mathematics I can do in my head, like very broad strokes, like 2-digit numbers, and the thing doesn't really add up. So I had suspicions, but without looking at the books, they could always be like so much smarter, so much magical. They're doing something that we're so much dumber than we couldn't figure it out. So I do not know for sure. And there could also be a backroom deal where they took a loan from one of the VCs or whatever, right? So I couldn't know for sure. I never had access to the books. Yeah, so that was to the extent that I know.
And Elon did mention they had his bullshit meter went off when he spoke to Sam. He said that on the space yesterday, or I think he mentioned it to the press as well. So another question I have is something that Chet brought up that could be concerning. So we've got two auditors, Armanino and Pragmatis. They audited, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, they audited FTX. They're also the auditors to Gate, Huobi, and other exchanges. So obviously you don't know what you don't know, but the question is more broad. Is there a systemic risk well beyond exchanges and funds where now you've got auditors that could be part of that systematic risk?
I think that's a question not for me to answer. I think my answer is as good as anyone else's answer.
Okay.
All right, guys. I gotta go. So So I was meant to join in for a few seconds. Yeah.
Hey guys, thanks everyone for giving us airtime. CZ, myself, and Tio are jumping off. Mario, thanks for hosting us. Kim, lovely talking to you. Hoskinson, you're a champion. Take care, everyone.
I appreciate it, man, and just want to again give a shout out to leading by example. So exchanges do need to come on and give more clarity for the markets. So we've got a lot of press listening.
I really wanted to ask about the Voyager bid and what happened, the shady shit that happened with Sam there. I missed it.
Sorry, man. I should have probably not asked my question. Gave you the mic. Your question would have been better. But
I wanted to ask him. I wanted to ask him how his relationship was with SPF before, because I mean, at one point the two of them were very good, close friends, and CZ mentored him and invested in him, and then at some point I think it became ugly, and I wanted to find out where the transition was.
So one thing that
the transition was definitely around the Voyager bid.
Hey guys, just 1 second. One thing that I wanted to point out is you've all heard CZ say earlier that by default other tokens are converted into BUSD. Have you guys heard that?
Yeah, they recently changed that. They released it about a few weeks back, where it's all automatically converted.
Okay, so how does that connect with CZ saying these are user assets in the form users choose to store with us? Like, how is that still an accurate statement when there's some kind of algorithm in the background, some default conversion of other tokens into
sorry,
BUSD?
can I? It's Rich. Do you mind if I
go ahead,
jump in,
Rich.
Mario?
Yeah, please do. Of course, man.
So on Binance right now, there are several pairs listed, and those pairs listed include BUSD. So when people want to trade on BUSD, that they can actually do so by depositing other stable coins. They are converted, but then they would still trade on specific BUSD pairs.
All right. So in every trade, is it the user's choice to use BUSD?
Correct. So if a user was going to trade with a user can deposit USDT, then they would trade whatever crypto they want against USDT. If they want to trade using BUSD, they can deposit other stable coins, which will automatically be able to trade with the BUSD pairs. So
I think they've changed the user experience actually.
USD.
If you deposit right now, you automatically end up with a BUSD balance. It was a change that happened about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, exactly. So what they did was, CZ is obviously on a mission to get as much usage of BUSD as possible, and that's why they eliminated the use of USDC or the pairs of USDC on the platform, starting that off. And the way the mechanism which it works is you can deposit whatever you want. You can deposit USDT, USDC, TUSD, whatever USD you want, and then that gets represented by a BUSD. So it's almost like a system where, like Tether is supposed to be backed 1-to-1 by dollars. BUSD is backed 1-to-1 by dollars or by the equivalent USD stable coin that's in the exchange.
Yeah. So what I think,
relating
that to Kim's point,
if I may.
Yeah.
So the question, here's the thing that I don't understand, right? If this is chosen by users, how does this tweet make sense from Nansen Portfolio, where the token allocation on Binance is BUSD 38% and USDT 8%, where USDT is the far more popular, widely used US dollar stablecoin, is it actually the users that are making this choice, or
No.
is it some kind of
And I want
algorithm
to
that does it in the background?
just quickly, by the way, Kim, I just want to know that Jusu from Three Arrows is in the audience. So Jusu, if you want to come up on stage, it'd be a pleasure to get your take on all this.
Yeah,
But
so
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Kim, tying it together, basically, there is definitely some things that the user experience could improve there, because when you're automatically converting, between these stable coins, you're taking
Exactly.
the risk of Tether to the risk of USDC to the risk of Paxos. And I do agree Paxos has the best, superior model there. But in order to go from one of those compliance structures to the other structure, there would be disclosures of, oh, by the way, you're not protected by FTC at this moment, and you are protected by FDIC in this moment. And this actually became a really big thing in the Voyager case, because people thought in the bankruptcy that they were protected by FDIC, and that was represented on the website. But in this case, with Paxos, your funds are in FDIC, but then they're also in treasuries. And so therefore, it's the whole disclosure around that. And when you're going from stablecoin to stablecoin, in Tether, you're backed by cash and cash equivalents. And they even at one stage had Chinese commercial paper. And then when you go back to USDC,
would you agree
you're
that
in a different...
there is, would you agree then that there's some kind of automated process here that converts other assets into BUSD? Well, then that's exactly my point when ZZ says these are user assets in the form users choose to store with us. That's pretty inaccurate, isn't it?
It was about 3 weeks ago as used to how it worked, and now they've made the change in order to get bigger adoption on BUSD. And the point that you're making, I mean, is a fairly boring point to debate, but the point is the crux of what we're talking about, which is in disasters, what happens, I think is the point you're trying to make. And that is the crux of everything that we're discussing here. What happens in those disaster moments?
The point that I'm trying to make, right? They're talking about this is regulated, and then they're not following the rules of the regulator. They're saying these are users' choices. That's why we have so much BUSD in our reserves, and then it isn't really users' choices. It's automated. Like the problem that I have with all of this is this indicates that there are way more problems, and that we must now use this crisis that FTX has created to really look closer into the behaviors of the exchanges, and we need to make sure that there is none of this fishy stuff.
Kim, it goes beyond looking into exchanges. There's so many different facets to this industry. There's the influencers, there's the exchanges, there's the wallets, there's the operators. We're in a space driven by pure mathematics. At the end of the day, don't trust, verify. And with that being said, one love, everyone. I'm actually jumping off officially this time.
Appreciate
Don't trust, verify. Bye, everyone.
Thanks, man. And BitBoy, I know BitBoy just tweeted he wants to come on the stage. BitBoy just DM'd you, man. Sent you my number. You can come up on stage anytime.
Yeah, and
Ron, can you?
Mario, may I address two things that were said earlier very quickly?
Yes, of course. Who's that? Sorry.
Yeah. This is
Rich. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think Simon mentioned this and Kim as well. Just to be clear, we are not saying, and we have never said that we are fully FDIC insured. What we're saying is that we do not take corporate risks. Therefore, whatever assets we have that can be FDIC insured are FDIC insured on our reserves, and the rest are in U.S. Treasuries. So we're not making the statement that we're FDIC insured. The other clarification to make was with regards to swapping stable coins between USDT and us and USDC and the others who may not have the exact same backing. I just want to be clear that there's no USDT and BUSD swap. That still exists as a separate pair. I believe it was USDC and some of the other smaller stable coins, and then they are swapped. They are swapped, and then you trade them against the BUSD pair. So you'll still be trading BUSD in that case. So I just want to make those two quick clarifications.
Rich, I want to ask you a separate question, if you don't mind. You're
Of
there
course.
with Gabriel and CZ and a group of people. What's the sentiment like, and how much shock is there? Because I'm starting to feel that more and more people, as we get more speakers on stage, not many people were surprised. Like to get Elon come in and say, "Yeah, I'm not too surprised," or imply that. How much do we know, and how much don't we know, and how's the sentiment like with you guys?
I would love to answer that, but Gabe seems to want to have an answer first.
Guys, I was trying to walk out the room, but I heard this question. The fundamentals of the technology have not changed. We have a bad actor that utilized a centralized infrastructure to do irresponsible things. But the last time I checked, the Bitcoin hash rate is still going up. I can still send a transaction over the Bitcoin network. Everything's working as normal, and True North is still True North. The sentiment is blockchain technology is a fundamental component of the future of the world we're trying to build. The underlying technology is still extremely powerful and prominent. The technology has not been affected. We cannot attack cryptocurrencies, and I'm specifically speaking about Bitcoin, not other shitcoins. We cannot attack cryptocurrencies on the notion of a centralized bad actor. So the sentiment, market sentiment right now is negative because we trusted centralized actors, but the reality of it is the fundamentals of Bitcoin are solid. Thank you.
The one
And
thing
also
that
say,
crossed
remember,
my
see,
wires, I do have something that crossed my wires. It actually crossed my wires while CZ was in the space, but did not want to interrupt that. Bahamas police says in light of the FTX collapse, financial investigators in the Bahamas are now working with Bahamas Securities Commission to investigate if any criminal misconduct occurred. So now, not only now is there the DOJ, the SEC, the TFTC, and Congress in the United States looking into this now, the Bahamas Securities Regulator has launched its probe, a criminal probe now into FTX.
Rich,
Hey, did anyone notice the Freudian slip that CZ didn't say we have one bad actor? He did say we have FTX and Crypto.com. Did anyone else hear that?
he mentioned Crypto.com by name, or are you joking?
Yes, he mentioned Crypto.com by name. He said, we got FTX and Crypto.com that came out. So I heard that. I don't know if anyone else heard that.
And he did call them out on Twitter as well, correct, Rich?
He didn't. No, I don't think so.
Without the name.
Yeah, without the name. I tweeted for the first time.
I think that may have been because of the transfers. I do not think that he specifically labeled them in any way.
I don't think
specifically because of the transfers we were talking
I
about.
I want to take it out of context. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, guys, Crypto.com. Let's talk for a second about Crypto.com. Crypto.com have a huge market cap. They're spending huge money on sponsorships, and they position themselves as one of the biggest exchanges out there. They position themselves with one of the top exchanges out there. Let me ask you a question. In your circle of friends, how many people actually use Crypto.com? How many? Like, I know when I'm with my crypto friends, they use Bybit, they use Binance, they use KuCoin, they used to use FTX. And so that all made sense to me. The one thing that has never, ever, ever made sense to me is how none of my friends, none of the crypto people which I interact with ever told me that they use Crypto.com. And yet Crypto.com was spending like an exchange in the big leagues. One and one doesn't add up for me then. I don't know if there's anyone else that has the same sentiment.
And Rand, they were the first big spender. They were spending before FTX. I remember them, like they were the one that was leading the charge in bulletin boards and crazy advertising after the ICO.
Coincidentally, after the ICO, that's exactly what I'm saying. Coincidentally, after they launched their own token, very coincidentally, of course, after they launched their own token, they started a huge spending spree. But again, the mystery for me is I've never seen anybody that uses Crypto.com. I mean, maybe there's a lot of people on this thing, but put your hand up if you use Crypto.com. And I think that's always been where the alarm bells
I've actually, funnily enough, even though I would say that that I am concerned with everything they did, I actually was someone who used Crypto.com. I had a Crypto.com account. I had CRO tokens. I thought they might actually have a chance as well, especially with all the marketing that they were pushing out as well. I was, there was a lot of hype around them. So yeah, I was one of those people.
Did you
Say
trade?
Again?
Did you actually trade or buy crypto on Crypto.com?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so you are one of them. I'm not saying they had no users. I'm just saying they were positioning themselves as one of the top 3 or top 4 exchanges in terms of their spend. Now, spend has got to be covered by revenue, by capital raises, or by user or by I don't know, maybe selling tokens, or by using user funds. And the problem for me is the math never made sense to me, which is why I've always been very, very wary of it.
So I've just got someone that wants to bring, like, what bothers me before I go back to the question to Rich that I asked about the sentiment and the response in the bunker, and then we go to Satoshi. If the amount of attention we're getting from outside of the crypto space is a good thing, but unfortunately it's a bad thing considering the circumstances. Like getting DMs, I've got politicians, I won't mention names, but like ex-chief of staff to a president, House of Representative politician, either listening or some of them were trying to bring up on stage to get their thoughts on all this. But when you get those people that I'm sure never really looked at crypto in the last few months, all of them looking at the space right now, I'm just really concerned how far this will set us back. If any of you guys in the audience or listening to this, if you want to come up on stage, I'd love your take from some of the politicians out there. But otherwise, Rich, going back to the question, go ahead, Kim.
Mario, I want to say something about what you just said, right? This crisis really requires that the leaders in the crypto space step up and do more to protect users. This is the whole point. That's why I'm putting Binance on the spot. That's why we're putting Crypto.com on the spot, so that everyone out there, any exchange right now understands things are changing. This is unacceptable that people are losing billions of dollars, and lives are getting destroyed, and then we're getting lame excuses about why 400 million were sent there and why we're not complying with the actual regulations that we are legally required to comply with. All this stuff needs to stop. And the providers of these services, they need to be way more prudent with the trust of their users. It has been abused on many fronts, and we need to all step up our game to make sure that that changes. And by the way, that is only for the idiots who are still keeping their crypto in exchanges, right? I hope that the majority has now learned their lesson that they should not have their crypto in exchanges.
Yeah, and Kim, I just want to add one thing. So, do you remember Fernando that you clashed with earlier? I think it's Fernando. It could be someone else, because I don't have names.
I didn't clash. What?
No, someone clashed with Fernando earlier. I can't remember who it was. So Fernando's gonna bring up.
That was me.
Oh, hey man, yeah. So Fernando wants to bring up Mick Mulvaney. Chet, do you know who that is? The ex-chief of staff.
The former Treasury Secretary.
Oh, okay. There you go. Yeah. So
are we talking about Mick Mulvaney?
Yeah, Mick Mulvaney, yeah. So is an American politician who served as director of the Office of Management and Budget, and then acting White House chief of staff.
He was the OMB. Correction, yes, he was the OMB.
Yeah, I'd love. Fernando. He said he can bring him up, so I'm waiting for the username. But yeah, Fernando, if you can bring him up, I'd love the thoughts from outsiders that make the decisions that will impact the space over the next few years, getting their perspective on this. So it'll be a real pleasure to have Mick and anyone else on stage. Otherwise, I want to go back to the question while waiting for Mick. Rich, if you don't mind, first, Kim, 100% agree with what you said, and we do need the leaders, which is ironic talking about this being decentralized, but we do need the leaders stepping up. We're not decentralized enough where regulation doesn't matter. I don't know if we'll ever get there. Rich, Gabriel, Simon, and of course CZ, Charles, all of you guys for coming on stage and giving that clarity that all other exchanges, so far no founder and CEO of any exchange has come up on stage except someone from Crypto.com came yesterday just because Elon Musk was there and they just wanted to just be on stage. No one else came to give any clarity. So tip my hat, really appreciate it. And I'll go to Rich regarding the question I asked about the sentiment you guys have.
Yeah, Mario. There are a couple of us together who have been in the space for quite a while, and there, I guess, very different levels of shock and surprise. And as we chatted, I think a lot of different signs were there on the way, and and yeah, as we kind of shared stories and what we knew about, what we heard about from different things over time, there were definitely a lot of red marks that were there, including practices and of course the things that CZ had mentioned earlier. So I would say that there are different levels of how surprised people are, and we've all seen a lot of hits throughout industry, and with each hit, we've seen it grown back way better and way stronger. I'm confident this will be the case. Will regulation harder? I'm confident that will be the case, and it's probably a good thing. And one of the, I guess, revelations that came from it, and I believe that CZ did tweet about this yesterday as well, was that as we see things and as we do things that happen, we need to be in communication and we need to identify bad players earlier and work with people who can come up with reporting standards or some sort of evidence that there is something malicious going on. And I think as an industry, it's something that we should find ways to partner on together to have that open dialogue and conversation, and to work with people who can gather the data to show that something is happening. And I think that's a good conclusion, and maybe it's something that we should think of as an industry.
And if you had one message to the regulators listening to this, trying to make sense of this, what would it be?
I think customer segregation of funds, needs to be enforced extremely heavily. It does exist. I think one of the issues, there are a couple of ways in which our industry has gained trust. One of the ways is to grow really big, and then with scale, size, endorsements, and profits, you kind of get trust. The other way is to get specific regulations, and you kind of get some trust that way. And I think that those two things have to converge. There has to be kind of a give and take of how things are, and there has to be a way to recognize that as an industry, we're very new. A lot of existing laws and concepts have to be, do not apply perfectly. But getting to sensible regulation is extremely important. And I think that, with some give and take with kind of the industry leaders following that, I think that would be good. And I think, Singapore, where I live, is a good example. There's great regulation coming out of there. Paxos received the full license from Singapore regulators, but the way the system worked was such that timing or whatever else led to some major players not being a part of it. And I think things like that should be addressed generally as a whole, to get existing players who we think of as trustworthy to come in quickly, lead by example, and basically help bring about better change to the industry and bring about better technology, better analytics, better safety, and of course, a lot more expertise.
Mike, Satoshi, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it feels like the great financial crisis for crypto. Right now, it's very similar. The only difference is that there are not going to be any taxpayer bailouts. We're not going to bail out the entire industry. And so I think it's quite healthy to question everything in the space right now. So I commend Kim.com and others who are not afraid to speak up to Binance. I'm not saying that Binance has done anything wrong. I'm not saying that we know for sure what's going to happen. But remember, last year, people would question you if you said that Celsius was going to fail. And they question you if you said that BlockFi was going to fail, right? And so there's going to be more. Like, we're in a contagion period. There's no end to it in the very short term. And I think people need to be pulling their money off of Crypto.com, Nexo, and some of these other platforms that are likely to be directly impacted. BlockFi is probably going to file bankruptcy this coming week. That was pretty well telegraphed. I mean, you should have known that by Sunday last week when you realized that FTX was going to go down, and therefore FTX US's credit line was going to be worthless. It's just going to be so much more of this, and people need to protect themselves. They need to get ahead of this. At some point in the next 2 quarters, there will be a bottom in this space because there's no government intervention. So there's not going to be any holding up the market. SBF was trying to play that JP Morgan Federal Reserve role, and obviously it was full of shit. But now actually we'll be able to find a bottom as we clear out this market excess. So I'm actually quite bullish here, even though I think we've got a lot more pain in the very, very short term.
Hey, Mike,
I'm
the
waiting
bottoms are
for.
actually going to be correlated to the outcome of these cases, because if these move to Chapter 7 liquidations, that's going to be all the crypto needs to be dumped onto the market. So if you want to know where the bottom is, it's not going to be market forces, it's actually going to be government forces right now. So whatever happens with the outcomes of these cases, if it goes to Chapter 7 liquidation, then everything needs to be dumped. And that's you've got Celsius's funds, you've got Voyager's funds, you've got FTX's funds, you've got BlockFi's funds. If they actually go to a bidding process and a good actor takes over, then that's going to define the regulatory model of the centralized companies moving forward as a result of the bid. So it's actually at this
Simon,
stage the
that's
price.
all really fair, but like, look at Mount Gox. Like, we rallied all the way through all the fear over
It
the
was never
last few
dumped.
years.
That's why. It's because
Well, yeah,
it was paid in kind.
but I don't think it's. I think it's gonna be very similar here. I think there's gonna be a bottom in Bitcoin in particular, even as there's still a lot of drama around these unwinds. That's just my view. It may be contrarian, but I think it's quite obvious that we can bottom even as there's an overhang potentially from some of these bankruptcy processes.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Simon was saying. I think the one thing that we can expect is we can expect a huge overhang of tokens that are now being held by regulators and legislators. That's on the one side, but on the other side, on the other hand, if you look at Gox was 2014, which was 8 years ago, and those Bitcoin are probably only going to start hitting the market sometime in 2023. So best case, sometime in 2023, the Mt. Gox Bitcoin we're going to start getting released. Now, if you look at one of the biggest holders of Bitcoin in the world today, it's actually the US government. And the reason why they're the biggest holders in the world of Bitcoin is because they've seized these Bitcoin in multiple cases. Some of them related to Silk Road, some of them related to the Bitfinex hack, some of them related to a whole lot of other things. As a result, I don't remember the exact numbers. I remember it was well into the billions that the governments hold. So the one thing we do know, though, is that if it does get into government hands, the process by which those tokens are going to be liquidated into the market is going to take many years.
No, they were auctioned before, Ran. So in the Silk Road ones were auctioned.
Yeah, they were auctioned. I think
DOJ will take the money. They'll auction them.
Yeah.
One thing I want to. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, that's the thing. The other thing is, I think we need to just take 100 steps back and say the following: the failures that we've had, and Gabe touched on it, the failures that we've had are not as a result of the Bitcoin ledger not updating every 10 minutes a block, and not as a result of the ETH validators not validating blocks whenever they need to validate blocks. The failures that we're talking about now are all around centralized players playing in a decentralized space. And I think that the world that we have to accept that we're going to live in is a world where anybody who wants to be centralized in this decentralized world is going to face the strictest regulation that there is. Like the banks face really strict regulation after 2008. And so what we can expect is that if you're going to be a centralized player in this decentralized space and you're not going to display things on chain, then you can expect to be very highly regulated. And to be honest, after seeing all these systematic failures, I think we should all welcome that. Like, the truth is, if you want to be a centralized exchange, then if I'm going to put my money on a centralized exchange, I want to know that the exchange is very heavily regulated, and the exchange is showing proof of reserves to governments and to users and to whatever else. If you want to be a decentralized player in the space, then the chain and the smart contract is enough, because that basically governs what can happen. And the truth is, I know in crypto we're a libertarian movement, and I know in crypto we all say we don't want regulation, we don't want KYC, we don't. Guys, we've seen what happens when we don't have regulation. When we don't have regulation, we let human emotions of greed take over, and that's what got us here in the first place. So I think let's break this world into a centralized world and into a decentralized world. You want to be a centralized player, you're going to get regulated, very highly regulated, and that's going to be great news, because consumers are going to be investors, and consumers are going to be safe, and institutions are going to feel comfortable to give us capital. But if you want to be decentralized, like a Uniswap, like all the other protocols, well then what's written in your code and what's written on your smart contracts is law, and consumers
And
must.
this is where me and Kim disagree earlier. Like I've always made that point, Ryan, in that regulation is there to control the imperfections of human nature. Now, whether code could replace that, I'm not saying it's impossible. It's just going to be a very long-term, difficult experiment. And obviously, times like this show that that experiment still has a long way to go. No, fuck, I'll repeat what I just said. This is an experiment on why centralization is not good, but also decentralization doesn't seem to be adopted in the right way. I will say just quickly, I'm going to say two things, man. I'll give you the mic, and I see Kim unmuted as well. Number one is I want to go deeper into the story that went viral yesterday in that the tweet. So we had I'll repeat for anyone that doesn't know the story. And that's an executive at one of the top exchanges came up to speak on stage, and she was very transparent, credible. A few people verified her, and she was speaking transparently, sharing a pretty interesting story about how, and you know, recent events kind of show that most of it is true. But how, what was it? Sam and 3 Arrows and Luna. Sam, I'll try to remember what the tweet said, but Sam caused Luna. And then a lot of people in the community went to Happy, and then he forced 3 Arrows to where it is today, to bankruptcy. And we've got Zusu here as well, who retweeted this, so I'd love to get his take on it. And then whoever's unmuted, I'll ask you, Ron. And then CZ was not happy, and CZ confronted Sam and started getting a sense of all the shenanigans going on. And then when he knew how, and when Sam ignored him and didn't take his feedback, his advice, CZ made that tweet, which leads us to where we are today. So that's the story I want to dig into deeper and understand how intertwined that web and how far back it goes and how everything's connected. So if Zusu from 3 Arrows wants to come up and shed some light, be great. And then the second thing I wanted to say is I forgot, so I'll give the mic to BitBoy. BitBoy's coming. No, BitBoy's coming in. BitBoy's coming in an hour and a half, guys. So to give us
yes, less than an hour and a half now.
Just real quickly, guys. Fred Garlinghouse and Amanda Sear are.
What
Fred
you said about.
So quickly, Kim, Fred. So quickly, 2 seconds, Kim. Did you say Fred Garlinghouse is in the? He wants to come up, Charles.
Yeah, Brad Garlinghouse from XRP and Amanda Sear from Avalanche are here.
Okay.
If you guys want to invite him.
Yeah. DM Brad. If you can send me through their username, please, Charles. Just DM it to me, and I'll find it anyway, and I'll bring them up. I'll do it now. Kim, sorry, go ahead, Kim.
Fantastic. So really quick, what Ren just said, I'm totally in agreement with, and I don't have a disagreement with you, Mario, about regulating exchanges, right? What I have a problem with is over-regulating blockchains or users of crypto. Sane users don't use exchanges anyway. That has to be our goal, to educate, crypto users to not use third parties and not trust third parties, right? So when it comes to regulating exchanges, I'm totally on board with you guys.
I think that the centralized exchanges are going to be pivotal, certainly for the next 5 and maybe even 10 years, in becoming the bridge between Web 2 and Web 3 and Finance 2 and Finance 3. So I know, the crypto OGs and the people that are very comfortable in the space, we're all cool to use a Uniswap or a 1inch or whatever the decentralized exchange is. But the truth is that the average user is not going to use it. And so I think that the centralized exchanges for the next 5 to 10 years are actually very pivotal in this space, very, very, very pivotal in the space, and they need to be highly regulated. I do want to make one more comment. Yeah, well, they got to be regulated like financial institutions, and maybe even more, because it's a new kind of technology. You don't need to regulate decentralized applications, because the contract itself specifies what the regulation is. What you can regulate, you can regulate in the country, and you can say, for example, like in South Africa where I live, it's illegal to take money out of this country. You have to have a special application to take money out of this country. It's called foreign exchange controls. And so, if users in South Africa interact with exchanges and send money across the globe, they're committing a crime in the individual country. So each country can regulate money flow in their country like they wish. I do want to just touch on what you spoke about with a tweet that was then deleted, and it was around Zusu and Sam Bankman-Fried and whatever else. You know, there was always a lot of smoke every time something went down. There was always a lot of smoke around Alameda Research. So when Luna collapsed, speculation was that it was attacked by Alameda. When Three Arrows Capital collapsed, speculation was that it was around Zusu. And to be honest, I've seen some screenshots. I can't verify their accuracy, but they seem pretty real. And the source that gave them to me is also pretty real. And in those screenshots, Zusu claims that Alameda attacked them. You may also recall a while back that CZ mentioned that their exchange was actually being attacked by a market maker of sorts. And then, without saying too much, because I have direct contact with these people, but when one of the lenders went down, one of the prominent lenders in the space, and I don't want to mention names, but you guys can put 1 + 1 together. And I try to make contact with members of this lender because these were friends of mine and they were people that were regularly on my shows. And the people never said anything. The only thing that they sent me was something around Sam and SBF and Alameda attacking them and causing the unwind. So it wouldn't make any. It doesn't surprise me at all to think that these guys were using their exchange and their market making abilities and their knowledge of what's going on to attack counterparties that they were doing business.
All right, so I want to check if you can put everything together into a tweet of what Ron said and kind of follow up on the last tweet. I do have an announcement that we could probably get Mick, the ex-chief of staff, to come on tomorrow. He wants to come on because it's too short notice today, and we could do a whole space and announce him coming. So I'm gonna try to organize that. It would be good to get regulators in tomorrow. Also, I want to announce that Brad's in the house. Brad, we spoke a lot about Ripple yesterday, and we've got also Satvik from Circle as well on stage. Would love your take on what's going on, man.
Hey, GM.
Well,
go ahead. I'll go Brad first. Go ahead, Brad.
Okay. Well, look, thanks for letting me join in. I'm a crasher and just mostly a listener here. I think, like a lot of people, I was maybe surprised. I think there had been a lot of noise in the industry about FTX and Alameda, but still was quite surprised how quickly things unfolded. So, hard to know what are all the facts right now, at least for me, and following along. I think it's shit for the industry for sure. I did speak to Sam last Wednesday, I guess, in the kind of like, hey, how can the industry help? The one thing I'll say about that is just some of the things that were being tweeted and some of the things he said on the phone didn't match, which made me feel like kind of using the Elon Musk, my bullshit meter just kind of was going off. But I don't have any great, brilliant insights. I think that the one big unknown that I think we should also be watching for and careful about is it clearly will be a call to action for segments of regulators who are going to say that, like, this is what's wrong with crypto, when in reality, this isn't a crypto specific problem. And in fact, as I think people here or people on Twitter anyway have commented, the SEC was actively meeting with Sam, and in some ways it really isn't that dissimilar than the SEC spending all their resources on things that aren't a problem and completely missing the Bernie Madoffs, and in this case what appears to or is alleged to be pretty egregious. And I think the likelihood is, unfortunately, Sam's going to end up in jail, or what some will say fortunately, but whatever.
Hey Brad, do you want to talk about the SEC case? Give us an update.
Sure. I mean, everything that people are kind of talking about, I think it's pretty up to date. The motions for summary judgment will be fully briefed by the end of November, and then it's before the judge. I remain the library case. I think people are saying various comparisons, and it doesn't really compare, both in terms of their legal strategy and the facts. There's a whole bunch of things that are just very, very different about them. And so, I think that gave the SEC something to crow about. I will also say, and maybe there's people on this listening right now, I mean, to get 14 amicus briefs in support at a district court level, like, it's unheard of. We were trying to find, it might actually be unprecedented, but when this whole shit show started with the SEC, I think I tweeted out, in December of 2020 that this was an attack on the whole industry and not just an attack on Ripple. And I think, candidly, a lot of people called bullshit. Like, that's not true. And I think it's been really refreshing to see the industry kind of come around to understand that, like, this, how important this is. And so I could give a thanks to all those out there that have been supportive and kind of seen that come around.
Hey, Brad, how do you mark XRP on Ripple Labs' balance sheet? Is it mark to market?
Zero.
You mark it 0.
It's 0. It's not on our balance sheet.
Is that what you think how it should be done with all these companies?
I don't know. I mean, look, again, facts and circumstances, and I don't want to opine on how other people should do it. Ripple has no debt. For all intents and purposes, we've never had any debt. We've got $1 billion of cash. So
who owns the XRP in Treasury for Ripple Labs? Which entity owns the XRP?
Well,
that
Ripple,
you have on the Treasury?
Yeah, Ripple Labs, the parent company. I'm all the things I just said with regard to Ripple Labs, the parent. So where it sits in a particularly subsidiary or something like that for structural reasons, is kind of irrelevant for that purpose. But
does it get factored into your equity value when raising finance, the number of XRP on the balance sheet?
Well, we haven't raised. I mean, that's not a question for me to answer, right? Because I'm not the investor. It's somebody coming in to invest in Ripple would make a determination on all the assets that Ripple has. We have a rapidly growing business. We own a bunch of cash. We've invested over $500 million in over 60 companies across the crypto space. Some XRP related, some having nothing to do with XRP. So I'll let others opine on that. We haven't raised money in a long time. The last private money we raised was at a $10 billion valuation in 2019, I think. I think that's right.
Yeah. Full disclosure, I'm actually one of your shareholders. You may not know, but the from a long time ago. But the XRP on the company balance sheet across the whole group is marked at 0. It doesn't factor in. How do you account that asset?
Well,
because you do sell a lot of those XRP, right? Those are sold into the market.
We sell some only to customers. If you're paying close attention, we repurchase the vast majority of what we sell. And when we sell it, then it's marked at the price it's sold. That's revenue from an accounting point of view. But look, I think for me, as I just step back and look at what's going on in the industry, Ripple has always taken a very, very, very transparent view. I mean, I don't know when we started doing a quarterly XRP markets report. I don't know, 5-6 years ago. And I think whether it's FTX, whether it's a whole bunch of other examples, I think all of us could work on transparency. And some of the haters and some of the FUD that gets spread around, it's don't live in glass houses, right? Some of the stuff I see said in contrast, where I think even talking about this openly about how much XRP we have sold to customers, how much is repurchased, we put it all out there, like it's all transparent. And that's not because we have a regulator telling us to do that. It's because we think it's the right way to run a business.
And what percentage of the revenue is XRP sales?
It's a significant percentage. I don't know that we've ever publicly broken that out. Again, the point I would make, just because the nature of the question is, we repurchased the vast majority of XRP. So this is not we're very long-term bullish on XRP. This is not hey, let's sell as much XRP as fast as we can. It's almost, the opposite. But
repurchasing, what's the purpose of that? Because isn't that would that cause some market manipulation issues?
No. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know. The conversation has gone from hey, how do we make the industry more healthy to could that be market manipulation? I mean, look, dude,
sorry, Brad.
I don't know what the fuck.
Picking on you, but this is
I'm literally calling it being totally transparent about exactly what we're doing. Everything I just said, we've been public about it. It's in our XRP markets report. The point I was trying to make,
this is the day when we're asking the tough questions. So.
Yeah, apologies, Brad. We've asked just to give you first hats off for coming on stage, and just asking the tough questions. But I appreciate you answering them.
No, I don't even view it as tough questions. My point is, you can go read that, right? Like I'm not. You don't need me to even I didn't read our XRP markets before we're getting up here, so I can't cite the exact data. But frankly, it was Sunday morning, and I just decided to dial it. I was paying attention to Twitter, and it's like, oh, I'll listen in. So anyway, look. I think what has gone on in transparency helps everybody. Transparency is our friend, and that is true. It has been at the core of blockchain technologies, and I think there's just a lot of companies that have acted, kind of not consistent with that. And I think the more we can be transparent, the better.
I've got one more question quickly for you.
Sorry,
Brad.
one more, Mario. What advice would you give to the companies that have large token value on their balance sheet? How do you think they should manage selling those tokens without causing issues when they're trading against their consumers or manipulating prices? How do we stop that?
Transparency. Look, I mean, there's a kind of well retweeted clip of me on stage with Joe Lubin at the World Economic Forum a few years ago, and frankly, Joe's going after me about some of the same questions you're asking me, and I said, wait, Joe, how much ETH does Consensus own? He wouldn't answer. How much ETH that has Consensus sold? He wouldn't answer. So look, transparency is our friend. And I think I would challenge the whole industry just to be more transparent. Whether you are Consensus and you own a lot of ETH, and I think to this day we don't know how much, or you're a project like Library that just has one. You are the token. I think transparency is our friend.
Brad, I wonder if you would be as transparent if you weren't regulated in the United States. I think it's all good and well to say, transparency is our friend. When you're living in a jurisdiction where, if you're not transparent, then that could count against you. But the truth is that, many of these token companies are established in jurisdictions that aren't very regulated, in the BVIs, in the Canary, I don't know, there's all these little islands. How much of that is because you're forced to, and how much of that is because you think it's the right thing to do?
Well, look, I mean, we're a private company. We're not forced to do. I mean, when I talk about the XRP markets report, and again, we started that. I think it was in 2016, maybe it was 2017. We're not required to do that. We're choosing to do that. We chose to do that a long time ago because we embrace this is the right way to run a business, not because any regulator told me that.
And the question I have for you, Brad, I couldn't unmute earlier, and I've asked this for every person we consider to be a leader in the space. We have a lot of regulators listening. We could have a notable regulator as a special guest tomorrow. What would be your message to them, considering all the eyes on crypto at the moment?
Well, I guess my first word, let's make sure we understand what problem we're trying to solve. And I think some things are getting conflated. So the problem that Ripple has been focused on for the industry, really because of the SEC's actions, has been, let's be clear about what is a security, what is a currency. Let's make sure that different parts of the U.S. government aren't contradicting themselves. Other countries have led the way on that. As I said earlier, I worry that the FTX drama and, I don't know, just general shit show will draw, it'll be used kind of against the industry in a way. It's like, no. I mean, this isn't that different than a Bernie Madoff situation in some ways. I guess allegedly, I don't know the facts, and I don't really think I have much proprietary information that people in this call don't already have. So my first thing would just be, let's just be clear about what problem are we trying to solve. And if in fact FTX US is solvent, as SBF has tweeted, maybe actually US regulations worked in this situation. And it's other geographies that need to be more aware of their financial regulations.
Yeah, Brad, you may not have seen it. FTX US is in Chapter 11 now.
Oh, I did not see that. Sorry.
I've got a person that wants to come up on stage, Usman. Usman, I'll bring you up. He's spoke to SBF multiple times as they attempted to open their branch in Saudi, and he's got some information to share. So I'm going to bring you up now, Usman. In the meantime, I'll give the mic to Satoshi. I know you had your hand up. Satoshi?
Hey, do you hear me?
Hey, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, man. First, I just wanted to go back to Crypto.com, but maybe if you want to discuss these other things first, I can just
No, go back to that's a big focus of ours. Like I'm waiting for breaking news now. I don't know if chat has any, but I'm waiting for breaking news to come
I
in.
actually do have some news. Now this isn't just happened breaking. If you will, this is an ongoing sort of breaking news, if you will. Two things to keep in mind here that got passed my way. One would be that Bitcoin miners' selling pressure is the highest in almost 5 years now at this point. The last time the index saw such high levels at the peak of the 2017 bull market at the end of the 2018 bear market. So that's something ongoing as well right now. And on the flip side of that, interestingly enough, Cardano, new daily addresses have increased 400% since the FTX collapse. So that's also something interesting to report there.
Hey, Charles, there you go. You're part of the news today.
Well, everybody mocked us for not being involved in any of this stuff, and now they're all like, "Hey, we should go to the Cardano side." They weren't involved in any of this stuff.
And you know what's funny is that this is the first positive news mentioned. I think the first, unless you consider the arrest of Sam a positive news, which I don't, but you can. Actually, I do. But that's the first positive news, Charles. So congratulations,
Yeah.
Usman. You've had a lot of interactions with Sam. Simon, do you mind if I ask a question to Usman?
Yeah, ask the question, but I was going to make a joke. I think Trezor and Ledger sales are probably positive news.
Yeah, we'll do that breaking news as well. Chat about that if you can find that information. Usman, how are you?
Hey, Mario, I'm doing well. How about you? How's
Good,
everyone
man,
doing?
good. So you've had a lot of interactions. The team just sent me messages with Sam as you tried to open their branch in Saudi Arabia. Is that correct?
Yes, I do, Mario. It's just sad. We've been interacting with them for almost 3 months now. Reached out to them, in how we could have somehow, Binance competitive in the region and things like that. That's where I'm from. And we start talking to them and trying to gather information, because, it's so far in the Middle East, especially in the Gulf countries, there's no regulated Binance is there, don't get me wrong, but there's no regulated good exchange in the region. So we proposed to them that, we are looking for partnership. And first thing they come and is just they're so weird the way they talk to us, hey, give us some more registration and allowance, government subsidies and things like that to start with. So we said no, and we have what it takes to kind of start the registration process as soon as they will provide us the documents, right? Because to register in the Middle East, especially in the Gulf countries, especially in Saudi Arabia, for example, you need solid documents to start with. And our proposal was that to have FTX US equivalent registration in Saudi Arabia in the middle in the Gulf countries. So, but their questions and answers in the document exchange with us was always being weird, shadowed. We have lawyers and people, financial advisors, and helping us out to get the documentation to exchange. We provide them almost everything that they ask for, except for the funds and things like that. But never they have solid documents to show they don't want to disclose their financial situation always like that. So I found them just super weird the way they handle themselves, to be honest with you, even with such a proposal. It's been, to me, I'm so glad that it doesn't went through, because that could have been a disaster for my own reputation and others that are involved in this. Supposedly, we have done by now, we have Binance competitive exchange in the Middle East and the Gulf countries. I know, Mario, you in UAE, you can tell, there are only Binance is actually dominance in the market, right? So we've been trying to get that FTX. We tried actually Coinbase. It doesn't work because they're not interested on expanding that much. But FTX, they actually give us green line from initially, and then initially they give us green line, and then after that, as much question we ask, no answer. So
Okay,
I just found.
Okay,
Yeah.
so just quickly, I want to kind of summarize what you're saying. So you're saying that other than being weird, in dealing with them? First, what were they applying for exactly? What license for what? What do you call it?
So license for basically exchange provider exchange, right? Provider exchange.
For Saudi Arabia.
For Saudi Arabia, and then basically, so the way it works is that if you get good the licensing in Saudi Arabia, if you manage to get that, for example, there are a company called, well, so this company, should I mention some companies or?
Yeah, of course, bro.
Okay, so there's a company that actually gets, they have a license, interactive exchange license in Saudi Arabia, right? It's called Diraya. So, for example, Diraya now they are on Diraya, but they actually operate underneath interactive brokers, and they provide all sort of whatever that you can get in interactive brokers in the US. And interactive brokers, I think a lot of people know what interactive brokers is. And equivalent to that, what we applied, that we will have our own name. However, underneath, going to be FTX. Like the platform, the names will change. The assets should be the same as if you were actually in FTX in the US. Our branches, our logos, things like that should be independent, different name, but underneath it is truly going to be FTX.
I appreciate you sharing this, and look, I think this is a good pivot to, and Satoshi, I'll let you speak right after, but I know Sak is on stage, and Sak,
I have something I'd like to break just really quick. So this is a comment by Elon Musk that on Twitter. So this is in a reply. I'll read the tweet that he was replying to. Tom Fitton tweets out that while the administration has been harassing and threatening Elon Musk and his companies, one of the worst scams in modern finance was being perpetrated under their nose by a regular White House and Capitol Hill visitor and the second biggest Democratic donor. Elon Musk replies to this, SBF was a major Dem donor, so no investigation.
The jabs continue. Sak, I'll give you the mic just because the point you're going to make, and then I'll go to Satvik and Satoshi because I know they've had their hand up for a while. You were recommended, you're going to be bringing, tomorrow you're going to be bringing, what's the gentleman's name? The I'll let you say, Sak, who's coming in, who could be coming in tomorrow, and then would love your take on regulators, their perspective of all this.
Sure. So it's likely to be Mick Mulvaney.
Mick Mulvaney, yeah.
Yeah, ex-chief of staff to the White House during the last administration, who's also a board advisor to our company as well. But the message that I wanted to really make clear here is the impacts of regulation spilling from centralized exchanges over to DEXs, and I think that's going to be a key focus of everybody right now. And some of those pertinent actions that we can look at both sides of the pond, if we look at Europe and we look at the Americas, is around KYC and AML. So we've got to think about the wider impacts. Now, this huge disaster of FTX and everything that's happened and surrounded this is now creating a huge amount of pressure. So I think, look, there are lots of obstacles for us to tackle in the wake of FTX, but AML and KYC are some of the primaries. I mean, there's no perfect solution to resolve this. I know that everyone who operates in the decentralized space is very much libertarian, just to throw it back to what Ran said earlier. But look, I think there's a middle ground for all of this that we have to seek. I think it's up to us within the industry to now start approaching the regulators a little bit more carefully, with the understanding that their focus will shift quite quickly from regulation on centralized exchanges as we start to see most of liquidity being pulled from them, as we've seen with FTX. And where is it going to? It's going into the decentralized space. It's going into non-custodial wallets. So how do we strike that balance? How do we manage AML, KYC policies without having to reveal our identities on chain and through other means as well, or reverting to centralized processes around that? So one of the key focuses that's coming out of MICA, as pretty much everybody should be aware, is around KYC validation for non-custodial wallets connecting to applications out of the EU. And US intelligence or Treasury may suggest the same will be happening on the other side of the pond as well. So happy to share some more thoughts on that or take any questions from anybody.
One question I have, how damaging could the crackdown be by regulators? Have you spoken to any of them? I know everything's just happened in the last couple of days, but do you have any insight into this? I do know that hold on, there was one breaking news by Chet from a European Central Bank. What was it again, Chet?
Yes, let me go right back to that. I literally still have it open. So, European regulators. So this is from Andrea Enria, the chair of the ECB's supervisory board and the head of the financial supervision. He said he warns that regulators will struggle to oversee crypto asset providers, and my tone is very sardonic here given that this is coming from the ECB, has warned that regulators will struggle to oversee crypto asset providers which, quote, never think about financial risks, close quote, do not respect national borders, and pose, quote, a huge consumer protection issue, close quote. He also told the Financial Times, I am concerned for my colleagues that will have to perform this supervision in the future because these are animals with whom it is difficult to engage.
I'll give the mic back to you, man.
Thanks, Mario. Yeah, very interesting point, Chat. I mean, look, the issue here, the key issue between everyone is that there is a lack of understanding of the technology, the virtues of decentralization, but also the limitations. I mean, look at Europe right now. It's teetering on war. It's sitting on the edge of war with Russia and Ukraine. So their concerns primarily, if we look at the ECB, if we look at what the FSB is coming out with as well, is focused on, well, how do we identify who individuals passing through decentralized exchanges are? What are the impacts when it comes to geopolitical landscape, the funding of war, the movement of assets? When we look at massive issues like FTX and the movement of funds at mass from these exchanges through into the decentralized space, it's going to create a huge amount of concern. I mean, fortunately for us, I mean, we have some good advisors on both sides, both from Europe and the US, with Phil Hogan, former trade commissioner, sitting on our board, and also Mick Mulvaney, as I said, as well as Kirsten Nielsen, former head of Homeland Security and Cybersecurity for the US. We're in a good position to have those conversations and ongoing conversations with a number of regulators and security commissions around the world to actually help them better understand, the massive benefits and economic stimulus to this industry. Now, the threat here is that they would want to impose centralized KYC and AML means across this industry, which could be quite damaging to the growth of this. So it's all about us to manage and strike the balance between decentralization, anonymization, whilst also building in those rule sets for KYC and AML. That's a keen focus of what we're actually doing at our company as well, is providing that through anonymized means without sacrificing the regulatory standards that are required. But as always, there's a balance between what this incredible innovative technology can do and, let's just say, not fit for purpose regulatory standards that exist now. But we may see an acceleration in traditional financial standards being pushed into the decentralized space.
I appreciate you coming on, man. I would love having Mick on stage tomorrow, or any other regulators that want to come up on stage. I actually want to do a stay if Kim is okay with it.
There's
Kim,
something
okay if we do...
that just broke here from Bitcoin.com. Crypto exchange Kraken has frozen the accounts of FTX, Alameda Research, and all of their executives. They've been in contact with law enforcement as well. Remember, Kraken was speaking with law enforcement, trying to find out what was going on with the hack, etc. They have also now, as of today, taken steps to basically freeze the entirety of any accounts that belong to FTX Group, Alameda Research, and their executives. Their quote is, Kraken has spoken with law enforcement regarding a handful of accounts owned by the bankrupt FTX Group, Alameda Research, and their executives. Those accounts have been frozen to protect their creditors. This implies that there's something else going on behind the scenes here with law enforcement and what happened with this hack and what Kraken might know.
And this kind of shows the... Yeah, go ahead, Rich. And Simon.
Oh, I was going to add real quick that yesterday we announced that we have a product called Pax Gold, and we were also directed yesterday to freeze those. So that's been going on, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, be careful the way you read that out. I thought you said frozen withdrawals. That you almost scared the hell out of me as a
no.
But do you want to, because there's so many new people here, do you want to give an update on what we... the flow of all the hacked funds from FTX and what's going on there that we discovered?
Yeah, so I'll let Chat prepare an update for everyone else, for everyone new that joined. I want to give Satvik and Satoshi the opportunity to speak while we bring up other speakers. I know there's a lot of hands up. Anyone that has the hand up, I'll remind you all, you have to DM us why you need to speak, and the team will try to bring you on. But I'll get Satvik to speak. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, Mario. Thank you for having me on. Firstly, just wanted to quickly give some kudos to Ran for your comments earlier about, centralized exchanges needing regulation instead of the customers. I do think it's quite important to have some sort of scrutiny and transparency from them. I also wanted to quickly, before talking about why I came on, I wanted to just ask Zach a question, because the whole idea of like non-intrusive KYC has been really interesting to me, and I've been working on ideas myself. So I was just curious if you guys are using tokenized KYC that you then share with the exchanges and different like players that need those regulatory standards, or if you figured out other ways to do it.
And before you answer that, if you don't mind, I want to go to Rich quickly. So Rich, just to confirm, you said Paxos was also requested by authorities to also freeze the assets of Alameda, FTX, and their executives?
No. It wasn't individuals. It was specific addresses related to the hack that contain our token Pax Gold.
So do you then sanction those on the chain, or do all the individual, like, how do you deal with those sanctioned addresses?
Yeah, so that is a tokenized asset and not a pure crypto. So there's an ability to freeze that as it relates to a real world asset. So we are able to prevent that from moving further.
Okay. So Simon, did you have more points on this before we move on to the question that Sadvik asks Zach?
No, I mean, go for it. But I mean, why don't you, while we're on that, what do you think that the chain is just eventually just going to get clogged up with all of these sanction addresses? And have you got any thoughts on where that's going, and if there's any, this was a big part of SBF's ask, was to have the ability to sanction addresses in the DeFi space. Have you got any thoughts on it?
Well, I don't necessarily think it's about sanctioning. And to answer the earlier question, it's a combination of non-transferable NFT, hashed metadata on chain. But happy to discuss that at a technical level, one-to-one, if you'd like that. But in any case, I don't think it's a question of sanctioning and blocking addresses, but I think it's about providing more anonymized information about who you're actually transacting with on chain, bringing in an ethical component which allows you to really switch and on-off for validated and unvalidated addresses that you wish to engage with. I think that's a key component of it. They'll bring in extra granularity from an analytical perspective about transactional history and where users are transacting to and whom to.
Yeah, so like the real challenge as a centralized company like us is as much as we'd love to rely on that data, our regulators force us to have the data. So even if you get it on chain, it will provide an additional data point.
Yeah.
And it probably can work for the decentralized way, but in the centralized way, you have to hold it.
Yeah, I think the combination of the two, right? I mean, look, who are you to trust a centralized party offering information on chain, but building Oracle services that bring in professional audit and validation of those credentials is important as well. There is a separation between personal information, identity, and on-chain identity as well. There's huge disparity between the two. That can still remain to a degree as well, but also bringing in, risk worthiness of individual identity as well is quite important as well as we move forward. And we see this hybridization of, let's call it, regulatory standards on chain.
All right, guys, just quickly, I've got a lot of things going on my end. So we're getting a lot of DMs, a lot of information. One of them, I'll just share them as they come, and I'm just not going to have time to validate them. The team is struggling as well. So a pretty credible source and a CEO of a large company. This one is coming from two sources that are credible. And that's about Sam Bankman-Fried's father being an expert in tax shelters. He's a professor at Stanford Law. Obviously, it's nothing concrete and nothing major, if not for the circumstances, but something worth mentioning. We've got two exchanges being invited. We'll see if a few exchanges being invited to our discussions with the team. So we'll see if they come on. Another point is we've got here someone that works with regulators saying the following. Regulation, I'm going to quote exactly what he said. Regulation in Europe will send a wave across the world from a regulatory point of view, which will affect the USA and the world, as it will lead the WAU, I don't know what that means, as to how the space will begin becoming regulated on the issuance of utility tokens and the stable coins and how the information needs to be maintained. So I've got a lot of other similar messages. I won't read them all, but anyone that wants to send tips without coming up on stage, that's also an option. Best thing is DM it on Twitter. It's easier than trying to get my number and message me because I'm not keeping up with my messages. Anything else, Chet? Any other information from the team that we want to share before we go back to the panel?
There are some rumors coming through, but they're too big for me to want to say them right now. So I have to get them confirmed.
Can you send me the rumor, please? And yeah, please confirm in the meantime. Yeah. Anything too big, I'm happy to state rumors, but if it's just too major, then I'd rather we validate it first. If the source is good. So I'll go, Wahid's on stage, great. I want to go to Satoshi, if you don't mind, Satvik, just because he's had his hand up for like 2 hours now. Satoshi, I really appreciate you being patient, man. You were speaking earlier than breaking news came in, so I'll let you speak quickly before Chet comes back with more breaking news.
All right, yeah. So I just wanted to add a couple of things with Crypto.com. I know Ran asked who is actually using Crypto.com, and I think he also said that none of his friends are using it. But if you look at the wallets, it's mostly like Shiba and coins like these. So I think that the savvy crypto investor is not using the Crypto.com app. It's more like people who watch the commercial on TV or whatever they've heard about the meme coin. So that's the first thing. And also, secondly, I don't think it's spreading FUD talking about Crypto.com because they are supposed to reassure us, right? So we have the right to ask what happened with these transactions and whatnot. So I think it's just fair for us to raise those questions, and they should definitely try to answer them as good as they can. So definitely major flags there. Also, the third thing, and I also want to add another question, perhaps to Simon or someone in regards to this, and that is that compared to Celsius and FTX and whatnot, we didn't have our funds locked on those platforms. Even though they mismanaged funds, we could still withdraw them at any time until we couldn't, right? So with Crypto.com, you actually if you use the earn function, which is where you earn yield, you earn more yield by locking it up for 90 days or 3 months. So I think that's one thing to also consider. Even if they do have, we're just speculating, but even if they do have a hole in their balance sheet, that would give them some more time at least to try to fix that situation. And then the question I would have for Simon or someone else is, in these circumstances where there are major red flags going off, is there something to do for a lot of people who are having their funds in the crypto earn locked up? Is there something they can do about that, even though the terms state that they have to wait it out? So that's just that, guys.
I appreciate you sharing this. Before you answer that, Simon, we've got a very trusted source coming in with more information. So, Mike, I've just sent you an invite to come back up to stage. Simon, do you want to answer the question?
Yeah, sure. So the first thing to note is that anyone selling an earned product, a yield product, is selling an illegal security, and they've all had cease and desist orders from regulators because people need disclosures and suitability around how that yield is being earned. So that's the first thing, and that's why everyone should withdraw off Crypto.com and all of these platforms at the moment. And so, if anyone's listening to this, unfortunately, that's the reality. You need to take it onto cold storage. Now, if you're locked up in, let's just call it a CD or a term deposit, the equivalent, that is the way to do this in the future. But it needs to correspond with how it's actually being invested. So you can't have instant withdrawals on securities, and without disclosures on how those are actually being invested, because that's what causes the ability to have this run on an unlicensed, unregistered bank. So that's a really important thing. So in the future, these I believe that these earn products will firstly not be called earn accounts, because an earn account is incredibly misleading for you to thinking that it's like a deposit. It will be an earn loan because you're lending the money to the platform, and then they are engaging in risky activities, and those will be disclosed as a security with suitability testing so that you don't invest too much in it. So that's where it goes. And then you will have terms at which you can lock it up so that a good risk management department can manage how those funds can be locked up for that long to prevent any kind of liquidity crisis. And then it's not an insolvency issue because if you're investing in a security, then you can actually know whether those funds are lost or not and how they were invested with all the correct disclosure. So that's the first part of getting the market where it needs to go. But unfortunately, the situation we're in today is that nobody has sold these in compliance with securities laws, so that's creating a run on a bank at the moment. And at some point, all of these platforms are going to be triggered at the point at which they have funds available for withdrawals and the funds that are locked up in investments. And the advice to those that have those on the 3 months, it's the term. So if these companies move into Chapter 11 and you've invested for a 3 month term and it gave you additional yield, then you're going to be stuck if it reaches a Chapter 11 or a bankruptcy or insolvency situation in between. But if you do have non-term investments, then you shouldn't be listening to this. You should be trying to withdraw your funds right now and put them on cold storage or a wallet where you control the key. And I've got a question for you. Sorry, one question for you. You said it's mainly SHIB and things like that. Can SHIB be used as collateral? Is that what's happening there? Like, can you actually borrow against your SHIB on crypto.com?
That's a good question. I don't know. But I do think that so basically in the Earn program, they have the ability, you can lock it up for like flexible, you don't lock it up at all. And you can lock it up for 1 month or 2 months. Now, if you're holding a lot of CRO and you lock up the CRO, that puts you in kind of a bracket where you earn additional yield. So this is why people like from way back 2019, you were able to earn 14% on stable coins if you locked it up for 3 months. So I guess a lot of people have been doing that until now. They have lowered the rates right now, but I mean, I guess people could earn yield on SHIB and these other coins as well. I don't see a reason why not, even though they might not use it. Actually,
yeah, it's more of the collateral. So the FTX business model was that they collateralize the FTT, which is an illiquid token, in a time of a crisis that can send the whole company insolvent. So the practice is, so these collateralized loans should only be in future done with pristine collateral, and SHIB is certainly not the type of shitcoin that you should be using as pristine collateral if they allow you to borrow against it. I'm not sure if they do.
So let me add another thing quickly. So I heard, I'm pretty sure, like I don't have it on top of like in front of me right now, but back in 2019 when they launched the Earn program, Chris actually said, the CEO of Crypto.com, said that they are not actually lending out the crypto that people locked up in Earn. Now I don't know if that was just for like
what year was that, man?
So they launched it, I think they launched it at the end of 2019 or beginning of 2020, at the same time when the crypto token went nuts.
I do want to point out, and Kim, I don't know if you'll agree with me stating this, and right after I do this, I'll give the mic to Umbrella for an overview on on-chain and on-chain analysis on the whole FTX scam and saga. Simon, you requested that, so we brought up Umbrella. But Kim, would you agree if I state to the audience that even though we've had a lot of credible people ring the alarm on crypto.com, and we might see more breaking news about them, and obviously what happened with Gate is a big red flag. Would you agree? First, we all agree. I'm sure no one would disagree except Fernando earlier, but most of us would agree that not having your funds on crypto.com, and as Gabe said, any exchange to be on the safe side, exchanges are not banks, is what we're all recommending, especially at the moment, crypto.com and a few others I'd name when we have a reason to name them. But would you say there's also, so I'm trying to be balanced, would you say there's still a possibility that, there isn't much nefarious things going on with crypto.com? They're not over leveraged, and that was just a mistake, and they're not perfect, they're fucking up here and there, but they might stand the test of time. And that obviously applies to other exchanges, but we're focusing on crypto.com today because of what happened. Would you agree with that statement, Kim?
What I think is that in the situation we're in, the best option for everyone who has crypto on exchanges is to withdraw it and to have a holding pattern, keep your crypto safe until we know how big this impact of FTX is going to be, who else is going to fold, I think in the next couple of weeks, we're going to go through some pretty rough times, and we're going to see more, problems rather than less. So the prudent thing to do is just get off the exchanges, at least for now. And then, the long-term game should be wait until exchanges do actually have regulations that protect users. And in the meantime, just, self-manage your keys.
There's gonna be breaking news any minute. I can feel it, like we had yesterday and the day before. There's gonna be some breaking news that we're gonna react like, yep, of course, like it's gonna be probably worse than our worst case scenario. It happened time and time again in the last 48 hours. And I think it's gonna happen again. So Chet, I can't wait for you to just jump in. And when you do
Also, Mario, I just want you to know, I think I'm the only voice to say that I completely disagree with the consensus. Okay.
Tell me more. Guys, for anyone that doesn't know, Wahid is from the private financial world, runs a big hedge fund, a good friend, and a very smart person. So I'd love to get your take on this, Wahid. Didn't expect you to jump in with this beginning.
No, because look, I've been listening to this for 3 days, and I'm going to say a few things that I know is going to be very unpopular. First, I want you to know I'm all for DeFi. I'm all for decentralization. I'm all for the cause. But I want to state a few things because we are being very nonchalant about this. Withdraw from CEX, withdraw. Okay? I was through 08. When I was at Goldman and Janus, I lived through every crisis since the 1980s. You know that, Mario. I'm a little bit of an old geezer. Not a single bank was going to survive in October of 08 unless the Fed intervened. We all know that. None of everyone on this call would have taken their money out of the ATM machine. The most decentralized commodity today, gold, if every single person redeemed their futures contracts, there's not enough gold to actually meet the demand. There's 10x more paper trading gold than gold exists. Nothing in this world, okay, is not at some form leveraged. If everyone here follows the advice of all these Twitter spaces and we all withdraw from CEXs, this industry is done, okay? And here's what I want, and I'm hoping this goes to CZ and everyone else who has some means, is my understanding from talking to so many players is $20 to $30 billion is what is required right now to stabilize the system. And what we need is for the CEXs who are solvent, who want to contribute, to create the liquidity fund. And then you go, for every CEX that's about to fail, they turn over the keys. If they don't turn over the keys, then they're going to go to jail. First of all bondholders and equity holders are going to be wiped out. But what we need to do is protect the depositors. If this liquidity fund provides the marginal liquidity in order to liquefy the system, then basically in the future, once that liquidity pool gets paid back, like the IMF, then that centralized exchange is going to be owned by the depositors. That's the only way we're going to get out of this. If we are all going to fail, if Crypto.com fails, if Gate.io fails, I am telling you, in a week or two, this whole system is gone. You guys are being nonchalant about it. I've been through this crisis after crisis after crisis. And Binance is not going to go to 70 to 80 to 90% market share. That is a fairy tale. No one's going to allow that to happen. This industry will not survive unless leaders step up, create a liquidity fund, punish the former owners who were completely scrupulous about investor funds and depositors, but we need to find an industry solution because God knows how we're going to survive this if we don't.
I don't think the industry is going to come together on this one. First, we can't even agree on proof of work versus proof of stake, and even legitimizing these concepts. And after years and years and years of shitcoin this, shitcoin that, and everybody's evil, it's a fairy tale to believe that somehow people are going to wake up and do that. But guys, what makes crypto special is
CZ could have started it. CZ could have started it as opposed to send tweets saying the whole industry is going to shit. He could have started a different momentum.
You can't rescue fraud. Yeah, there's big problems with rescuing fraud.
Exactly. You can't rescue fraud. If nobody can come in and save Bernie Madoff because there's no asset worth purchasing there. Whereas 2008, at least we had some collateral, like houses and other things, and we could argue about the valuations, but we say, oh, if you let it ride long enough, eventually these things could be made whole. In this particular case, this is an imaginary thing on top of an imaginary thing on top of an imaginary thing. And if somebody's willing to take a 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever billion-dollar loss, then sure. It'll work. But we lost, this industry lost, the valuations have gone down $2.2 trillion since 2021. $2.2 trillion.
Can I rebut
Outside
that?
of BlackRock?
Can I rebut that?
Go ahead.
People have been sending around the portfolio of Alameda. And you know what the consensus is? It's actually pretty neat projects. It's
Yeah, but
actually
that
cool
goes
stuff.
to creditors. You have to do it through the legal
No,
process, which is
creditors
Chapter
are
11.
zeroed.
No,
No,
creditors will be
creditors are
entitled.
zeroed. Depositors are protected.
They
No.
should be entitled to those assets.
None.
Creditors.
None.
You're confusing shareholders with creditors. Creditors
I'm
are
not.
depositors.
Those are both below the line. Depositors come first.
Yeah,
I
that's what a
disagree.
creditor is. A depositor is a creditor. It's the same thing.
Depositors senior
This is crypto. We don't do bailouts.
Depositors senior
We
to a
don't do
creditor,
bailouts.
Richard.
But you can't bail out a Ponzi scheme with and you can't bail out fraud, because then you're then investing with the proceeds of crime. There's no way in the industry can do that. It's got to go through the correct legal process. It's got to wash out, and there are processes with dealing with this. We tried with Celsius, and as soon as we figured out what was actually going on, there's no way that you can bail out those businesses and allow for those practices to continue. It's just not legal.
I agree with you, but I have one point of disagreement. For me, in a normal institution, depositors come before creditors.
Sorry, depositors are creditors. If you're an unsecured creditor, if you have funds on FTX, you're an unsecured creditor, and there'll be secured creditors before unsecured, and equity are lost. So we're probably saying the same thing, but using a different word.
No, I agree. But I guess the point I'm trying to say is the kind of creditors that I'm talking about that come junior to the depositors are the second senior subordinated, etc. My point is that right now, guys, I love you all. You know that. If we don't liquefy the system, we could all pontificate on what's going to happen. This whole notion that everyone withdraws from the centralized exchanges is guys, if we all do that, it is game over for our industry. We turn it back 10 years.
No, we're not exchanges.
I disagree with
we're
that.
a bigger
I disagree with
industry
that
than
point.
exchanges. We're a much
the reason
bigger
why I
industry.
disagree, the reason why I disagree with that point is that there's a separation between decentralized exchanges and centralized exchanges, and you can hold your assets on cold storage and move them to a decentralized exchange anytime you want to. It's not the end of the industry. No one's saying to sell all of your assets. No one's saying to move to the US dollar. People are just simply saying to secure your assets, move them to cold storage, get them off of exchanges until this picture gets clear. It's not what would be the end of this industry is if no one has their actual assets and all these exchanges go underwater and then everything
Guys,
just goes to creditors. That's the
I
end of
thought
this
about
industry.
this. I promised you. And I swear on my mother's life, I'm on your side. But the equivalent in the real world is every company going private and delisting for the New York Stock Exchange. Then there's no private
That's not the
discovery.
equivalent because we
There's
still
no
have
credit.
liquidity.
There's
We
no
have
credit
DEXs.
flow. Guys, the industry will not function. There's no credit flow. There's no price discovery.
It will. Our Bitcoin's way more resilient than you think. Way more. We've seen this before. It's a bigger version. We get much. We get more and more traction and more people at each cycle. But to think the fall of an exchanges, we've been through this before. I remember, and probably Charles remembers, when Mark Capellas immediately said that the fall of Mt. Gox was because of Bitcoin, and said it was a transaction malleability, when it turned out an exchange had nothing to do with Bitcoin. And we'll go through this cycle again. We go through it every time. Yeah, we'll take a lot of hits, and it's unfortunate that creditors, are they'll be the beneficiary of all these assets, as you say. But there's no way that you can take a bunch of illegal activities, bail out the industry and continue that. You have to wash it out through the legal system, and then these centralized exchanges and regulators will define what's going to be securities, what's going to be regulated custody, what's going to be regulated lending. And all those regulations exist, by the way. It's just the bit that doesn't exist is the definition of what the underlying asset is, whether it's a security, commodity, or virtual asset.
That's 100% right. You solve the problems of centralization with decentralization. It's about fucking time that this industry actually lives up to the thing on the label. All these people ran around for a long time and said, "Oh, it's decentralized, decentralized. Throw all your money into it because it's a new paradigm. It's decentralization." And the first fucking thing that they did when they got other people's money is they rebuilt Web 2. And they rebuilt centralized entities and reconstructed all of Wall Street, this time with very little regulation or skirting the regulations. And now that everything is coming collapsing down predictably, they say, "Oh, well, we got to get a bailout. Oh, you got to save us for the good of decentralization. If you don't save us, all the cryptocurrencies will come to an end." Bitcoin doesn't give a shit. Cardano doesn't give a shit. Guys, the protocols are fine. They're still going to work exactly the same way tomorrow. They're still going to work exactly the same way. And, it's a lesson. We need to decentralize. We need to get shit on chain. We need to actually build real things that don't have custodians, that don't have trust, because that's how you solve the problem. If we do a bailout, all we're doing is basically saying, well, it's okay, once we get rid of these criminals, the next wave of criminals will be far more honest and far better. And fuck it, let's just give it to BlackRock and Chase and Goldman Sachs and all these other guys. Just let them run it because they know how to run these types of things. I didn't fucking sign up for that. I signed up for real decentralization. I signed up to actually have an asset class that doesn't need a goddamn bailout and is self-transparent and self-auditing and open.
So I agree
100% agree.
100% with you. I think all of those guys need to go to jail. I think all of them need to be reprimanded. I'll tell you who I care about and who I worry about. People who have no idea about this dialogue. And I'm quite new to the blockchain, few years. I'm part of the normal, part of the regular world. I apologize. But so many new entrants into your space, into our space in the last 2 years, signed up by opening an account in a centralized exchange. And all I care about in this discussion is protecting those people. I do not give a shit about the centralized exchanges and their owners and their creditors. I care about the mom and pop who deposited their first fiat in a centralized exchange because, frankly, they did not know how to go to MetaMask and Uniswap and PancakeSwap. And it's okay to admit that. Because the normal world, the average Joe, does not know or is as sophisticated as you. They have opened accounts in centralized exchanges in complete oblivion to give all of us a chance. All of us. And that's all I'm trying to say.
Let's talk about how to make them more sophisticated instead of talking about how to perpetuate the very reason the industry exists. We don't solve 2008 by becoming bigger than too big to fail. That's what we did in Wall Street, and that's why crypto exists. And at some point, you have to have some tough love and let the market clear and let people wise up and grow up and realize they don't get something for nothing. And this is not a one-way relationship. The avarice that built this, we shouldn't reward it with validation and vindication of that avarice. We should educate people and say it's time for a new type of finance. It's time for a different way of doing things. And yes, it takes real use of utility and adoption. And I'm sorry, a bailout does nothing. It just rewards bad behavior.
Umbrella, Sadvik, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, just on that, I think we got to differentiate between banks and exchanges. They are completely different in my eyes. Exchanges should hold your crypto one-to-one on cold wallets or hot wallets as well. You can't bank run that. If they're holding one-to-one, you can withdraw everything from that exchange. They should be able to give it to you. Like CZ said around Binance, they hold one-to-one. So I agree with Mario. We should all, have no fear of perpetuating our views that we should withdraw from exchanges because there shouldn't be a bank run on that. So I think the kind of Web 2 or TradFi mindset is wrong in this case. So that's just kind of my view on that side. In terms of the on-chain data and kind of what we're seeing is, and we've been following this since the beginning, using the data sets that we've built, both that kind of monitor us live on Telegram and Discord. Basically, for anyone that wasn't in the space last night, I'm just going to kind of give you an overview in terms of what we saw. So effectively, FTX's both cold and hot wallets started moving funds, almost, about 30 hours ago. And we all picked it up because it wasn't just, small withdrawals that you would expect from users on that exchange. It was effectively full token balances of big tokens. Then the media assumption was actually this is potentially a hack, or this is, someone that got access to their systems, or, how they're bombed at gunpoint or anything. But then we saw, in terms of when they sent that to the wallet, how did the wallet interact now that they got the funds? Because traditionally, big hackers, whether it's Lazarus, North Korea, Russia, whatever it is, whatever those institutions, are very sophisticated once they get the funds. Once they have the funds, the way they obfuscate those funds and do it in a way that you're unable to see where they've moved those funds around. They use different types of protocols, and they've got it all automated on their back end. They use private nodes, not public nodes, etc. Very sophisticated. The way this wallet interacted on chain, and this was across chains, both on Ethereum, Binance chain. I see they even on Arbitrum, Optimism, etc. They went on a few other chains. Is someone who actually doesn't really know how DeFi works. It's more someone, who's newer to DeFi. So when we saw that, we thought, this is not a sophisticated hacker. And to hack a big exchange like FTX, you would have to be sophisticated. So that for us says it more points to someone on the inside doing it. As an example, what they did, which was, they made massive blunders on chain. They had $40 million worth of staked ETH. Instead of, slowly drawing out of different protocols, they just straight withdrew it from the curve pool and took $500,000 of slippage. And they also didn't modify their settings correctly. They used public nodes. They effectively did it, in a way that you would expect someone with $100 worth on their wallet to interact on the blockchain. You would think, okay, maybe that's a normal blunder for someone to make, but they kept on doing it. And probably the biggest one we saw, which we all laughed about on crypto Twitter, was the fact on the Trons blockchain. So what they did is they sent all the TRX that was sitting in FTX to another wallet. They sent all the USDT on TRX into another wallet. And then they moved the TRX to another wallet, which was a bit strange. Why would you do that? That's something, someone who's not experienced does it. Then they try to transact on the TRX blockchain, i.e. selling their USDT, because obviously we know USDT can blacklist addresses. But obviously they didn't have TRX in their wallet to obviously do that transaction, because TRX is the gas token for the Trons blockchain, which kind of, for users that don't know, runs a lot of the USD transactions. And so they use Kraken to actually get TRX, which obviously, we saw what happened with Jesse and Kraken put out, that they blocked those accounts. But by the time they managed to get the TRX into their wallet, USDT had frozen those funds. And it was a significant amount it was almost $50 million worth of USDT that immediately got frozen because of, I guess, if you say it's inept, right? It's, out of, $1 billion worth of potential funds, to lose, almost, a significant portion of that, almost 1% of that, or 10% of that, due to inaptitude, is not something you expect from a sophisticated hacker. Then what we saw is they first started selling, which I didn't expect. If you're a sophisticated hacker and you pull tokens from an exchange, you would start selling the non-trustless tokens, so i.e. tokens that can't be blacklisted. So what tokens can't be blacklisted? We've talked about SHIB in the space. SHIB can't be blacklisted. The contract's renounced, it's got no owner. I mean, it's a simple ERC20 contract. There's no way that it could be blacklisted. So why would you go about selling that as one of the first ones? And it was the same with Uniswap's token. And they also took massive slippage on that. So, they were losing between, when they were selling $20 to $30 million of the token, they were losing between $4 and $5 million. So let's say 10% of the value of that token by the way they were doing it. So just to give you an example, like when the Ronin bridge was hacked and they managed to get some tokens, you would see they were sending a transaction every block. And that's what a sophisticated hacker does. He's got an automated system on the back end that he's able to do a transaction every block, because that's how you optimize kind of funds recovery. And so we didn't see that. We saw big slippage transactions. We saw them on the BSC chain, as an example, selling the USDT to USDC, a big slippage, losing it, then selling the USDC back to BNB, and taking and using obviously decentralized exchanges, and taking massive hits, and kind of losing a lot more of that fund recovery, and it's also been slow. Sorry, Mario, I know.
No, continue, man. No. I didn't unmute intentionally. Continue, bro. Continue. Finish the analysis.
No.
There's Chat has breaking news, and he dropped off, glitched. I'm trying to bring him up quickly for the news. Oh, there he is.
So the breaking news I've seen is Alameda Research has started, and I guess I can't deny or confirm because it's a fresh wallet. I looked at the wallet across different chains, but Alameda Research has started moving their funds, and it's on Arbitrum. So maybe they used a different blockchain that no one's maybe aware of, but they started moving funds on Arbitrum. And for me, that says, why would if a liquidator came in and started moving their funds to a different wallet that they don't control, why would they start on Arbitrum as a network that's not as well known as Ethereum, as an example?
So just confirm, Alameda Research is moving its funds on Arbitrum?
Yes, they've just started moving. It's literally, I can tell you exactly when they did it. They did it an hour ago. They moved 104 BTC and 1,300 ETH out of the Alameda Researchers, one of their wallets, to another wallet.
Is that the news, Chat? That's what you had? Do you DM me?
No, I have different news, and this is in relation to that Serum issue we were having earlier. So Cointelegraph is now reporting that the liquidity hub Serum, which remember that's backed by SBF, has been forked by the developers after the FTX hack. Solana's developers forked the widely used token.
So just to go back, hold up, bro. Serum is the one they launched. So Sam launched Serum, and the market cap was like 80 million, and they had 2 billion. What was the circulating market cap was like 80 million. They had like $2 billion worth of tokens. Was that it?
Correct. Yes, and so they say the Solana developers forked the widely used token liquidity hub Serum after being compromised. So it was compromised by a hack on the bankruptcy exchange FTX that led to a series of unauthorized transactions. According to a Solana developer, they said a verified build of the same version has been made and deployed. Additionally, the upgraded authority and fee revenues have been changed and are now managed by a multi-sig controlled by a team of trusted developers. So this he also noted that when I reached out to a couple people previously involved with Serum, I got answers like, "I wish I had more info to help you, but I really don't." And that's from the FTX side.
And just going back to the point Rich kind of said in terms of that Paxos were able to, I guess, freeze the hackers PaxG. That is 100% true. I've got it on chain. You can kind of see it if you go into the Paxos Gold contract. You can see if they've frozen accounts of certain wallets, and it was frozen. And for me, that just shows another, sophisticated, when we saw kind of multiple hacks around, sophisticated hackers, as soon as they do it in a way where they take tokens that can be blacklisted or frozen from wallets, they immediately sell that, or they put a function on the back end. What you can do is that if that you can see if your address is about to be blacklisted, you can sell all your tokens. And that's what sophisticated hackers do, and they didn't do that. And if I have to look at the wallet, how much does it have in Paxos Gold sitting? It's got $14 million of Paxos Gold. So that's kind of a significant fund that they could have had that they didn't by doing that. They obviously were able to sell all the other tokens except USDT, which had got frozen across different blockchains, Paxos that got frozen. But what they did is they sold it all to Ethereum, because obviously Ethereum is a trustless protocol. And what we've seen on BSC is they're trying to use different bridges to convert their BSC balances to Ethereum and move that across to Ethereum. Obviously, because BSC, it's obviously there's a risk that BSC as a chain and the validators could come together and freeze the wallet. I haven't heard any confirmed reports that wallet's been freezed, like they froze the hackers' wallet for that BNB hack. So I know BSC's got the ability to do that, or BNB Chain's got the ability to do that. I haven't seen confirmed reports that has happened, though the wallet hasn't interacted with the blockchain in 16 hours. So obviously maybe that's something we need kind of CZ and the BNB team to confirm what action they're going to take on that wallet.
And
these are all.
Go ahead, Lucas.
And I have some other news coming in from the team right now, and then Lucas will let you go. But just the team is letting me know they're looking over a lot of the dexes, etc. They're seeing rather a decent pump happening in dexes currently right now. So people do appear to actually be kind of moving their money in this sort of way. And the other side that they told me is that the rest of the market is currently bleeding out. Like gaming, metaverses, fan tokens, storage, and more. So just something to keep you all updated on the market conditions right now.
So altcoins are bleeding out right now. I'm not even looking at the markets. Is that what you're saying, chat?
Yes, that's correct. The team is telling us that the basically gaming, metaverse, fan tokens, they're bleeding. They're bleeding right now.
Oh Jesus, yeah. Bitcoin is relatively steady at 2% down. Not that steady, but still. 23% down for Chronos. What's Axie at? Axie, let me see. The metaverse is going to get fucked right now. Okay, Axie is up 10% in the last 24 hours. No idea why.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
That would be a outlier then here.
It's in the top 3. The number one token in the top 100. Number one token that's gained the most is it's Trust. 66% spike. Not surprisingly. GMX token is at 12%, and then Axie is at 10%. It was a bit more earlier. And we've had Jiho from Axie on the show a couple of times. And then we have, next one is Tron coin. And then you have Uniswap, and then Internet Computer is up as well. And the founder was in the audience earlier. Cool. All right, go ahead, Kyle.
I love GMX. I think for any I think it's relevant to people here maybe know what it is, because you can do pretty much everything that you want to do on something like FTX on GMX, and I'm really happy to see something like GMX actually getting some spotlight.
Yeah, we've had the founder on I think we've had the founder on the panel. Remember once that we found out by accident the founder was on the panel? Was that GMX or another one? Kyle?
I don't remember which.
Okay. Maybe another coin. Anyway, we'll go to Lucas because I know you're trying to speak earlier. Lucas, go ahead, bro.
Sorry, just last thing from me before I finish.
Go ahead, Umbrella.
Mario, I know you were talking about in terms of the tokens receiving it's everyone new in DeFi kind of don't necessarily understand how the token and smart contracts work. But effectively, when you were Chet was explaining around that the wallet appeared that they were sending CRO type tokens. That's false. They weren't. So effectively I guess we traditionally we call them scammers, and what they do is they put out honeypot contracts that you can't sell, but they've got the ability in those contracts to, I guess the word spoofing, so where they can effectively put on the blockchain that it came from one address to any address. It appears if you go onto the ERC20 transactions that actually as an example, the FTX hacking wallet sent it. But the way to double check and make sure of it is if you actually click the physical transaction, if you look at the from wallet, it's actually not the FTX wallet. So that's how you kind of 100% know that it's not that FTX wallet doing any of those. It's someone trying to take advantage of the situation.
I want to go quickly to you saw the news in our group chat. I would really like you to verify this. because that's pretty damn serious. So if you can verify it, just check our group and get back to us. In the meantime, I'll go to who did I want to ask? Oh, Lucas, you were trying to speak. Yes, go ahead, Lucas.
Yeah,
And
I was
but
just
for
going to make the
anyone,
point
just
that.
Lucas, I'll
Yep.
interrupt you. Chat interrupted you the first time. I'll interrupt you the second time. Just for anyone,
All
there's so
good.
many hands up, guys. If you want to speak, you have to put your hand up. But please also DM me so the team knows why you want to speak. I'm not able to go through the requests, so the team will DM me whenever they want me to bring someone up. So please just DM me, especially if you have any news or information about Crypto.com, FTX as well. But our focus now is on Crypto.com or any other exchange.
Hey Mario, I have to break in just for you. The BitBoy is here and is attempting to join, so if you could bring him on stage.
Oh, perfect timing. All right, Lucas, while I bring up BitBoy, the mic is yours, man.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to make a point that what we're seeing right now are these pseudo bailouts, right? We're seeing a different type of bailout emerge in crypto and set some interesting precedents. What Tron did was really debase the existing token holders and use their reserves to effectively bail out all the users that had funds within the Tron blockchain. Yesterday, I found out that there's a high likelihood that Serum supply was inflated over the course of this year to also provide a bailout to FTX if it's true that Serum was the largest position in FTX's balance sheets in accordance with the Financial Times investigation. It's very likely that these two mints that were made in convenient times this year were pseudo bailouts that were going to FTX, given the relationship between the Serum founders and FTX itself.
All right, cool, man. Appreciate you sharing that, Lucas. Waiting for Ben to join. So Ben, I've sent you through, Ben BitBoy, I've sent you through an invite. And Romy, if you check your DMs. In the meantime, Romy, it would be good to get Ron in here as well, because I think he'd be a good time to bring him in. So we'll wait for BitBoy to come on. Kyle, I don't see you on stage, but I think Kyle, you're trying to bring Crypto.com Chris on stage. I tried to invite Chris. He replied, and he just said there's no more information I can share. There's no further clarity that I can offer, which is unfortunate. But if a few minutes later, CZ came on, so that just shows the paradox. But if he changes his mind to come on, that would be great, Kyle. Amin, I know Amin and Mike, you both have information to share. Mike, you've had some information to share as well. I didn't see your hand up, so I forgot. So I'll let Amin go first, and then Mike.
Sure. Hey, everyone. So first of all, my heart goes out to everybody who was directly affected by what happened at FTX. It's really heart-wrenching. I do want to remind you, and I want to give you some perspective. We've lived through crises of this kind before. We've had, going back all the way to Bitcoinica, to Mt. Gox, to DAO hack. These were all existential threats to crypto at large. When they happened, it was doom and gloom, and yet we survived, and we will persevere through this as well. And the second point I want to make very quickly is that, yes, there are many of us who are directly impacted. And there will be a tendency to sort of look at what's happened, to try to measure the impact of the crater here. And when people do that, they will look at the damage in the aftermath. And I want to draw your attention to all the damage that happened before the explosion. Okay, there was consistent mispricing in the space, consistent mispricing. Everything that we know, all of the mental anchors that we have are just skewed up the wazoo because of what happened over the years to Sam coins, to this persistent behavior of selling one range of tokens in order to prop up another range. So that's two. Third and final thing, regulators will be called in. They usually, counter to what people have in their sort of mental models, regulators aren't chomping at the bit to jump into a complicated technological space. They get called in. These are the occasions when they get called in. And I saw some hints of that right now as well beforehand in this discussion. So I want to remind you that tech can do what regulators can do. There's great stuff happening already in the space. So for example, if I just look at Avalanche, the chain's been ticking through all of the market up and downs. Perp volume is very high. It's like 3 times week over week. And all-time high gas usage, and everything is working beautifully in DeFi. So that's been said over and over again. And there's other technologies like proof of liabilities, Proof of funds, of course, different ways of doing proof of funds, not just by, just renting money and signing something, but actual proper proof of funds with proof of liabilities. These are possible. And there are also technologies coming in, like execution environments, secure execution environments. So those are one of the things that we're exploring with Enclave.market, for example. They make it impossible for even the centralized exchange operators to engage in malfeasance. So on that note, I think I want to give people some hope that we will persevere and live through this.
Thank you so much. I mean,
So
really
something I want to
appreciate
break in just really quickly with, Trust Wallet is at is near its all-time high. It actually reached an all-time high today. It's up 48%. That is a complete contrary to everything else happening in the market right now, which is going towards all-time lows.
Well, so it's a
Isn't
good.
Trust Wallet's Binance self-custodial wallet, isn't it?
Correct. Trust Wallet is Binance's self-custodial wallet. So while people appear to be moving towards Trust Wallet over other things, I myself would move to cold storage. That's just me, but I'm saying that right now what we see right now is Trust Wallet is pumping.
Yeah, it's a good step in between if you haven't figured out self-custodial to go to a wallet like that rather than hardware if you haven't figured it out yet.
I agree. Ben, Simon, thanks, man, and Chet, and Amin, thanks, guys. Ben, how are you?
I am doing really well. How are you?
I don't know, man. You've been critical of Sam and FTX for a long time, so this is a perfect "I told you so" moment, I guess.
Yeah, well, one thing we're really happy about is the fact that thousands of accounts and millions of dollars left FTX because of the warnings we've been giving people. We've been warning about this for about 2 months now. And, of course, over the last week, things have really exploded. Of course, people know the little exchange that Sam and I had it was 3 weeks and 2 days ago when he released his political manifesto, and nobody knew he was working on this stuff but us. And, we just told him, we said, get ready, bud, because we knew all this was going to happen. Now, did we know that the insolvency was going to happen so quickly? No, we didn't. CZ front ran some stuff, and I don't know if he had to do it all over again if he would have done it in the same way. But basically, he got access to a lot of the same information that we've had that has been given to us, basically the industry's burning from the inside, and it's burning extremely quickly. And obviously, we don't want this for people. We certainly hate it that people have lost money, and we don't want anything to come off as gloating. But the fact is, this was always a Ponzi, and it was always going to happen. And it was going to happen today, was going to happen tomorrow, was going to happen in next year. That doesn't really matter. The fact is, it was always going to happen. And you're going to find out a lot more stuff. I've been telling everybody to wait about a month because there's going to be some stuff coming out. Exactly what Amin was just talking about. Our entire industry has been a house of cards. The market makers have kept the price of a lot of these projects up. We've got a lot of these flywheel tokens, Serum, obviously. You have FTT. You got a lot of these tokens across the board that are basically just printed the same thing that we, really judge the traditional market for. And yet that's what we've been doing inside of crypto. And so there's going to be a lot more burning before it's over with. Like I said, within the next month, I think there's going to be a lot more stuff exposed. And, kind of how we got into all this was because everybody knows we're doing a bill. We're still trying to get funding for it. Hopefully everybody's poor now. So we're going to be doing an event at the end of the month in Dubai. Once we get the funding for the bill, we get it registered. Everybody's going to know what it is. But we were trying to seek funding for that bill from FTX. And we ended up going through a chain of SBF to Tim Harrison to WetGen. Of course, everybody knows WetGen just deleted his Twitter. He was the person who actually the person that leaked us the information that they were going to be doing a federal bit license. And at that point, we started saying, what's going on here with this? And of course, we started putting out the information. Nobody knew about this. It was just a fluke how I found out about it. And then all of a sudden, something happened where all of Sam's enemies that he screwed project after project after project, ICP, Casper, New Genesis, all refinance. All of these projects that he's totally screwed over the years started reaching out. And we started getting, people can check out the NBC News article that just came out yesterday or 2 days ago about this that tells the story of a guy who they basically paid off and gave a job to in order not to leak information about the cover protocol and safe token hack. So there's a lot of stuff going on that's just not good. It stinks to high heaven. Sam's obviously going to prison, but I want everybody to be very clear about one thing. Sam was not the person that set all this up. Sam is going to go down as the patsy, as the person that takes the fall for everything. There is a man. His name is Dan Friedberg. I just posted 3 pictures of him on my Twitter. This guy is the same exact guy who was in charge of the biggest poker scandal in history, which was Ultimate Bet. Millions of dollars were stolen because they had created a system to where they could see other people's cards. Mike Mattisau, Phil Hellmuth, these were 2 guys that both had millions of dollars stolen through this and were promoters of Ultimate Bet. They didn't know. Dan Friedberg set up the shell companies. He set up everything. And the same thing that has just happened, where basically they had a fail-safe on FTX to be able to delete a lot of the data. The same exact thing happened with Ultimate Bet, where all the records got totally deleted and destroyed. There were audio recordings of Dan Friedberg instructing people to delete evidence. And guess what happened? He didn't even lose his license as a lawyer in the state of New York. So what we're seeing right now is an exact replica of that. Dan Friedberg was the counsel to FTX and to SBF specifically. He is wiping the entire internet of his existence right now. We have information that he's making phone calls to all the other lawyers that are connected to FTX saying, I didn't know about any of this. I didn't know it. I'm not connected. I don't know about it. We just saw a story that was put up that we contributed to about an hour ago, all about Dan Friedberg and everything he has done in the situation. And it within 30 minutes, every single news site that was on that network got hacked and the servers went down. This guy is the puppet master. This guy is the one who must be held accountable. And I posted some pictures on my Twitter. Everybody needs to share that because he's literally scrubbing the internet of his existence right now. This is the guy that set up the entire infrastructure, all the shell companies. Sam was just the one who, is going to look. Sam's not a good person
I've
either.
got a
He's taking
question though, Ben. I've got a question though, Ben.
Sure.
So I've watched you for a while myself, and I know that you at one point pumped up Star Atlas, and you pumped up other tokens that were actually, now we find, deeply intertwined with FTX, etc. And have issues now because of that funding. Why were you pumping those tokens if you knew that this was such an issue?
I didn't know any of this.
I think he said he knew that like 2 months ago he got the information.
Like 2 months ago we came across this, and when you say pumping, if we did a video on something, certainly price may or may not go up, but we weren't aware at that point of how all this is connected. We haven't done a single sponsored video in almost a year now. So, but to attack me for things that we did 2-3 years ago is not really fair. What we're really doing is we're looking at the future of this industry, and we're all galvanizing together and saying, how can we keep the negativity out? And I would say this, and I've said for a long time, a lot of the reason why I got a lot of flack for a lot of things I did is because I was just freaking naive. I was naive, just like a lot of these companies were naive to what was going on. A lot of these companies that got listed on FTX were naive to what's going to happen. There's a lot of industry players who have been manipulating influencers, projects, companies, wallets, the whole thing for years, and it just now is coming out. And I think the important thing, like I said, is we all move forward together and we create some kind of alliance to keep these people out of crypto. We all care the best. There are some of us that really care about where this industry is going. And over this next 6 months, those people are going to become clear who they are. That's what we need to support. We need to move forward. We don't need to talk about the past or what may have happened 3 years ago, a video that I did that, who knows, what I was manipulating, what I was told, what I was lied about, which is true. But we're not trying to look at the past. We're trying to move forward and get this space where it needs to be.
Ben, can I ask you something?
Bitboy.
Just
Go ahead, Ron.
really quick.
I got him.
Hey, Mario, do you remember yesterday in our space how someone told us that the general counsel of FTX confirms that this isn't a hack, that they're actually moving funds into a safe wallet so that the people that are now in charge of the company can direct these funds? Wasn't that the case yesterday?
Yeah, it was
Wasn't
said,
that-
and it was said that you could take that to the bank because that is ironclad. It was said, absolutely.
Wasn't that
And
wasn't
and
weren't
and
there,
and,
was-
and when
weren't there
I
two
heard
hackers?
that, here's the funny thing. When I heard that yesterday, I was like, "There's no way in hell that the general counsel, a lawyer of the company, would be making a statement like that." And now Ben is revealing that the general counsel may be deeply involved in all of this scamming.
Exactly. Is for sure.
That is That is fucking insane. This has just gone to a whole new level of crazy.
Exactly. And this is why this guy is going around telling everybody he's not involved. And I can tell you this, like, he's going to really hate it, but we have audio recordings of him literally telling people to destroy evidence. So he's screwed. We have this evidence. It's going to come out. There's nothing he can do about it. He can scrub the internet all he wants. There are two other people involved in this. I cannot remember the person's last name. This was someone who totally believed in Dan Freiberg and has been totally, I've been said or told has been broken down in tears. Ryan Miller is another person who's in charge of the bankruptcy. I've been told Ryan Miller is a good guy. He actually did not know about anything. He was naive, just like a lot of other people were about this. So when you start checking out all the lawyers and seeing their involvement, Dan Freiberg is the one who created all of this. He's done it before. It's so crazy to think. Think about this. Think about how insane it is. Literally, the guy who was in charge of the greatest online poker scandal in history is FTX's general counsel. Now, also taking into consideration the fact how similar it is what we're seeing with FTX to what we saw with Ultimate Bet. Ultimate Bet, the whole thing was they created something called God Mode. And in God Mode, you could see the other players' cards. You couldn't lose, especially if you got to the river and they tried to bluff. They could not bluff you because you saw the cards. Think about how similar that is to what we're seeing with FTX, to where literally they could see everybody's trades before they happen, and they were able to take advantage of that. It's the exact same thing. So how the similarities between these two things are not going to save him. And, it's going to be extremely obvious to people by the time all this stuff comes out who the mastermind was here. And he's been very careful to make sure he's not included with the gang of four, Caroline, Gary Wang, SBF, and Amy Wu, not to be included in any of those four. He wants people to see him on the outside of this, but really he's the greatest culprit. And the greatest evidence we ever had, article came out an hour ago. Within 30 minutes, all of the servers went down. We're totally hacked. This guy's trying to scrub the internet. We cannot let him get away.
What's the article, Ben?
There's lots of them.
The article.
There's lots of them, but they keep being taken down. So you kind of got to
exactly.
You've got to chase this article.
Yes.
The one that's currently live is highstakesdb.com news. That's the one. That's where you got to go now.
Yeah.
High stakes deep. But I mean,
and what does the article essentially states what Ben was telling us, or is there additional information?
Yeah,
okay.
The article says basically what Ben was telling us. But also, I don't think that he's working alone because, as Ben rightly said, there are people above him. This is a guy that has committed this kind of crime, and he's still licensed to be a lawyer in the United States. When that happens, you're not working alone.
Right.
And
He's
just
creates the infrastructure. He's the mastermind behind the infrastructure and the shell companies and the back doors that were set up to make all this possible.
Holy shit.
Sam didn't hire a criminal lawyer. He hired a criminal lawyer.
Better call Saul.
And that adds on to this. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, Ben.
Yes.
We talk about taking people to jail and reprimanding people, etc. And for all the people who DM me, we have absolutely no exposure to centralized exchanges, etc. I'm not playing with a Machiavellian play here. But Ben, how do we protect the $200 to $300 investor who literally made crypto in the last 2 years? Literally.
Right. Well, yeah, I think that how we do that going forward is going to be very, very important, because what has occurred is we've allowed stock market 2.0 to come into crypto. And we've all bought onto this lie that it was good for crypto and the prices were going to go up and yada, yada, yada. And yes, that did happen. The prices did go up, but they go up every 4 years anyways. So really what we have to be thinking about is the next wave of people coming into crypto. And when is that going to be? Well, as long as we don't veer off the 4-year cycle history, which we could go into a multi-massive, multi-year bear market here, which we don't want to see. But as of today, we're exactly on track, right on where we should be for the 4-year cycle. So that means we have about 1.5 years before people are really going to start coming back into this space, until people will be recovered and repaired. And of course, a lot of those people have already left, as you guys know. Right now, we got a lot of excitement and engagement because things are going crazy right now in crypto with this story. But, a few weeks ago, volume was lower than ever. And of course, YouTube views were lower than ever. Interest was at all-time, well, not all-time low, but a 4-year low. So as people start coming back into space, we need to create infrastructures to keep these people out, to hold these types of people accountable, is some kind of an alliance. I really don't know like exactly what it's going to look like, but we've got to create an alliance of people in the space who care, that are willing to speak up and say, no, we cannot go use this exchange. No, we do not need to support Coinbase. No, you need to learn how to self-custody. No, we don't want more centralization. We want more decentralization. Because really the answer to all of this, ironically, is decentralization. Of course, we know SBF was going to have these meetings with Gary Gensler, and they were trying to close these regulatory loopholes and all this stuff. Of course, now Gary Gensler's trying to spin all that. No, it wasn't true. Nobody believes him, okay? But the fact is that the ironic thing is, and what really brought this all to a forefront is SBF trying to destroy decentralization in America through safety and centralization. But we now see the centralization is way more crooked than the decentralization could ever be. And I think this is a really good moment in regulatory history here to be able to point that out. Like, no, the people that you enabled and you gave a platform to and allowed to shape crypto regulation, they were the evil people that were trying to destroy everything and trying to create stock market 2.0 through a decentralized and trustless world, which is what we're moving to. We're not there yet. That's really where we need to be pointing people to. And I would say this: we all have a responsibility. I'm in a very large, crypto influencer group on Telegram. I've been an admin there for 4 years. It's slowly been built up. It's got a lot of the biggest guys in there. They don't talk that much. A lot of smaller people. And I told everybody in that group after Celsius, we did a poor job. We all did a very poor job of protecting people. We did not communicate, not your keys, not your crypto, enough to people to really make them understand, that you have to self-custody. And we trusted the centralized entities too much. Now, look, there certainly is an amount of your portfolio, if you're a trader, that you're going to have to trust at some point to some of these exchanges. But you can't have a spot where if one exchange goes down or goes insolvent, that you lose everything. We've got to really teach diversification. Yes, you may have to use a third party as a necessary evil, but you don't trust it. You get your money off there as quick as possible. And I think that's really the message that we have going forward. We keep taking 3 steps forward and 2 steps back with every 4-year cycle because so many people get burnt. The next wave is going to be so big and so massive. We've got to do everything to protect those people coming in.
But Ben,
Before you go, Wahid,
I
just
need to
before
push
you,
back on you.
yeah, I will.
Gotta push back on Ben.
I will. I just got Wahid. I will let you know. I promise. I'll let Ben as well speak. But guys, if you just let me allow PG, just because I think it's time sensitive.
Sure.
PG, you were one of the first 100 employees at Crypto.com, which is big focus of ours right now. And you mentioned to the team who verified that you've worked there and were very early there. I got fired because my values conflicted from what was happening internally. And then you can also explain how withdrawals are processed and your internal perspective. If you could, because you said Crypto.com has always had systems in place to prevent huge mistakes like this. So I'd love you to touch on that as well, because we've been a bit skeptical of the whole transfer to Gate.io.
Hey guys, thanks for having me in. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just a disclosure. I'm actually a shareholder in Crypto.com since I was one of the first people who was onboarded. I'm also part of VM Party DAO. So yeah, but I was one of the first 4 people hired in the Bulgarian office of Crypto.com, and effectively how withdrawals work is when a person requests a withdrawal, it goes through a very complicated system in place that goes through various different teams. When a person requests a withdrawal, if it's a small type of withdrawal, and this is not only for that specific exchange, but in general, it goes to an automated system that distributes the money based on the amount that people are actually withdrawing. So if you have a withdrawal for, let's say, 0.01 BTC, it will not go to any other team, right? However, if your account is being flagged for one reason or another, let's say if you're trying to withdraw 10 Bitcoins, then that withdrawal will go for manual processing because the hot wallet that the exchanges have are not infinite. Okay, so the exchanges want to make sure that they can then replenish the hot wallet so it has enough funds for the smaller automated withdrawals. So I'm not exactly sure whether it was established of the withdrawal was made from a cold or hot wallet. If someone can give me info on this, that would be great. But it's basically impossible for a 400 million withdrawal to occur without it being manually approved first. Now, I don't know how the previous 10 million withdrawal to that Australian lady happened, but 400 million usually is not an amount of money that people hold on hot wallets.
And the next question
it would have come from the cold, definitely.
And the next question I have, PG, before we go back to Ben, you said you were fired due to clashes on the way things are run. I think you had ethical concerns. If you can elaborate on that as well, please.
Yeah, exactly. So the way that I was working in Crypto.com initially was focused on values and empowerment of people. However, with the growth of the actual team, what ended up happening was that people's values were starting to be put down. One of the things was that the customer service team, as you can see, they weren't really using real names. So that's one thing that has actually been taking place. And one of the reasons why that was happening was because it was more user-friendly for customer services to use female names rather than the real names. And it wouldn't be as friendly for us to meet someone named Ivan, for example. So yeah, this is something that was very contradictory to my values because I stand behind my name, and this is something that was a red flag.
All right, man, I appreciate you sharing this. If there's more insight you'd want to share, feel free to DM us or just request to speak again. I appreciate you coming on, man, and sharing this insight. Anyone else that wants to share early employees, you can just DM us and we can share the information anonymously, or you can come on stage like PG. Wahid, I think you had a question for Ben.
No, I mean, look, it's very, very difficult because, Mario, for me, this is very deja vu. I've been through all these in the 80s and the 90s and 2000s, and none of us will be speaking to one another if there was not some form of control in 08, because none of us would have been able to get any cash out of an ATM machine. And I know that's how Bitcoin got created. I get it. I worship it. Trust me. I'm in awe of it. But I feel like I'm the sole voice that feels like the contagion is so intense that if this is let go, if we say to each his own, this whole damn thing is going to cascade and it's going to destroy our industry. I really do feel
bad players will be gobbled up by good players. So if you look at Lehman Brothers, it just ended up as Nomura and Barclays, and the free market gobbled up the good assets and got rid of the bad assets.
That is not true. Lehman Brothers got where it was because there was an implicit put behind Morgan Stanley, and where I was at Goldman Sachs right after Morgan Stanley, because after Morgan Stanley was going to fall, we were going to fall, and after that Citigroup, and after that JP Morgan. None of that would have survived unless there was some intervention or some adulthood.
Before we go to just quickly, Sam, I want to go back to the findings that Ben was referring to before, and I know Alex, you've got some breaking news as well, and Jimmy, you've got your hand up as well. But Ben, you said that you've got more information coming in the next month that is being prepared. Can you give us insight of what we can expect and how deep? Because we've had it's just so many fucking stories shared with us about how connected so many dots are, including other exchanges, including other big players, and including Luna and Three Arrows. What have you found?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, and some of this came out, I think, on one of these spaces yesterday. FTX and SBF, Alameda, I mean, they were behind every single crash this entire year. Ultimately, they were behind Terra. They were behind Three Arrows Capital. Obviously, if you look at the way that the 3AC liquidation point was hunted, very done in very, particular, very specific, Alameda, fashion. So, obviously we can look back at the past and we can see that, what caused a lot of this stuff. SBF really was the dirtiest player in the entire game. But looking forward, when we take all of this stuff that's occurred in the last, since June, basically, since May and June, what's occurred, and we really look at it, we can point to all these individual crashes and say, this was a problem, FTX was a problem, Alameda was a problem. But I think what we're going to find out is that they're all just symptoms of the larger disease, which is greed in the world of crypto. And the fact is, 95% of this entire space is fake. And people are seeing that right now. And all of that is going to come out. The market making, the way that market making occurs in this industry, and the way that projects are complicit in allowing this market making, that is really what is going to end up coming out and is going to damn the entire space. So are we going to be at a bottom for price when that happens? I don't know. I can't say really what's going to happen when it comes to the price and the market cap and things like that. But when people really wake up to the facade of what crypto has been over the last couple of years, I think people are going to really be shocked. You know, there's probably going to be some news coming out about Tether. I don't think Tether's going to crash or anything like that. There are certain ways to make it depeg, which we've seen some attempts at. But basically, what we're going to see over the last month, there's a story being put together that's going to come out in the next 3 to 5 weeks. And it is going to detail the entire industry, its flaws, all of the fake stuff, all of the market. Nobody wants to talk about the market making. Nobody wants to talk about that because basically when you sign on with an exchange, they tell you, hey, you know what we're going to do? We're going to keep these market makers around. What is a market maker? It's someone that sets an artificial bottom and an artificial top. It's someone that sets the support and the resistance so that a project doesn't fall out of a specific range. What happens when those market makers turn off? You get Terra Luna. You get a total crash and a total collapse. So that's really what is going to be detailed in the coming weeks. Of course, in terms of the FTX situation, we're sitting on a lot of information that other people don't have. Like I said, as far as recordings of Dan go, there's only 2 other people that know that this exists and have access to this. So we're going to get a lot more hard evidence coming out, and all that's going to come out, and we're going to put it all out over the next month. We're going to start doing some interviews with the projects who have been totally hosed by FTX. And when people hear these stories, like I keep going back to ICP, like ICP is a project that literally everybody in crypto thought was a scam because of the launch. But when you go back knowing the information we have now and you look at all the stories that were around the launch, you see they all were FTX leaking stuff. They all were FTX dumping the price. And it's very clear to see that now. There's other projects that this occurred to as well. And there are projects out there that won't speak because they got paid hush money. They got paid hush money. There's one project that went to a market cap of $600 million. And you know how much money the founders have? Zero. They don't have, the only money they have is the $2.5 million payoff from FTX that they took to be quiet and not file a lawsuit. So everybody who has been under an NDA or has been filed a lawsuit for hush money over FTX, I think you're going to see a lot of these people start coming forward as well, because what do they have to lose at this point? Who's going to sue them? There's nobody left there to sue them. So that's kind of what we're going to see, and it's going to be very damning on the industry when a lot of this stuff comes out.
I mean, I have a question though. I mean, do you feel any responsibility for pumping tokens like, for instance, SCRT, which is now down 93.8%, 87% from its all-time high?
What do you mean by pumping a token? Because we did a video explaining what the token is.
Well, I mean, I would say yes. Yes, the way that you explained it, the way that you went through it, I would say most of the crypto community objectively would call it pumping.
Because we do a video on what a project is. That's pumping. I'm a crypto YouTuber. I'm allowed to talk about crypto. And when we do a video, because we get a lot of people asking for what this coin is, and we explain, we've never owned Secret in our portfolio. And I've never talked to anybody from Secret. But the fact is that before the last 2 months, obviously, we had a much different view on the landscape of crypto, and what's real and what's not real. But no, I don't feel like me doing a video on a project is pumping a coin. I can't help it if people see that video and it raises awareness and they go make decision A or B for it. Pumping a project implies that, number one, I've got some kind of motivation to do that. Number two, I've got some kind of financial incentive to do that. Or number three, I'm secretly doing it for another purpose. And none of those things are true. So no, I don't feel a responsibility for that. If people make certain decisions based upon informational videos, then that's on them. Now, look, we go back.
I mean, but don't we have a responsibility as people? Like, we're up here on this stage. We're hosting the stage up here. Right. Mario has been hosting a stage with Kim for a long time. And Kim, I'd love to hear your points.
Let me just chip in here for a minute, because this is going off rail. Anyone who's made any recommendation for any crypto 6 months ago is in the same situation as Ben.
I-
So
I- exactly. Thank you.
let's just stick to the story here.
It just feel like for whatever reason, like you just want to purposely attack me and come up with reasons to attack me. I don't know why you want to try to damage my credibility when nobody's been more correct about this than I have.
Can
And
I try?
I can promise you, we saved more people's money over this FTX situation than ever was lost from anybody that bought a coin or did whatever. So I think we paid our penance for what you're talking about 2-3 years ago. We paid our penance and we're trying to move forward. I wish you guys would allow us to do that.
Jimmy, you've got you wanted to speak, Jimmy?
Yes, yes, sir. Thank you for allowing me to speak. So, look, Ben, I 100% agree with you in regards to, like, I don't think anybody that's a crypto influencer has the access or tools to even do the level of due diligence required to protect all investors from criminal activity, right? I think that's asking a lot. And I also, but I also want to point out what happens when bad things happen and how you respond to that. Pompliano on the Bitcoin side is being dragged because he was a big proponent for BlockFi.
Right.
But I think the big difference though with Pomp is Pomp leaves all of his money on that exchange and goes down with the ship, right? Because he's aware of just how big and important his voice is. That people do look to him as an authority, and they trust his voice, and they make decisions based on his voice. And I think the critique that I would make is, what happens when bad things happen, right? Do you give the money back that you're paid? When you talk about something or cover something, do you take the L that a lot of the people that watch you take? And if you don't, I think that's really important to speak about because you're so trusted in the space.
Of course. And here's the facts. The people that hate me, that troll me, they're not going to believe what I say, period. The people that have watched the channel and stuck with me through the entire last year and longer, they know the truth. If you go back to a lot of these, once again, everybody wants to go back to 2022, almost 3 years ago now at this point, to a couple projects that, basically ended up rug pulling. Number one, we gave all of the money back for one of those projects because that we were paid. We gave all the money back to the holders. We created an Excel spreadsheet. We had people, we cross-checked the addresses. We already did that because we really felt a responsibility. The project was Distex. And you know what happened? Once again, you want to talk about the naivete of a crypto influencer. They learned that what I wanted to do was fight scams. And so what they did was they created a project that had a platform that projects could not launch on and rug pull. Well, lo and behold, what did they do? That project actually rug pulled. So, it was just one of these unfortunate things that we really felt a responsibility and we paid it back. You look at Terra Luna. We never pushed Terra Luna as a major layer one platform. I never mentioned in the breaths of your Cardanos or your Ethereums. We did have it as our top trading coin of the month, 2 months over this, I think over early 2020.
I think we're wasting time on this topic. I think it's not necessary.
I'll tell you I thought of this a lot. I'll be open. Ben, Kim, I'm going to be open if you don't mind, Kim, because I've just been debating this and with the team, and I want to try to do it as objectively and transparently as possible. On one side, the focus of this is FTX.
Right.
And I don't know much about Ben. I hear his name everywhere because he's a very influential voice in the space, but I don't know about the allegations. At the same time, I've been pretty vocal towards a lot of the influencers that hype up projects and then dump their tokens. And Kim, I know this is irrelevant, but I'm getting a lot of heat to at least bring it up. And I think, Ben, you know where I'm coming from. So a good way to position this where it's relevant to the topic now and it's very fair to Ben and it's fair to the people that are critical is everyone that's on stage right now, we're all focused on what's going to happen next, who's involved in the whole FTX saga, which domino's going to fall next, to try to protect users and try to bring transparency to the space. And we've had a lot of regulators listen to this. Now, if regulators come in and see us talk about shitcoins and stuff, they'll be like, all right, it's going to turn them off further. On the other hand, Ben, would it be fair to say that, and correct me if you disagree, and I'm trying to be very fair and objective.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to kind of summarize the past and with this sentence? Mistakes were made. I don't know intentional or not, because that's obviously you're the only one that knows that. Mistakes were made. Would you agree that you've made mistakes without going into detail, and you agree that you regret not some of the things you said, but some of the the general sentiment you had beyond just an empty apology, like the way that, and you said that earlier, that influencers didn't do enough. Would you put yourself in that basket? Would you say influencers could have done more? They couldn't, shilling tokens with, and then selling your tokens and guaranteeing profits. I'm not saying you're guaranteed. I'm not sure if you have or not.
Right.
All these things is, and you know what I'm referring to. There's things that were done where in the heat of the moment, a lot of money involved. Would you say that, what would you say towards that, just for the people that are critical?
Yeah, sure, of course. We put out a video, I believe, two Sundays ago, where I apologized for ever doing a sponsored promotional video regarding a token or a coin. I don't think they should ever be done again. I encourage all crypto influencers to never do sponsored content for a token or a coin that has a speculative price attached to it. So I've taken responsibility for that. There definitely were mistakes that were made. But what people have to understand is, were there pump and dumps on my channel? Yes, I take responsibility for that. Was I the person doing the dumping? No. The project that paid for the sponsored content would have me do a video, the price would go up, I wouldn't even have the token, and then they would dump the price. Those did occur. I was taken advantage of, and I was framed to look like this malicious bad actor all the time, and that was never the case. My mistake was the same thing that a lot of people are in right now. My mistake was trusting people too much. I trusted people, I made mistakes, and I take responsibility
But
for
would
those
you say
mistakes.
people trusted you as well, and they trusted me, and they trusted? So I like the first thing you said, though, Ben.
Hey,
The first thing you
you
said
know,
is
sorry,
sorry.
can I weigh in here for 1 second?
Always can.
This is off the rails, and I tell you why. The Bitcoin maxis, I just ask everyone to remember, including Michael Saylor and all these big shots, were telling us Bitcoin 100K, Bitcoin 1 million, like never ever sell your Bitcoin, hold on to it because it's going to be 10x, 50x, 100x. Like, what the hell are we doing? This guy came in here, was giving us some valuable information about that general counsel and really some good input. Why are we making this about him now? It doesn't matter. The entire community, I've said that yesterday, was in speculation mode. Everyone just had dollar signs in the eyes and was fucking greedy. We cannot now pick on one guy. Everyone did it. So shut the fuck up and let's get back on
I
topic.
like Kim. I just wanna.
I'll bring
Can I
it. I'll
say?
Hold
bring
on,
it back on
guys.
Can I say? Can I say one
Guys.
thing? Can I say one
Yeah.
thing about this real quick? Just because
Quick, Jim.
I,
Quick.
I have my YouTube channel and I've never done a paid or
Oh, that's
sponsored.
Kyle. Oh yeah, go ahead, Kyle.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I've never done a paid or sponsored thing ever. But I do want to say that, like it or not, like influencers will be in this industry forever, and they're actually needed because like projects need a voice and they need someone to talk about what they're doing. And a good influencer, a good will do due diligence and they will do their best to really understand the project. And most, I believe, like when I talk about a project, it's because I've invested in it already. And so that means I've got skin in the game, and I've never ever sold a single token after I talk about a project ever. But we get things wrong sometimes, just like VCs, right? If Alameda or A16Z puts their label on something, that means that the people are bullish, and then they're going to go out and buy this thing just because they see that logo on it. But guess what? They get these things wrong too, right? And no one's going after them and saying, well, that didn't work out, so you guys should be responsible, right? It's the same exact thing that happens. And so like, yeah, I just think that we need to make sure that the people who are doing good in the industry, the influencers who are doing due diligence and talk about good projects, they're going to get things wrong once in a while, right?
By the way, we've got the
Let me try and bring it
founder
back.
of Kraken
If we're
Market.
moving on to regulations, you can't actually have affiliate schemes. So as a regulated securities business, we're only allowed to pay other regulated securities businesses. So if we're moving over to regulations, you have to actually know how to sell those products in the future with full disclosures and all that stuff. So the industry we're in right now, you can't have the bucket shops that are promoting these things as if we're moving over to that model.
But Simon, it's not paid. That it's not always paid. Like I've never been paid to talk about any project. I talk about projects that I think are interesting or that I invest into. Is that going to be illegal as well?
Well, no, you could just like media can talk about stocks and shares, but if you actually are like if you actually, in order to receive transaction-based compensation, that's a regulated activity. And so if you're dealing with a security here, then you actually have to be authorized and have your exams and everything in order to promote those things. So
And
the
just guys,
industry will
just
change.
I will say before Alex jumps in, the CEO and co-founder, I think, the co-founder and CEO of Kraken FX, Kraken
Jesse?
Exchange, Jesse Powell. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring you up, Jesse.
I think they've been doing something right for a very long time. Kraken has been publishing proof of reserves forever. I'm an early investor through you, Simon. Thank you very much for that. Actually, in Kraken, but I think they are a good example if it's going to be centralized of how to operate.
Yeah, and to add on to it, Kyle, I like to see this, like the exchanges that people are praising and the ones that we're not worried about or less worried about, depending who you are. Kraken and Binance. CZ was in the space earlier. Kraken's coming up on stage. We had the founder of Paxos. We had the founder of Ripple or CEO of Ripple. And of course, we've got Charles himself from Cardano. But back to exchanges. The exchanges we trust came up on stage. And then the ones we've got concerns about don't want to come up on stage.
Yeah.
Just very ironic to look at, just to see things.
And I'll tell you the difference with Jesse and Sam Bankman-Fried. Sorry if he's coming up, but it's a long-term Bitcoin investor that set up an exchange versus a short-term trader that made all their money from an arbitrage. That 100%. Came here and went and left. And Jesse, from day one, was a Bitcoiner with values of supporting this ecosystem. He obviously, as a business in the exchange, you have to get involved in like where the industry goes. But it was the ethics and ethos of the founders that led to the business that followed. And SBF, was the business that followed, was about the ethics and ethos of that management team.
Here.
I wanna, Caitlin, good to have you as well. I wanna, before giving the mic to Jesse and applauding him coming up on stage, Charles, you've had your hand up for a while, and I'm really grateful you're on stage. The mic is yours.
Thanks, guys. I was trying to pivot a bit from the whole BitBoy conversation and influencers and these things. There's a broader question here, which is where do we go from here? You see, FTX, it's going to be something that's discussed for a long time. There's likely going to be congressional hearings about it. The FBI is going to look into it. All kinds of actors are going to look into it. And they're going to find all kinds of dirt, not just with FTX, but transitive connections to basically everybody who is on the institutional side who's played with crypto, because there's just so much money flowing through those channels. And we have a big decision to make. Do we continue doubling down as an industry in this direction and just bail people out, or provide some people a free pass and say, well, we fixed all the exchanges now and this new magic regulation is going to make everything better? Or do we recognize that at the core of all of this is people? And at the end of the rainbow, people will always let you down. People will always make mistakes. They will deceive you. People will lie to you. People will get corrupted, people get old, people get dementia, things happen. And the point of the technology that this industry has been asserting that it works on, sometimes legitimately, sometimes not so much, is to get people out of the process. So if we want to move forward and be productive, what we need to do is take a list of everywhere people can screw you, and then ask ourselves, can we come up with a protocol or a piece of technology that gets rid of the people that can screw you in this particular process? If you just introduce a regulatory layer, the problem with that is that a human being is involved in that regulation and that oversight. And they have prosecutorial discretion, and sometimes they let things slide, sometimes they're incompetent, sometimes they're political hack jobs and they don't investigate people who should be investigated. Sometimes they get bribed, sometimes they're friends with people and they don't look into their friends, or they let their friends get off with a free pass. We saw that in 2008. How many CEOs went to jail, even when there were emails where their trading desks were saying, can't believe we just dumped this crap on people? And there was a congressional hearing. They dragged the CEOs there. They read the emails out. The outrage was there. And at the end of the rainbow, who was put in charge of trying to fix all of it? Timothy Geithner and all these other guys who were just right in the swamp with everyone else. You see, so this is the moment the industry needs to take a step back and ask ourselves, do we actually want to finally solve this problem and get all the consumers, the retail investors, everybody into decentralized things where instead of don't be evil, it's can't be evil? Or is this the moment where we try to find a way to save all these centralized actors and just change the names and the suits and just pretend like somehow it's solved? Because the next crisis is going to be bigger. We're at $3 trillion this round. The last time it was a few $100 billion. The next one will be 10 trillion or 20 trillion. And at that point, the regulators will get so tired of it, they'll say, just hand it all to BlackRock. This is it. And this is the moment for the industry to decide.
I agree with Charles like 100% on this one, and this is what I've been talking about for a very long time. But maybe Caitlin can chime in on this. But a lot of people are looking to regulators to help our space out, and I think that there's some delusion there and how effective that actually is. But people don't realize that regulation has been incredibly effective when it comes down to national and regional levels. But on a global level, when you've got actors all over the world creating protocols or primitives or centralized products or whatever it is that happen to become popular and have users from all over the world, it is literally impossible for any regulator in any country to actually regulate or govern that protocol or the actions that are happening from those founders. And so I think, personally, this is what I've been advocating for a long time.
Breaking news that just came through. This is from Cointelegraph.
Just quickly, sorry, Kyle. Well, just let me tell Kyle he doesn't know. And whenever there's breaking news, he just jumps in, no matter who's talking, including me. Also, I've got breaking news as well right after chat.
All right.
But I'll let you go with yours first.
All right. So the first one is that Plaid has now suspended FTX.US access to user data after concerning reports. They said that they suspended access to their products as of 11/11/22 at approximately 10:30 p.m. Pacific time. They can no longer FTX can no longer retrieve any financial information via Plaid. Now, there's an interesting piece of this is we were seeing rumors online yesterday, and so I didn't bring these up. These were unconfirmed rumors. There were rumors online yesterday that people's credit cards were attempted to begin getting access by FTX US. This would appear to be basically confirming that Plaid sees that as an actual true concern and then therefore restricted all that access out. So it looks like there may be more to the story too here on FTX attempting to pull money from people's accounts and financial data. So keep that in mind.
That's fucking insane. And my breaking news talking about regulators is now confirmed that Mick Mulvaney, former chief of staff and head of the budget committee, will join us tomorrow 9 p.m. GST, so which is about the same time, about an hour and a half from now. He'll be coming up for about an hour. So we're talking about regulators. Well, we have former chief of staff, which is great news, having hearing their thoughts on everything, but it's also concerning news that it's coming at such a time. It's just such a bad look for us. But talking about a bad look, I want to go to Jesse.
Can I finish this because I think it's quite important. A lot of I saw some information that maybe FTX moved or unlocked some of the FTT tokens that in Q2 when Alameda probably went under, that was ahead of when it should have been unlocked, right? And the thing is that as long as and that was billions of dollars worth of FTT tokens that shouldn't have been in circulation that then were in circulation, used for collateral. And this kind of stuff happens in this space all the time. Projects have the ability to upgrade their contracts, really change vesting schedules, and they're often selling into retail before they're supposed to, according to the published token economics documents. So these are agreements that essentially that they're making with the public, with VCs, with advisors, with their teams, of saying, hey, this is how our tokens are going to unlock. And this is being abused like you wouldn't believe. I mean, on every single level, on almost all projects. And there's no way that regulators could actually get a hold of this thing on a global level. And so I believe, like for one example, and I would love anyone listening to this to please think of other ways that we can self-regulate the industry and set standards, because standards need to be implemented that we all kind of agree on, that are optional for people to use. But if people don't use these standards, they're going to look like they're shady. So, for example, this token thing, I believe that no no project should be able to own the contracts of their token because it's broadly abused. I think that this should be under some sort of DAO that regulates, the changes that could be made to a token. That way, there is no shady business. Because if this would have been implemented already, then we wouldn't have had probably this whole situation, and Alameda would have failed back in Q2. Right. So I would love for people to, and Caitlin, maybe you can give some input on this, but I just think that regulators is not going to do very good for our industries in any respect on a global level.
Well, this is a topic that was heavily debated earlier, and I'd love to get Caitlin's thoughts on it as well, and come back to that topic. I do, considering that we've got a lot of focus now on exchanges, and we had CZ on stage before. We had a few exchanges in the audience that didn't want to come up. Jesse, first I want to applaud you for coming up. Appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Man, what's your first? There hasn't been anyone voicing concerns about Kraken. If anything, has been praise. Kim, Chet, if I got that wrong, let me know. Guys,
the only concern with Kraken is that there was some money that was moved from during the hack to Kraken. Of course, Kraken came out and did stipulate that they had found and located potentially who might be behind that. That would be quite interesting, of course, to hear if there's any more information on that. But yes, as far as we know, there's nothing besides the fact that we know that Kraken was used by one of the hackers.
Kim, you were saying something as well?
Yeah, I was just saying that Jesse has a great reputation, and Kraken has a great reputation. So I would like to hear from him what he thinks the aftermath of this drama is going to be.
All right, thanks, Kim. To answer the first question, can't say too much about the client accounts, but between FTX, Alameda, and the execs at those companies, they had a bunch of accounts at Kraken that seemed to be, just legitimate accounts. And that account that you were referring to, we believe was accessed by the actual account owner. And, there was nothing suspicious about the login or anything like that. So we ended up just freezing all of those accounts after speaking with law enforcement. So that's the current status, is basically every account we're aware of that's associated with those guys now is totally frozen and can't make any more withdrawals, even if they seem to be legit.
And regarding Kim's question about what you expect next, so we had some notable people voice concerns about specific exchanges and in a very subtle way without using names. So I know you probably can't use names either, but what can you tell users and listeners? And later I'd ask you for a similar message for regulators, but we'll stick to users first.
Yeah, I think the exchange longevity now is something that people really should be looking at. Have the exchanges survived a few bear cycles? When the tide goes out, you see who's been swimming naked or who's been taking, a lot of risk with leverage. So I think that's something to look at. If you see a new exchange pop up in the middle of a bull market and, they seem to be spending a lot of money on advertising and everything, that obviously might be your money, we found out. So I think longevity is worth a lot in the space. If you've survived a few cycles, I think you're more likely to be solvent. I think people should be looking for proof of reserves, which Kraken has done too, just this year. We're planning to do more, next year with broader asset coverage. I think also be aware that the media has just completely botched this whole thing. They were just writing endless fluff pieces about FTX. They did zero diligence. Even the regulators who had FTX right under their nose the entire time, basically failed to spot any of this. VCs who should have been doing diligence failed to spot it. So you guys were talking earlier about just when money's flying around, people just stop paying attention to obvious signs. And I think everyone needs to remember that you really have to do your own diligence. And even though Kraken's been around for 11 years, I still encourage people to not keep more money on the exchange than they really have to do their trading and to self-custody as much as possible. Because, just as one example, we just froze all of the FTX accounts, right? So I mean, that could happen to your account too. And as we saw in Canada, when we got an order from the Canadian government to freeze the accounts of people at the trucker protests, those accounts were frozen without any due process. So even without malfeasance, even without an exchange hack or even without the exchange misappropriating funds, the government could come and steal your funds at any time when they're on a centralized exchange. So people really, if they trust themselves with the self-custody, if they at all can get their funds off of the exchanges, I strongly encourage them to do that and just put the funds back when they're actually ready to trade. And you can't really trust influencers on this. A lot of people got caught up in the contagion of this not because they actually like screwed up and got hacked, or not because they directly misappropriated funds, but they just trusted the wrong custodian. I saw this news that like FTX had required all these companies they invested in to actually keep the money they were investing back in their FTX accounts. I mean, that should raise like huge red flags. They seem to be like running around, like basically buying account balances out of bankruptcies. Also super suspicious. If someone's like overbidding to buy user account balances, why might that be? So there were like a ton of red flags here. I think there are a few more red flags that came up in the last 24 hours about another exchange, which, a big part of this is basically FTX is like complete lack of controls, obviously, right? Like there's very small company, and VCs would talk to us and say, how is FTX getting so much done? They're like 50 people and, they're doing all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, that's a very good question, because Kraken's security team is 100 people. So how is FTX with 50 people doing everything that, they seem to be doing? And the answer is like, basically they have this like, glass cannon build where they're basically doing nothing on the back end. There's like just nothing under the surface, and everything is a shit show, and your balances are managed on spreadsheets, and Sam at any time can just go and like cut and paste your balance into his balance anytime he wants. And, so that's like pretty scary, and if you see these like small operations these days, I think it's very hard to start an exchange the way that they have done it with just a very small group of people, if you have not built all of this infrastructure first. And I think people just need to be very aware of that, of like kind of what it takes to really operate a secure custodian. And some other mishaps in the industry in the last 24 hours, massive transfer move of like $400 million to the wrong address out of a cold storage wallet, supposedly. That kind of thing to me says there's just a complete lack of controls there. And, again, it seems like one guy with access to a wallet who can just do whatever he wants without any kind of like second signer or like approval or anything like that, second set of eyeballs on it at a minimum. So that's pretty scary, right? That's like indicative of like maybe bigger problems there, bigger lack of controls or auditability or process, where anything can blow up at any time, basically. So I encourage people to like look at these red flags and decide whether they want to stick around at a venue like that and roll the dice, or maybe move their coins to somebody that has proven to be reliable over a longer period of time, or just get the hell out. Just get your coins off and put them in your own wallet. I mean, at this point, we don't know where the contagion is going to spread to next. So, I think the safest bet is to get your coins out, especially for any platform that has been doing like a significant amount of lending. Anyone that might be like heavily over leveraged, that might be running a hedge fund that might have been borrowing or lending tons of coins. Any of those guys, I think, are like at the top of the list for blowing up next, or anyone who had significant exposure to FTX in one way or another, because we know that they have been required to maybe hold their balances at FTX. So there's just a lot of risk out there right now.
One point you mentioned, I've got a question about how most of us didn't connect the dots. We had concerns, CZ, I don't know if you mentioned it on the space or someone else mentioned it, had Oh, someone else mentioned CZ had concerns with Sam, but I don't know when that was. I know that Elon got those bad vibes, and I can't remember who else mentioned that they got bad vibes from Sam, the regulator in Saudi Arabia, that FTX was trying to get a license there, had bad vibes from him. But we seem to have missed that as a community. Why do you think that is, Jesse?
It's a very good question. I think that there was money to be made on FTX, maybe because they were market making unprofitably and giving money away. They made it very easy to get onboarded, for which they probably accumulated like a lot of OFAC violations and other kind of like regulatory, potential fines coming at them for that. So, they created a competitive advantage for themselves with the way that they were running the business. So they definitely weren't running it by the same parameters that a regulated business would be confined to. So the things that you could do on FTX, how fast it was to get onboarded, the kind of products that you could trade, how easy it was to circumvent any kind of like geo restrictions on what you could do. They made all that super easy. And so I think that, unfortunately, the market finds a way, and people will find, someone's going to offer a product that's missing in the market, and people will go to it. And I think they won't be that scrutinizing if there aren't many other options out there. And, this situation is sort of created by the regulators. They did not allow Kraken and Coinbase and Gemini and, domestic exchanges in the US to do this stuff. We've been heavily scrutinized. So, it's sort of easier for a new upstart company to emerge and do a bunch of shady stuff than it is these older companies, because these older companies are just constantly under surveillance by the regulators. And, often they'll see me tweet and they'll call us up and ask me like what I'm tweeting about. So a new exchange can kind of get away with a lot. And I think that was really valuable to people in a time of extreme hype.
I think what happened here is that because of the political donations that were made, there was a totally different layer of protection. Also, the media contacts of the Democratic Party have pushed this guy to the heavens and praised him as this amazing entrepreneur. I've seen some pieces that people tweeted today that were written about him, that he's going to be the first trillionaire and he's going to save the world, and all these videos about how much money he's given away and how he's presented as this basically next coming of Jesus Christ. And that's, the political donations have opened so many doors for Sam to do all this shit. And that just shows you how corrupt the system is. If you pay enough money to politicians, you get away with murder.
Yeah, and I think Sam did a really good job of maintaining an image where you could never figure out if he was good or evil. And obviously, we go and we look at all of these videos of him talking about, wanting to save the world. I don't want money because I care about money. I want to give money away. And that shtick, it really goes a long ways to making people think that you're a certain type of person. I like Andrew Tate, obviously very controversial, but he had a take on this where he said, he definitely doesn't trust anybody that says that they don't care about money and all they're doing is trying to
So I
get
do
money.
have some breaking news that just came in here again about this is the overall transaction load now finally from Cointelegraph about the amount of Bitcoin that's been removed from exchanges since the FTX collapse. That would be over $3 billion now has been removed from exchanges post the FTX collapse.
Hey, do you have a breakdown? Do you have a breakdown, Chet, of which exchanges and which ones took the lion's share? I'd be curious. I'm trying to find the information on that. Yeah, if you can.
Hey Jesse, can I do a question?
Go ahead, Simon. Yeah, and Secret Network. I know you want to speak, but it's a separate topic that you want to address. So I'll give you the mic in a bit.
Topic. It's specifically this topic because we worked with Alameda and FTX.
Perfect. All right, man. I'll let Simon go and then I'll let you go as well. But I have a separate question after Simon to Jesse.
Before all of that, I have one important thought that I would like to share. We have such a large audience here now, over 30,000 people, right? The question came up several times today, about how hard it is to actually be off the exchange and have control of your keys and all that. You had so many people yesterday and today say, this is not easy. We have influencers here like Ben. I'm sure there are a couple hundred other people in this massive channel right now that are also influencers. Why don't we make a push as a community to really focus in the next couple of weeks on videos and educational stuff about how to not be on an exchange and how to safely operate, as your own bank? I think that would be some great service that we could do to anyone new who's coming in or anyone who hasn't really no clue how they should go about that. So maybe
Yeah,
just a
I'm in
little
on that.
call out.
I'm in on that. I agree. Let's do it. We'll make sure we lead the charge on that. We'll put out several videos in the next couple of weeks on cold storage, hot wallets, difference between cold and hot wallets. That's something I'll personally commit to do.
Perfect. And I know you lead a big group of influencers as well. If you can get those influencers, today is the perfect time where we need people to influence the sentiment. If they can focus on educating the audience, not on the next sexy coin or what's going to pump next, well, nothing's pumping, but more on how they can protect themselves and how to use a ledger, etc. It'll be great if you can push them for that, Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. I think somebody made the comment like nothing's pumping. Like, yeah, definitely. This is the time to do this kind of educational content. Where the people that came in for get rich quick, they're probably gone already. It's people are going to be staying. We really need to educate them up from the floor up.
Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, hey Jesse. So one part of the equation is the proof of assets, but there's a big problem with proof of reserves in that we don't know what their liabilities are. So there's one of the challenges with blockchain is that there's a danger of creating a false sense of security, and then there's back end agreements happening or legal contracts on top of that, and who knows what those crypto.com transactions to gate are and what that means. So how do you, couple of questions, I mean, they're kind of boring, but they're actually the crux of this issue, that once you've got proof of reserves, how do you do proof of liabilities, which obviously sounds like a centralized accounting job, and now we're seeing some more corruption in the accounting practices. And then also the whole concept of the Celsius scenario of, we have a $2 billion balance sheet because they take the value of their token and market to market when the liquidity doesn't exist. You got any thoughts about those kind of liabilities and fake balance sheet? Is really the answer just become a public company type thing? Or
yeah, I mean, you can still scam people after you become a public company, but as you said, you can't really prove a negative with your liabilities. You kind of have to rely on an auditor or some other. I mean, even the auditors of Enron obviously screwed this up, right? So it's really hard to, I think, completely understand what the liabilities are, and it's sort of a thing where I think you just have to look at a business over a period of time to try to understand, are they able to kind of keep the thing going? And that's really, I think, the best thing you can look at. You can't, with the proof of reserves, it proves that you have what you owe to your clients, at least at that point in time for the snapshot. And the more often you can do that, I think the harder it is to pull off. And if you have a ton of extra liabilities out there that you haven't stated, I think those just become maybe harder to manage over time as well. And if you continue to publish proof of reserves, the people that you hold those liabilities with, I think, might be more likely to come out and say something as well if they see that maybe you don't have the reserves that you said you did when you were taking the loan from them or whatever it is. So I think it kind of helps with those liabilities as well, just get some transparency around what you actually have. And you're totally right about these tokens like FTT, where you just make up a number and you put a dollar value on it and you try to defend that in a very illiquid market, and you use that as collateral to make yourself loans out of the client balances and stuff like that, and just say that it all kind of evens out in terms of dollars. Obviously that's super shady, and the whole arrangement with Alameda and FTT and having their own token that they were moving around and trading, was already like a very suspicious setup, and I think we should look at other companies that are both holding client balances and have their own coin, and ask whether they might be using that coin as collateral to borrow from their client balances.
Jesse, you mentioned. I want to bring up quickly the point of the transaction that we saw earlier that kind of triggered this, plus Kim's message to start the space again. The Crypto.com transfer to Gate. That we've had an insider at Crypto.com come on earlier, one of the first 100 employees. We've also had another entity that uses the same process or the same software or whatever it was as Crypto.com. They're going to come back and speak. For me, every single indicator and every person that comes up and speaks, it's a red flag. It's a very concerning red flag on what. And another person also mentioned they had various licenses and they needed to abide by various requirements that wouldn't allow for something like this to happen. The question is more broad though. How many more exchanges could we expect to fall? And I'm not talking about Crypto.com in this case. I'm talking about in general. And if we missed the mess with FTX, the one that most of us trusted and was up there with Binance, FTX, Kraken as the 3 exchanges to trust, that was the narrative a few days ago. If we missed FTX, how many more are going to be falling over the next few days and weeks? Because I have a feeling like Chet is going to jump in as I speak and say, breaking news, XYZ exchange is now frozen withdrawals.
Actually, what I was about to break in with was, I'm not sure if this was covered while I was asleep, so I'm going to cover it anyways. The Bahamian securities regulator did not order the FTX to open local withdrawals to Bahamian citizens as was reported prior. FTX had claimed that they had opened up the withdrawals for that to be the case, or to go to Bahamian citizens, that they were abiding by Bahamian law. The Bahamian regulatory authorities said, no, that's not true. It's categorically not true, and those funds can be taken back and will be taken back. So that is something, in case you all were not aware of it, that is key to know here in this case, because that means that FTX was in the process of this, even before the hack happened. We're already violating laws. We're already violating the way this was supposed to happen in the bankruptcy proceedings.
Who knows if the hack is even a true story? They may have just orchestrated this hack on themselves in order to come up with a reason why you can't trust the records or the logs.
That's it. That's it. 100%. I was told a week ago there was a fail-safe built in within FTX to execute this. So that's 100% what you're saying is true. This was not a hack from outside. You're saying,
Ben, you're saying you have reports, Ben, that was already built into FTX as a fail-safe?
Yes, absolutely. I was told a week ago that when everything started happening, I know I went on Twitter talking about, it must be Sam. Well, in a roundabout way it was. But I was pointed back to that conversation that I had a week ago, because once again, if we go back to Dan Friedberg, however you say it, this is his MO. This is exactly the same thing he did with Absolute Poker and Ultimate Bet. This is how they operate. It was all to clean the books, so more of the records can not be seen, in the investigation. So that's 100% what this was.
Mario, can I comment on this? Because again, we worked with these individuals. So I can tell you that basically everything, if they said left, then the answer was right. If they said black, then the answer was white. And once somebody tells you enough things enough times and says it's the truth, you can safely assume that every new truth is a lie. Because from the perspective of the projects and the builders who are forced to kind of work in these toxic systems, we've been building since 2017, but Alameda showed up and suddenly all the incentives got completely warped. The way that projects were forced to work with Alameda was that essentially Alameda was listing FTX perps and taking positions against any of the tokens that they received for market making deals, any of the things that they told projects they would need to do, like store project balances and funds on FTX as an exchange, which then became the collateral that they were using. Again, it was a complete Ponzi, but they dominated enough of the system. And the system includes the social system, the communication systems, everybody believing their version of the narrative. They controlled enough of that communication. They sponsored so many podcasts, including Up Only, and they just had their name, their good brand on so many storytellers. Plus, they had leverage with every project because they had their fingers into every project who needed their liquidity making services or that needed FTX perps to have some kind of liquidity, even as they took position against those same projects. Like, consistently, if you hear something is left, believe that it's right. If you hear it's white, believe it's black. Anything that comes out of FTX, Alameda at this stage, and any prior statements, it's not just that we should assume we should ignore it. You should safely assume the opposite.
Yeah, he hit the nail on the head. Every single thing he said is what every project we've talked to has explained to us. And all this was right under our noses the entire time, and everybody missed it.
Yeah, so I'm getting an exchange is about to come up on stage. We're trying to bring him up on stage. Please need handle and position.
Mario, can I ask my question to Ben while we still have him here?
Yeah, sure, man. And then I want to give the mic to Bill, Fubar, and Dima. But go ahead, Alex.
Thanks, Mario. Ben, so I know you've been doing like a lot of research into, specifically the general counsel who was involved with FTX. I was doing a little digging on my own, and when Ultimate Bets came up, it reminded me of, I think it was like Chico Crypto or someone had covered, but Ultimate Bets was owned by a company called Excapsa Software, and so on their legal team was two people. It was Daniel Friedberg, who is involved with FTX. But then also Stuart Hoegner. And Stuart Hoegner was the general counsel of Tether. It is now the general counsel of Bitfinex. And as I was looking deeper, I saw, just based on the flows of Tether, that from late 2020 to the end of 2021, about 2/3 of all Tether printed went to two companies. One of them was Alameda, and the other was Cumberland. And then I guess just the last thing, tying this all together, obviously Bitfinex and Tether have a history of their own. They had to pay a settlement with the New York AG after they were caught moving hundreds of millions between the two companies. So, I feel like a big theme in all this is like, how can we finally flush, all of the bad actors and the misbehavior out of the system? And this, to me, feels like one of those that's just been floating around. And it's almost like a where there's smoke, there's fire thing. So I'm curious if you've looked into that as well. I'm not even trying to like draw up conspiracies. It's just, It's very interesting that, the same guy that was also helping the general counsel at Ultimate Bets has a tie into crypto now.
Yeah, of course. I mean, if you, I'm having the Stewart guy looked into right now. His name was not familiar to me, but what I will tell you is there is definitely a huge connection between Tether, Alameda, SPF. You can go back very early on to, there's a lot of speculation regarding, 2017 when the price went up, right? That a lot of it was just worthless Tether being printed out there to inflate prices, and that's really what caused the bull run. How much of that is truth? I don't know. But I do know that supposedly SPF was right up in the middle of all that. That's kind of where he got his start in crypto, would have been, around the Tether printing. So I think really the lesson here that people need to take is that there are leeches in the financial system. These attorneys, these general counsels, they're not big players. We don't look at these people the same way that we look at SPF or we look at bad actors, in the system. But yet they always find their way to attach themselves to what's happening. So I think really every project, every exchange needs to really be looking up and down their list of people they employ and ask themselves the question, do we have a leech here? Is there a leech here that is trying to siphon off money in number of ways? And what else have they been involved in? The fact that Dan Friedberg was involved in Ultimate Bet and he was still allowed to be a general counsel for FTX, that's a problem. And, kind of like we look in politics, I'm not going to get too political or anything like that, but, the idea of drain the swamp, right? What that basically means is there are people that are in power who are not elected, who manage to always be the ones really behind making a lot of these decisions. And I know this from working with regulators and working with politicians is, the chiefs of staff have way more power than the politicians do because they actually stay. The politicians have term limits. So, look at the way the system works in politics and say, like, how do we uproot a lot of these people that aren't voted in, that have been there forever, that are the real snakes? I think we got to ask the same thing in crypto.
Yeah, so sorry, on the Stuart, I do know Stuart. So he was the general counsel for Shapeshift, which was founded by Eric Voorhees, and then he moved over to Bitfinex. I've had nothing but a good experience with him. And full disclosure here, I got to disclose just because of the conversation. I'm a shareholder in Jesse Kraken. I'm a shareholder in Abra Bill. I'm a shareholder in Kim.com's company, and I'm a shareholder in Bitfinex as well. All three banks in the future. So just disclosing the conflicts.
And I've got, before I give the mic to Bill, I do have Mexi about to come up. The vice president at Mexi apparently is coming up on stage. Andrew, we've sent you through an invite. In the meantime, Bill, mic is yours. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me up. Appreciate it. So I just wanted to echo a couple of things on reserves. So we're not an exchange. We leverage qualified custodians as well as exchanges for liquidity, including Binance, Fireblocks, Coinbase, and others. And we welcome this proof of reserves concept. However, we think it's really 40% of the picture. What we really need is proof of solvency. And you don't need to be a public company to do proof of solvency. I mean, we're going that route to be a bank followed by hopefully a public company just because we think it's easier. And the irony of that statement is not lost on me, to convince the public that you are solvent on an ongoing basis. But we think it's incumbent on every centralized exchange to bite the bullet and accept that they're a centralized actor and start publishing full proof of solvency. And anyone who is not willing to sign up for that either is not being forthright with reality, or is hiding something else. And so I do applaud the at least the latest efforts to show reserves, but I'll reiterate that it doesn't go far enough, and either you're a centralized actor or you're not. And first of all, I want to applaud Jesse, because he and I have known each other for, gosh, Jesse, it's got to be 10 years now. And you've probably been the most forthright person that I know in terms of getting people to get stuff off of exchanges when they don't need to. But I think we can all agree that if we're all going to be centralized players, then we need to step up. And to me, this is one of the key issues to getting there, and probably would have surfaced a lot of issues earlier, including issues with other exchanges that people are questioning now, because we see all this money moving around and nobody really understands why. And I just want to get some reaction from people who can affect this to understand why this isn't happening and when it's going to start happening.
Hey Bill, could you help us? Do you have instant withdrawals on your platform, or when people are they investing for terms?
Yeah, so we have three products. We have Trade, Earn, and the which is called Boost, and then we have Borrow. Trade, you have real-time 24/7 access to funds. We maintain 100% reserves on Binance and Fireblocks, and we're talking to Binance for a way to publish that, because for us it's an omnibus account. It's not something that we can't just basically publish accounts that we don't own. So we're trying to figure out from Binance how to do that, but effectively it's an omnibus account they own, and users can testify we've never had an issue there with withdrawals. On Boost, if you're a retail customer on Boost, you have we don't offer term products there. So the withdrawal time is the terms of service say 7 days, but I don't get any special treatment. When I've tried it myself, generally I get the funds back within 24 to 36 hours, including weekends. But the terms of service do say 7 days. And then on the institutional side, we have many institutions, trusts, family offices that do get term products, which we don't offer to the public, just because we think the disclosures there are much harder for the public to understand. And we've been working with lawyers on a way to figure out if that's even realistic. So hopefully that answers your question.
And then the collateral would be leveraged, or is it just a loan term?
Yeah, it's just the loan term. So we don't rehypothecate. We do lend, of course. Our counterparties are large TradFi institutions. When we first started Abra, there were no TradFi institutions borrowing crypto. So it was mostly crypto native, including exchanges, some who've been on the stage today. But we've since migrated the business, and any new counterparty we sign up is TradFi with much bigger traditional balance sheets, much better risk management teams. But again, most of that is an institutional business for us. It's not a retail business at this point. So we're much more comfortable there. And I don't really see viable crypto native firms right now as counterparties in the lending borrow market at this point. So we've completely shied away from that.
Do you offer yield on Bitcoin?
We do. We do it on the retail side for international and U.S. accredited, and then for institutions on term.
And how do you generate yield on Bitcoin?
Yeah, it's lent to the TradFi firms that I mentioned before.
Got you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Sure.
so you passed the Simon line of questioning, Bill. Appreciate you, Simon. I love when you do that. And Mexi, we've sent you an invite to come up, and I'm glad more exchanges, by the way. So Bill, Jesse, CZ, and everyone else that came, we just kind of led the way, paved the way for other exchanges to follow suit, at least the ones that don't have anything to hide. So while we're waiting for Mexi to come on, Fubar, you've been breaking the FTX news before most, so I would love your take on all this, and if there's anything else that you haven't shared or that we don't know about the FTX saga.
Yeah, thanks for having me. First off, I just want to say, Jesse, huge fan of pushing self-custody, even when it's directly against centralized exchange business. I think that's one of the most aligned things I've seen out there, and yeah, just tremendously principled. So
Thanks. Let me just say real quick that, I mean, from our perspective, balances are a liability. You know, if you're not trading with your funds, it's just strictly like dangerous for us, right? Like we don't get paid to just hold your balance for you. We don't have a fee that accrues on account balances or anything like that. So from our perspective, it's just like a risk that we don't need too. Like we don't benefit at all from having your balance on the exchange. So, you know, there's really, from our perspective, no reason to have it there. And if anyone is asking you to deposit funds, they're trying to accrue balances, you have to ask, like, what are they doing with those balances? Because they got to be making money off them somehow. Otherwise, they would just see it as a liability.
Yeah, and I've been thinking a lot about, I do think, while full decentralization is absolutely the end state, there are a lot of steps along this path of building an alternative financial system that do require handholding, and I think and custodial centralized intermediaries are a boon for a lot of people. So I've been doing a lot of thinking around what is the optimal model that prevents blowups and fraud and failure cases like this that we've seen over and over again in the past couple of weeks. There was a discussion about proof of reserves earlier, which I think is a wonderful step in the right direction. Just transparency on how much money do you have and where is it and how is it moving and why was it moving. That alone has, I think, that alone has uncovered a lot of key information, such as, for example, one exchange, very poor cold storage requirements. That's a useful piece of information for users. On another, if you'd known that half their balance sheet was marked up FTT and Serum, then I think that would have been a wonderful warning sign as well. But it's also not the full picture, as a lot of people have said. Who cares if you have 5 billion in deposits if you've signed senior credit lines superior to user creditor rights that mean that 5 billion isn't going to get back to users anyways. So I've been on the proof of liabilities line, been thinking through a couple different approaches. I mean, the first obviously is get on-chain guarantees in an Aave/Maker/MIM style way, where there's no way you can give funds away, period. I think that probably is the right end state, but it can be tough when it comes to multi-chain assets and how that looks. This can't just be an Ethereum L2. But on top of that, are there legal vehicles that make it impossible to have any credit lines senior to user deposits? It feels like that is square one for the space. So how do you ensure the user deposits are the most senior credit of all?
So I've found that some companies are abusing this, because if you look at the model in the US, and there's overlap with Europe, there's banks, there's trusts, and there's money transmitters. And money transmitters are effectively similar to e-money companies in Europe and other jurisdictions, okay? So banks are allowed to hold money off balance sheets and on balance sheets, and trusts must be off balance sheets. So Coinbase, for example, and I would love Brian's explanation on this, has both money transmitter licenses and a trust license, but they chose to not use the trust license and are basically holding U.S. customer funds, as I understand it, on balance sheet, which based on that license is not necessary. And so they shouldn't be doing that, if I understand it correctly. Jesse, maybe you can explain why they're doing that. But there are legal models for separating these, and they just need to be used correctly. And people who are influencers need to start educating themselves that these concepts are out there, and they've been out there for a long time, and they're not always being used correctly. And so, we're going the full bank route, which is similar to what Jesse did in Wyoming. But, like I said, the money transmitter route is to some degree being abused. And it's also partially the government's fault for not stepping in and making this cleaner and using old 50-year-old remittance laws to implement something that, is basically exchanges are a less than 10-year-old concept, but it's around long enough now where folks like Wyoming have been able to create legal oversight that is specific to crypto. So, my point is, sorry for the diatribe, but there are ways to address this so that you're basically holding things off balance sheet.
I want to just quickly take the mic, if you don't mind, for you, Bar Bill. So we have another exchange that will be coming up as well. We're just validating the account before accepting them on stage. But we do have Mexi on stage. Andrew, how are you?
I am excellent, everybody. It's such a pleasure to join some old friends and some new friends here today.
Andrew, first I want to applaud you for... Sorry, I just want to... Okay, okay, I can hear myself double. Hold on. All right, so Andrew, I don't know why I have got feedback, so I hear myself double. So if you can just unmute, I've muted you now, just because there's a lot of feedback. So, started with FTX. Now we're really digging deep into Crypto.com after what happened with Gate. And the more we dig, the more questions we have. We've had CZ, Binance, we've had Jesse, Kraken, and now we have, of course, we've had, Bill is still on stage. We've had Charles Hoskinson offering clarity, and that's kind of leading other exchanges to also come on. I appreciate you doing that, and other exchanges following your footsteps. So we've got questions. I think Simon will have the most questions. There's the famous Simon line of questioning. But first, general overview on the current situation, and as transparently as you can, Mexi's situation.
So let's kind of review the state of affairs. As everybody may know, I come from the compliance side of our industry. I founded iComplied back in 2016, and that protocol powers a lot of these order books that the banks use today to compliantly do their security token transactions and meet those travel rule requirements with privacy regulations, kept in mind. So I have a unique kind of perspective here of what even the regulatory environment looked like, what could or couldn't have prevented this, and kind of where FTX's red flags were tingling my spidey senses all along the way. So first and foremost, there's a major difference between registration as an exchange and licensing as an exchange. In registration, you're kind of self-regulated, you're self-reporting, you are sending suspicious activity reports and similar. Licensed, you have capital requirements, you have a lot more rules and regulations within each jurisdiction. So that could be state by state, it could be province by province, country by country. As we all know, the landscape and the rules are not equivalent or the same country to country, state to state, province to province. It could be very easy to get a license in Alberta, but not in Ontario, just as Canada as an example. So now zooming in on the brand that we saw this week with Trouble, it's a $1 trillion industry. A player with about $8 billion in debt in their balance sheet is suffering. A lot of hysterics around this, the doom and gloom of the collateral damage or the contagion. For me, it seems like the contagion's more along the side of misinformation. We look at FTX. This is a company that named an arena, sponsored a sports team, spent millions and millions of dollars acquiring property, hiring celebrities, running expensive commercials. How is it that this business, who started with very similar capital to all the rest of us in the landscape, is able to spend so egregiously without bringing money in? Where did that revenue come from? How could you afford to do all these things and basically buy the trust of consumers? And this is I think the biggest red flag in our industry is you shouldn't be able to buy people's trust. You should be able to earn trust through truth. and proof of reserves is truth. So Mexi, following suit with our peers here in the industry, is en route producing our proof of reserves. We've also disclosed from the Nansen report that was published what our stablecoin inflow looks like. Mexi has always kind of been a quiet, silent solution. Our play has always been to aggregate all the best services to a single login. So consumers had, a one-stop shop to find all the things that they wanted from crypto. And we didn't spend users' funds on egregious things like the World Cup and stadiums and all these ridiculous things like Larry David at the Super Bowl to deliver that message. What we focused on was building a great product, putting that product into the space, and letting that product and the consumers kind of inform it, give us their feedback, and tell us what they wanted. We don't need to spend to look like the biggest, in our space, we're a challenger brand. If Binance is McDonald's, then companies like mine are Burger King or Wendy's, and we have our niches. Our niches are low caps, altcoins, meme coins, gems, Web3, metaverse, and the things that we incubate. What is not our bread and butter is like incestuous market maker relationships. We have guidance from Travel Rule where you have to share beneficiaries and originators, and that would expose those types of relationships in the future. Anybody that's properly implemented Travel Rule, you would see, if you're reading their reports and their transactions, if they're, placing bets and liquidating their own users and transactions, that guidance would require that. So that's kind of my perspective. There were a lot of red flags with FTX. A lot of the industry insiders, people working exchanges could see them. A lot of the users that have become destination lists that are looking for new homes have migrated over to Mexi. We're, enjoying the ability to serve them, but it's unfortunate, the reason they had to come to us. And that's where we're at. I think that in this environment, especially on the derivative side, you're going to see us in the top 3 going forward. Just from the user migration, we've been 2 pretty strong for a couple of days in a row now. And I also think that the outlook of the industry in general is very positive. Crypto's got about $1 trillion in assets and securitization circulating right now. But as we see with NASDAQ offering custody of crypto and all these TradFi use cases that have been developing at Deloitte and KPMG and Capco waiting to go to the market for essentially the regulators to catch up so they could legally offer these products, there's $19 trillion of pent-up demand coming. 20 times the volume, the velocity of money is going to enter the space. And, we're all talking about $8 billion from a $1 trillion cap. It's kind of small in perspective of what's to come. So those are my thoughts.
Simon, did you want to kick off the questions? Fubar, Simon, or Chep?
Yeah, I don't know how I've accumulated this role, but okay, I'll do a few questions. So my job seems to be to ask tough questions to exchange operators. Do you have a token?
We have the MX. Very big question.
Yes, we have the MX token.
Do you have a token? Does it sit on your balance?
Yeah, I'll let you go, Dima. I'll let you go right after Simon. Go ahead, Simon. Sorry.
How do you mark it on your balance sheet?
So the MX token right now is something that you can use to stake against the platform. You can use it to vote, to basically have governance on what's going to get listed from things that are fighting for a space. It's got utility at trivala.com, but it's not something that we're using to lend in collateral.
Do you own a bunch of the tokens? Your company?
Does our company own a bunch of the tokens? Yes.
And how do you mark those on your balance sheet?
Yes.
Do you use mark to market?
This is a question I would have to take back. I don't have this in front of me.
Okay. Do you offer any lending or collateral services?
Not against the MX now.
Okay, so you're a custody service that should be matched 1-to-1 with your clients' fund balances.
Correct.
Okay. And do you have state-by-state money transmitters?
No.
So you're an MSB?
No. So Mexi is not a money services business in the United States.
Okay. So do you offer services just outside US?
Correct. We serve about 170 countries globally, but the US and Canada are not included.
Okay. Are you a virtual asset service provider somewhere?
We are a VASP, yes.
Okay, which jurisdiction?
We're registered in Seychelles.
Okay, cool. And so have they got a VASP regime, or did you grandfather in, or is it something you've already gone through?
We went through that in 2018. I was not with the company at the time, so I can't give you the perfect answer here.
Okay, cool. So basically, you operate outside US. You are a custodian, and so everything should match 1-to-1. And you have to adhere to a VASP regime. Does that require you to have like a disaster recovery, business continuity?
100%.
And do the coins sit on the same balance sheet as the platform, or do they sit segregated into a different balance sheet?
I would have to get that answer for you. I'm happy to just lark somebody now about that.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm done with my questioning.
Dima?
Yeah, hi guys.
Great question.
I wanted to jump in to talk a little bit of boring stuff, how the proof of reserve liability should be done. But since we have MEXC representative, I want to share one case that actually happened with me. And so there is a token, Haken token, whatever, and it is traded at MaxGate KuCoin exchange, most of it, and most of the trades were at Gate and KuCoin, and we deposited funds for like certain purposes on every exchange. And at some point in time, I understand that our balances are big, because I'm tracking on-chain data very carefully. I understand that our balances at MXC's exchange are higher than the cold wallet show. It was about like 1 year ago. Then I'm okay. Let's try to experiment. Let's try to withdraw all the funds and see what will happen. So I made withdrawals from Max Exchange. And so there were two transactions. First transaction was a transfer from the Gate.io cold wallet to Max cold wallet, and then transfer from Max Exchange to my wallet, like to the amount of withdrawal. Like it took a little bit longer than usually, but is that
You just jumped.
Yeah, sorry. The reality, I
Go
had the
on.
incoming call, sorry. The reality is that it looks like, and I just sent this transactions ID in the comments, it looks like MXC exchange was transferring my Haken token to Gate.io to use their liquidity for their purposes, which is okay. I think it's fine if it's like if it's transparent and it's publicly set. But then MaxC exchange should not say that they are exchange. They should say that they are broker. Or any other explanation should be like publicly available. All the transactions ID are in the comments, so like people can check my words. Thank you.
Understood. And, a year ago in Mexi's history as a company and its product development or roadmap of becoming, registered in certain places and licensed in others, there were a number of, cooperative relationships between brands like Gate, Bybit, Huobi, similar, with Mexi on certain projects, listings, and I believe in your case, very specifically a liquidity moment in your project. But since then, we're about 1 year out from there. We've internalized a lot more here at Mexi. And those types of relationships and cooperations, when they do exist, are public. But that's, excellent feedback of the evolution of, a player in the ecosystem. There were a lot of places where we don't see the other exchanges as competitors. There's a number of us. I believe CZ called this out when he first got his call from FTX. He thought they were going to call him about OTC. So this is pretty common in our industry that we're going to reach out to each other, lend support, especially in circumstances where we want to make the consumer happy. At the end of the day, we were all traders before we all worked in this space. And this space is built on the conviction and the trust of all of us cooperating. It's not like a bank introduced crypto and had it collateralized with trillions of dollars when crypto hit the market. Crypto is an idea. Crypto is a germ, a seed that we've all kind of watered and developed. And these types of cooperations and overlaps are going to be necessary to sustain it long term until there is tens of trillions of dollars of liquidity circulating behind all the products and services we've all been building for the last 5 to 6 years. It's a fantastic question.
Sorry, another question.
I'll just go. Yes,
do you
Simon,
charge people? Do you charge people to list a token on your exchange?
Yes, we do.
And do you require them to have market making?
We do. So we don't provide the market making at Mexi. And that's a major red flag, is that kind of incestuous relationship between forcing a project or a community to work with a partner. That's where you get a lot of area and space for conflict of interest.
If you don't mind, if I add something here, Simon, I just want to, you mentioned that you guys are domiciled in Seychelles. And I'm not pointing fingers at Mexi, because I know that because of the tight or lack of regulations in more first world countries, it's very difficult to get licenses to operate. My question is, what recourse users have to an exchange that is registered in a place like Seychelles? It just feels, and I'm not pointing fingers at Mexi, please, because actually Mexi is a great exchange. I use the exchange, I've got to be honest, so it's not a dig at Mexi. But I think one thing that we've learned now after what happened with SBF, they're sitting in the Bahamas. If you want to go and do legal action in the Bahamas, good luck to you. There's also that famous time where Arthur Hayes was on stage with Nouriel Roubini, and he said something like, come and sue me in Seychelles and pay with bananas or something like that. I don't remember the exact quote, but it had something to do with Seychelles and paying with bananas. I'm just, I think one thing that this thing has taught us is that the centralized entities need to be regulated. And users should feel more comfortable dealing with centralized operators in more regulated environments. I'm not saying that it's foolproof, because, I don't think that the regulators are perfect. And testament is that FTX US is in exactly the same position as FTX International. But I'm just, I'm kind of concerned now with all this going on about, we're regulated in Seychelles. Okay, well, what do Seychelles laws mean exactly? I don't know if anyone else has similar concerns.
Let's open this can of worms. I kind of love this thread, because my compliance background before working at an exchange is tingling here. The competitors that are operating in North America, that are operating in parts of Europe and Asia, that were early to the market, 2017, 2018, when they founded and started operating, they have been, and we saw this with FTX, conspiring, lobbying, and legislating to gatekeep appropriate licensing and raising the barrier to entry, the capital entry, and all sorts of other problems to protect their position in these markets. So, you can only open so many US-based exchanges before you enter into a situation where the costs to even be present exceed what the value would be to operate there. And just to give you a couple of examples, we saw recently a major credit card company, I'm just not going to say their name, they acquired a business called CipherTrace. Why would the world's largest creditor need all the wallet data? And, we're watching Celsius and Voyager collapse on the lending and credit front. Who's going to benefit from that type of basically enforcement by regulation and failure? There's things happening where the competitors don't want somebody to just be able to open up next to them and have a full, easy turnkey licensing regime to apply for. You just hire Deloitte. You go file your paperwork, you implement your APIs, and you're good to go. They don't want us there. So to get started, picking a jurisdiction with a lower barrier to entry is a strategic move, just so you can get your foot in the door, because they raise the bar so high, and not from a regulatory standpoint, but just from capital and cost.
So, I mean, I know Jesse's on this call or on the spaces. I'd love to hear from Jesse, because I think Jesse spent a lot of time navigating the regulation and legislation. I know he spent years and years and years lobbying and working with regulators. What is the difference in terms of, and I'm talking specifically from a user's point of view, when an exchange is regulated in the United States, what does the exchange have to do different from every other exchange? I kind of want to get a list of all the steps that, when we're dealing with an exchange that's licensed in the US, what are we actually getting versus the other exchanges?
Yeah, it's a very complicated answer, and I think the short answer is like you don't really know. And countries that offer licenses tend to only be concerned with the residents of their countries. So, like take Japan, for example. We had to set up a fully separate infrastructure for our Japanese clients. So that's like, total balance separation, all kinds of stuff. They've got their own operations such that if the main Kraken global entity were to blow up, the Japanese entity would be able to like survive on its own, and distribute balances to people. So some countries might require you to do that kind of segregation. But you can also potentially operate your entire global business out of a particular country, and they may not care so much about what happens to residents or your clients that are outside of the country in which you're licensed or headquarters. So I think you really can't make any assumptions from the outside about what's happening, and these the regulators are not like, they don't have like a real-time view into the company's balance sheet and transactions and stuff like that. We do audits on a regular basis, so they'll have some perspective there. But like the stuff that happened with FTX and Luna and Three Arrows and all this contagion, all this stuff probably happened, in a period of time where a regulator wouldn't have noticed, or if you just lied for like one round of questions, like maybe you could have got away with it, for a few months, until it came back to you. But being based in the U.S., the legal regime here in the United States was one reason why we founded the company here. We thought that the space, that exchanges needed credibility. Mt. Gox was in Japan. We thought that a U.S.-based exchange would be seen as more credible. And, obviously, there's a great body of bankruptcy law here, and there's a lot of protections here for consumers in the event of a blow up. And while there are a lot of licenses to get in the States and as well in Europe, I don't think you can count on the regulator to really provide a significant amount of oversight over a short period of time. And I think that you could lie to them, you could fake your statements. You can dupe your auditor probably for a significant amount of time. So I wouldn't count on them to be protecting you.
I think the difference, though, is that if you're in the United States and you do that, then you really fear getting jail time. You really fear getting taken to task. I just feel like, I know that if I'm in Africa, I'm in South Africa, and I know that if you committed a crime, if your company was domiciled in South Africa and you committed a crime, to an American or to someone in Europe, there wouldn't be any real serious consequences because they just don't have the strong hand that the United States has. The United States has. I think if you're operating in the United States and you do, you go above the law, then there are going to be serious implications, and often, even if you're not in the United States, somehow they will get you back into the United States and there will be huge consequences.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm an American citizen. I'm here in California. The whole executive team for the company is living in the United States. So, we've got quite a bit of exposure here. I mean, we feel pretty comfortable with that. We're doing everything 100% above board. We're not out there in DC either trying to make things harder for everybody. I think things have gotten harder over time just because there's more scrutiny on the space, and politicians and regulators kind of know what they're looking at now. Whereas in the past, say 10 years ago, they just had no idea and they weren't paying attention at all. So I would say it probably is harder to start another exchange in the States. You probably have to go get licenses first now rather than just starting and trying to get them later. But I think if you're going to do something as a consumer, if you're a customer of one of these venues and if you don't need to do something that really requires an offshore entity to do, like, let's say the activity you want to do is illegal in the United States, so you're going offshore, like you would in the old days to a poker site or something, right? You have to it's illegal in the States, so you got to go offshore to do it. I understand that. But if you're just going to park your coins somewhere, I think you want to park them in the most heavily regulated, supervised place possible, where there's the most accountability for the operators. And so if you just want to custody your coins somewhere, put them on a US based exchange, and don't put them on an exchange that's run out of Thailand or something. Why would you do that if you're a US citizen?
And I know, Gaurav, you've got a few questions as well for Andrew.
Yeah, I wanted this chain of thoughts and conversation to end, because I'm going to steer it to a different side, which is not even a part of the whole debacle, but still is a major pain point of for the exchanges of the project. So yeah, if everyone's done with this line of thought, I would want to share this and then
go
leave.
ahead.
I'd like to jump on the subject of the Seychelles and regulation.
Okay, I'll let you jump in on that point, Elad, quickly,
please go.
and then we'll give Gaurav the mic.
All right, so thank you very much, first of all, Mario, for having me. And again, I'm not trying to pick on Maxi or anything like that. All the exchanges, I'm sure, are good, but...
By the way, Chet, you've got your mic unmuted. Go ahead, Elad.
Yeah, so I just want to clarify a couple of things. So for an exchange to choose an offshore because of the reasoning, let's say, of that it's harder to operate under, I don't know, the US, let's say, or Europe, it's pretty much a false claim. As the only reason for you to go offshore,
Well, hold on.
especially
For
in the
context,
rest...
Vlad, 2018.
For
context, we were coming in 2018.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But what I'm saying is that in regard to the USA, for example, and in Europe, especially now when you got all the FIUs that are working under central banks in Europe, and then you got different umbrella companies, like, for example, in the US, you can use Prime Trust. The only thing is that when you look at it, the only reason for someone to not go and choose to go under a regulated entity like in Europe or the United States, it's strictly because of the requirement that you have, the liabilities that you have. And I'm personally going through that, so it's an experience that is not easy. But if we are talking about having safe environments, especially for our users, and to make sure that, if you're talking about reserve proof or capital adequacy, which is something that not a lot of people are talking about, then you have to make sure that you're under an entity that can actually supervise you. So, for example, in the United States, you got Prime Trust, right? Onboarding with Prime Trust take you 4 to 6 months. It's an extensive due diligence, but this due diligence in the end come to the point that it gives all the transparency, not just about the company behavior, how it operates with the users, but also about the founders, right? In the end, when you know who the founders of the company and you know who are the shareholders and the UBOs, then when they are exposed out, it's much harder for them to conduct a foul play. Of course, think about it. If you're registered in Seychelles, where you got a UBO protections, and you can use different entities as shells, or you can use different monkeys, as they call them, just to put them as frontmen, then it's much easier to make foul play, because you know that in the end you are, just like, if I'm not mistaken, someone here in the conversation say that you need to come to Seychelles and pay with bananas, right? And it's much more corrupted. It's much easier to not get the punishment that you need to get. This is why I see that a lot of the different exchanges that are going out to those different offshore entities have something to hide. Maybe they are doing a correct, and maybe they're, I don't know, fair entities that are not mistreating client funds, perhaps, but just the fact that you are choosing to go to an offshore site, or you are choosing to go to where it's more lenient in regarding to regulations, I believe this is already a very big red flags. And that's what people should really look about. Now, Kim likes to do the diligence, as I saw earlier, and he likes to look at things. So if you will take all the exchanges and you will see those, for example, Binance is leading in this thing, yeah? CZ is flying all over the place. He's going to be in Cyprus in 2 weeks, as I know as well. He's acquiring licensing in every European country that is possible. If I'm not mistaken, Binance US is also using Prime Trust for their licensing umbrellas. So you can see that there is exchanges that are proactive in going to the places where there is much more transparency and much more enforcement in regarding to the operation that they are conducting with the user of the specific country. which this is what I believe we should see from all the exchanges. Now,
I've
to
got
touch
just
in the
very
point,
quickly, Elad, if you don't mind, chat. There's just a breaking news in our chat. If you could please verify it
Yep,
before
I'm
we
looking
share
through
it.
it right now.
Yeah, because that's pretty concerning if you can validate it. Sorry, Elad, so I'll let you get to the conclusion of that point, and then we'll go to Gaurav for the final questions for Andrew, because I think he's addressed most questions seemingly pretty well.
sure, thank you very much. So, and just to touch to the point, that was the reason why I went up from the beginning, which that's why this whole space started about crypto.com. So again, I will go to Kim that you can go and do the DD about it. Of course, I'm not here to talk badly about no other company. But in regarding to the claim of the transaction was a transaction that was a mistake, there is certain factors in the infrastructure of how every entity that works with Prime Trust, which Prime Trust backstage is working with Fireblocks, is that there is such a thing called a TAP, Transaction Approval Procedure, which is mandatory. Means that in order to create, even if it's a whitelisted external, in order to create an external transfer from an ecosystem that is sitting on this transfer, on this infrastructure, you will have to have a minimum of 3 executives that are signing those transactions. With an MPC technology that they have implemented, it's already in the infrastructure, you cannot avoid it, it's mandatory. And what that means basically that you have 3 devices that are being listed on the infrastructure, that when an external transfer is being conducted, all the 3 devices needs to sign with the MPC verification that is being done by the infrastructure. Now
Elad,
again, I'm not saying
we already had someone here earlier, Michael, I believe was his name, who was running us through all the different certificates that they have and what the requirements are. So this is not new.
Yeah. Sorry. So I understand. So just in regard to the claim, then you send that the claim of some individual going ahead and doing it is a false claim.
Okay. All right, Elad. I appreciate you
I'm
saying
done.
that.
Thank you very much.
Chet, did you verify the information, or are you still looking at on-chain transactions?
Still looking at on-chain data before we bring this up.
Okay, so while waiting for Chet, Gaurav, did you have a few questions for Andrew? We'll try to give you, Andrew, another few quick minutes, Andrew, for a few questions. But again, I appreciate you being here.
Just really quick before someone else hops in. I totally agree with Elad about the jurisdiction issue. You know, for anyone who has money on an exchange, which we all here agreed yesterday and today, at least, a lot of the leaders, you shouldn't have your money in an exchange or your crypto in an exchange. But if you do, you want to make sure that it's in a jurisdiction where you have any kind of hope to, have a fair, a reasonable legal fight in a Western Commonwealth, type legal system. I see a lot of exchanges in the Seychelles, and many of them that are in trouble are based in jurisdictions like the Seychelles, and it's alarming. It's definitely not a good look.
Gaurav?
Yeah, thank you. By the way, on the last topic, I think the concluding statement would still be the most trusted. We're talking about the most trusted, or amongst the most trusted exchange that has created the ripples we are living right now. So I don't think there is a jurisdiction in the world that truly understands crypto and regulating exchanges or entities of the Web3 world. So, I mean, yeah, we can say whatever about exchanges in the US or exchanges in the Seychelles, and I mean, similarly for the entities, but it doesn't really changes a lot. I mean, it just people can definitely choose an easier domicile if they want to start a quick business. It's totally about individual ethics. Till the time we are waiting for super informed regulators that really know their shit. But I'll quickly come on my point. Andrew, like I said, I'm going to steer it from retail customers to project. A lot of people here in the chat know the fact that I've been in the space since 2015. We have been managing markets, our own personal wealth on multiple exchanges. We've been recording tick data for the top 20, 30 assets since 2016. So having access to order books live and recording that data, uh, when we were managing, market making for our investment portfolio, we observed that the tokens that were taken by, I don't want to sound attacking, so I don't want to just name MXC here because a lot of, you know, exchanges have the same practice. So I just don't want to point it out on you, but a lot of smaller or medium exchanges do this. And at times the order book exceeds, especially in the launch hour or the launch day when the volatility is extreme, the order book sort of exceeds the total amount of tokens in the exchange hot wallets, which means and the tokens that were taken for airdrops, or the exchanges take those tokens as a part of the listing fee, and it's mostly the uninformed, unplanned, unimagined blast or dump on the launch of the token. Are you aware of these practices? I know this happens. I mean, we have recorded history of this, of a lot of exchanges. I'm just eager to know, now that we have you on stage, does this happen on your clock, or is it just, does this happen somewhere at the layer in the bottom of the company? I mean, what are your thoughts about it? And I'll leave this question to Simon, Kim, Chet, and Mario to be continued, because I hop in on for just 30-40 minutes. Over to you, Andrew.
So on the listing side, when you're coming to Mexi and you're providing funds for marketing events and services, you're providing funds to list to pay for the operations and the costs that go into adding you to the system and all the work that goes into that. That's all earmarked for very special events and purposeful marketing promotions. So you shouldn't see the funds used in other ways. And that's how we operate here at Mexi. I can't shed light or speak on how the listing departments, operate of other exchanges. I can say that a lot of projects come to us to complain about how they were treated where they had listed previously. And it's why they're going to yet another centralized exchange to find a better home for them, where, their project is treated with respect. And we're doing the best for the audience and the actual owners of the assets in the community. I hope that answers your question.
I want to go to
Not
Wahid.
really.
I know you had it. Sorry, Gaurav. I'll let you finish. Sorry, Gaurav.
Yeah, not really. Okay, I'll frame it again quickly, because I know I was sort of trying to cover a lot of grounds.
And by the way, Gaurav,
Projects.
just before you continue, just want to tell you there's more exchanges wanting to come up. Bitstamp just messaged us wanting to come up, and another one, I forgot the name, else was coming up. So it's good to have your questions. Yeah, you'll have
I don't want to name exchanges, man, but I would only want to talk to the ones that I have recorded history of. I mean, for that I need to have some data. But anyways, thank you for that.
And one more thing I wanted to add as well, Gaurav, before you continue, just for any chain analysts, please do DM me. We have it because we get breaking news, but we always want to try to validate them, and our team is struggling. So just DM me, and the team could add you into a group, and you can help us out. Sorry, Gaurav, go ahead.
Just breaking. I have 3 DMs just now from people saying that Binance has suspended ETH withdrawals. Can anyone verify that here?
Can someone go into Binance and check?
I've had those same DMs, but I haven't heard any verification of that at all. And the claim actually supposedly came from before CZ came on the space, so I'd be quite surprised if that's true.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll quickly wrap it again for Andrew.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Andrew, projects listing on mid-tier exchanges are dumped on the launch hour and launch day, and this at times, and I'm talking on the basis of recorded tick data history, this happens on the launch day, and with smaller projects. I'm just trying to understand if it happens on the clock of the management. Is that a practice managed somewhere from the top,
Well,
or are you
so
even aware of it?
thank you for the context. So, in those events, we're in the Telegram or in the chats connected to the project teams, and any dumping, any volatility, any major swings or changes in the price or what we see as suspicious activity, we reach out to them. We analyze transactions. We try to address what's going on. No, we are not in the business of dumping tokens here at Mexi. But if we see, a chain of influencers or something from kind of the community or social media that is mobilizing something that's creating volatility, we connect with the project team. They coordinate with their market makers, and they try to ensure that they're not seeing dumps. They're not seeing this type of predatory type behavior on listing day.
Andrew, do you guys offer any sort of like product similar to like Coinbase Earn to the projects that list? Because I think, from my understanding, that's usually how Coinbase generates revenue from a lot of tokens they list. Is they don't charge for the listing fee or anything like that, but then a lot of companies will dump a lot into the Coinbase Earn programs. Is that something you guys offer as like industry
So
standard?
we do charge for our listings. Everybody goes through a review process. If they pass review, they receive a proposal, and they pay to cover the costs. They employ their own market makers. There's not much more beyond that.
I have a more general question before I give the mic to
And
Wahid.
on the market making side, Mario, I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just on spot. On the market making side, it's actually more troublesome because exchanges, like I said, I'm not imposing anything on just you. Exchanges force the project to have certain amount of liquidity in their order books, or else their security gets forfeited. Exchanges impose some sort of volume and price. Yes. Oh, see, this is one of the projects that we manage that just spoke out rather the pain. And then exchanges impose a price tick. They impose that the project should not go beyond the ICO price. How is the project supposed to manage that? It's a public sentiment. It might just dump when it has to. Why can't we simply take it as an IPO, as a public sentiment? Why do exchange have to impose all of that unless they have a plan on the other side? And you can totally skip the question if you like, by the way. I know it's a bit tough.
Well, it's more so that, Mexi, we have 1,000 employees, and projects are receiving proposals specific to what they've, requested and negotiated with their agent. And for me to have insight, we've got 1,500 projects at Mexi on each relationship, and to kind of know what it is that they came to in terms of terms would be very difficult to speak to. But I can say that, again, we're not in the business of dumping, of predatory type behavior, of incestuous market making, or dictating or controlling what is a free market. We're here to build products that people love and use, that they trust and rely on. And we're not trying to buy that trust through, being in a jurisdiction that you like, or putting our name in on an arena that you support, or things like this that I think are just kind of pulling the rug over people's eyes.
Andrew, I've got a question. Like the panel asked you a lot of tough questions. Do you mind, Gaurav, if I ask just a couple of general questions before we bring you back?
I was just about to ask you if I should continue or.
I'll ask you a couple of general questions, and my first one is pretty simple. It's a simple question, but I hope you can answer it. Why are we seeing some exchanges, including the biggest ones? Jesse from Kraken just spent like an hour, a couple hours from his time, CZ, etc. Come on stage.
Can't even put the volume low enough.
All right, Simon, just be careful.
Normally, if you go to zero.
Simon. Perfect. I was unmuting. So a lot of the exchanges, including smaller ones, have refused to come on stage. And then we have Crypto.com, which is facing most of the backlash. I even made a tweet telling people, because I got so much information that's concerning, to immediately withdraw from Crypto.com, which is a precautionary measure until we get more clarity. But there, Crypto.com and others, Gate, I've sent an invite to Gate as well. Huobi, OKX, I think had the most outflows a couple of days ago, if I remember correctly, Chet. We had Nansen on stage, or one of the top three in terms of outflows. Yeah, so they're not coming on stage to give clarity. So my question is, how many more are susceptible to a similar outcome as FTX? How many more are leveraged? How many more misuse customer funds?
Great question. And you want to look at these red flags. Who has been trying to buy your trust? Who has been spending not on their product, but on their message? Who has been out in the market lobbying and trying to, push through legislation that benefits only them? Where does that money come from? These exchanges, off the fees, they're spending hundreds of millions of dollars in plain sight. Plain sight. It's all in our faces. It didn't seem so secretive to me because that's the key red flag. Overspending,
okay, so
egregious spending.
Can you mention some of those red flags? So the best way to mention it in a way that that you've got every right to mention it as an observation. What are some red flags that would we had another speaker mention Crypto.com's sponsorship or ad or what was it? Does anyone know what Crypto.com paid a fuck ton of money for?
Relentless ads.
Relentless ads. So this doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's just a red flag, like you're throwing your money on a lot of ads, which is usually not a good sign. And a bigger red flag was FTX spending more money than they raised. And the numbers just didn't add up. We had CZ on stage says it just didn't take me much time to add up the numbers and just say, look, things don't add up at all by a wide margin. What are some of those red flags that you'd question yourself?
By the way, I watched UFC today, and Crypto.com is all over the show. And that will be a massive main sponsorship that will cost probably double-digit millions.
There you go. There you go. So, Andrew, what are some of
And
those
their
red
new
flags?
sponsorship on the World Cup. This is a
Who sponsored the World Cup?
Crypto.com, an official
As
sponsorship
well?
of the World Cup.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys any other red flags before I ask you the next question? Any other red flags?
Just around this spending, it's pretty obvious. Anybody that forces you to work with kind of incestuous partners on the market making side is pretty obvious. I would argue anybody that's advocating just for themselves and not for the betterment of the industry. There's something going on there. And finally, people acquiring bankrupt competitors. It's interesting from a compliance perspective to acquire a business under the claims that you're going to migrate a user base when you don't hold a transferable license from the business you're acquiring. Anybody buying a out of business, bankrupt, liquidated operator in our space that has no means or wherewithal to maintain a license, like what we saw Voyager do in France with that AMF license business that they actually couldn't migrate the data from. What kind of due diligence they're even doing? So they're just so reckless with that spending, and it is so public that I'm surprised more people didn't take that as a concern. Instead, the opposite happened. The more people saw a name, the more they trusted it.
Just
and
so
this is why
everyone
I came on
knows,
the
sorry
show,
to break
Mario.
in there, Andrew. I just want to break in really quick just because this is something.
So Andrew, yeah, we do. Andrew, we do
Yeah.
any breaking news. Chat just jumps in, no matter who's speaking. Just a heads up. So
No
don't get offended.
Just
Go ahead,
so everyone knows that's listening, we do have members on the team that were able to withdraw ETH normally from Binance, so that rumor appears to be incorrect.
Oh, okay, good. Thanks, Chat.
That's
Yeah,
good
go
to
ahead,
know.
Andrew.
Thank you.
And Andrew, like, as you could, go ahead, bro.
The point I wanted to wrap on, and Mario, this is why I love you, why we come on your show, and why we're happy to do this today, is we're looking in our market right now. Trust, for some odd reason right now, is more important than truth. You hear something from a trusted source, whether it's verified or not, you start circulating it as though it is real, as though it is the truth. This is damaging for an industry. This allows people to play on our emotions, especially in a market where people are buying and selling emotionally. If somebody can control our emotions and drive us into fear and panic, we're manifesting bear markets. So it's really key to just show face, show up, engage with the community, be truthful, even if it's hard. And I think more venues like this that give companies like mine the opportunity to engage truthfully is critical going forward.
Hey, Andrew and Mario, is it okay if I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, of course, Jack.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hey,
Thank you, thank you. And this really is for Andrew and Jesse. I guess Andrew, I know you've got to run, so maybe you take it. But CZ has made some comments before and some tweets about how things just didn't add up with FTX, and of course now we see where everything is. But there was like little breadcrumbs and sprinkles along the way, where once he talks about the market maker attack on his exchange, and then some people were going behind closed doors and doing some stuff. But then there were some irregularities within on-chain items and the balance sheet that was posted. I'm just curious if Mexi or Kraken, so Andrew, Jesse, or anybody, any of the other exchanges coming up, what you guys may have sniffed out or noticed. I know we talked about big red flags like spending and stuff, and that's kind of generic. That goes across anything. But was there anything like on-chain that stood out, anything like that gave you some red flags that maybe weren't so obvious?
Good question. Like the spending was definitely a big one. I mean, we know our business as an exchange and, what it takes to operate. And so, we've heard a lot from investors behind the scenes as well, who were maybe looking at both companies at the same time. They were kind of comparing us to FTX, and they would tell us things, and, we'd just be like, that just like doesn't make sense what you're saying about kind of like what they have or what they're doing, relative to their cost structure or, the team size, or, the volumes that they have, just externally, right? Like, I mean, they have this, the Alameda connection was always like extremely suspect. It seemed like they were front running their own clients, and it seemed like they were just straight up like profit motivated and, adversarial with their clients. And, turns out they're also like adversarial with the industry in DC. So, beyond like the marketing spend, the political spend was also like super sketchy. They're just spending so much money that it was like hard to imagine that they were getting, like a reasonable return on that, based on what we were seeing for our marketing spend. Just like was like nonsensical spend that was like never going to pay off. So there was that. We had our own business to compare their actions against. We thought, the FTT token was extremely suspect. There's not really a reason for that thing to exist. And so, that was like, that combined with Alameda, combined with the size of the team and the resumes of the team that was known, and sort of the centralized control. I mean, just the pace at which they were doing things, right? Like we would hear this from investors. FTX is moving so fast, and we'd be like, well, yeah, that's because they're like 50 people, and basically all the decisions are made by like one guy with like no accountability and no process, and nothing that you would expect from like a financial services company that you would trust with like billions of dollars. So there's just like a lot lacking on their operations, at least from the outside. And as we know now, basically it was like a few people at the top that really controlled the whole thing, and basically no one else in the company had any kind of visibility into what was happening, and were completely duped. And that thing wouldn't happen at Kraken. I mean, we have like a massive finance team of like over 100 people, and massive security team, and all of these guys like looking at stuff all the time. And I certainly don't have the ability to just go and like move funds around without anybody noticing. I mean, I can't even do it by myself. So there was just like a lot of stuff there that we were hearing about their operation from the outside, just the head count versus the spend, the Alameda relationship, what we're hearing from other market makers on Kraken, which is that they felt they were getting kind of like stop hunted on FTX, like, by another trader with like extra information. There were a lot of red flags for us. So, but it's hard to call that stuff out.
Jesse, I mean, I think everyone now in hindsight says there were red flags. We saw red flags. We should have known, but no one called it out. And I think that the question that we should all be asking is, when we have red flags, how the hell do you call something like that out? Like everyone now, Chamat said it, CZ said it, you've said it, everyone's turned around and everyone has come out and said, we saw the red flags. We knew the red flags. We knew that they had more money than. How are we supposed to, as an industry, call it out? Who are we supposed to call it out to? How are we supposed to address it?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think it's really hard for another competitor to call it out because I think it's just going to be immediately discounted and look like someone's afraid of competition and trying to throw their competitor under the bus, to just gain an advantage in the market. So I think we really need more independent voices, and Kraken can certainly say something, or I can say something, but I think it's going to be way less credible than it is coming from somebody more
But did you guys
neutral.
call it out? The question: did you guys call it out to regulators? Because I was going to ask that same question, Ron.
Which regulator? Which regulator? Regulator in Bahamas? I mean, which regulator did you call it out to?
That's the best question that's got asked so far.
Well, Andrew, I've got a question for you. One more question for you, Andrew, because Gaurav asked that question, and I want to explain it to the audience, and then maybe you can answer it. Is a problem that okay, I'm going to call something out then. In the industry, there's been multiple occasions in which exchanges receive tokens of a project to list a project. Okay, that's common practice. So for anyone listening, when a project wants to list on an exchange, Mexi, Gate, Qcoin, etc., they have to pay that project in a whole bunch of tokens, plus in most cases fiat as well. One issue, and then Gaurav brought up that issue because I'm guessing, Gaurav, you've had that experience. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been in the business since 2016, right?
Hey, Mario, I'm a project owner. I've had that experience directly.
Exactly. So what happens, Andrew, is, and again, that's unrelated to the liquidity issues. So for the audience to understand about being illiquid, that's unrelated, but it's a concern nonetheless. Is exchanges, and again, you're the one on stage, so you get props for being here. But your answer, in my opinion, will apply to many other exchanges that we know, Gaurav knows, Wahid knows, and others know. They dump the token of the project as soon as they list it. So they list a project and just dump all their tokens either as soon as they list it or in the early stages. Can you confirm that Mexi does not have that practice?
Yes, I can confirm that we do not have that practice.
There's your answer, Gaurav. I managed to get it for you.
Yeah. I wanna go ahead. Sorry, Gaurav.
Anyways, there were details to it. There were a bit of details to it. Why do we enforce, along with the listing term sheet, why do these exchanges enforce a certain amount of liquidity, certain amount of criteria to be above the listing price when the listing price already is enforced to be above IDO price? These kind of things, and then forcing through market makers to have liquidity at that price is sort of assuring their exit of the tokens. I mean, that's how it looks. And then the dump comes. And at times there are situations, because obviously exchanges are listing, 3 projects a week or something like that in the bull run. So they miss the details that the project does not even have some amount of unlocked tokens to the crowd. So the question arises, where are all these tokens coming from that are sold on the books of the market maker, basically, that was enforced through the term sheet of listing the token?
Hey, Gaurav, you want to know what's really funny? Is I asked TDMM, which is one of Gaurav's market makers, to market make for me on MEXC in 2 weeks. So I actually got approved by this lovely lady called Libby. And we went through.
Let's not digress the question,
yeah.
Wahid.
But I want to jump
go
in
ahead, Wahid.
Because I'm actually a supporter of centralized exchanges. A couple hours ago, I probably was the only person on the show who was saying that the entire ecosystem needs to be maintained healthy, and we need to support both decentralized and centralized exchanges. So, Andrew, I have one question only. Not about listings, not about paying you, not about dumping, none of that. Okay, just one simple question. If there was an IMF type fund, which in this space is actually no more than 20 to 25 billion, maybe 30 billion at most. If shit hits the fan, is your management team willing to hand over the keys? Obviously, shareholders are zeroed. Senior subordinated bonds are zeroed. And basically, the only people protected, the liquidity protected, is for depositors, okay, who for me would be the most senior secured in that whole cap structure. Is your management team willing to do that? Because only then, I believe, we're going to be able to have some form of trust in the system. And I'm actually very bearish that if we don't fix this trust, this entire space is going to get really, really hurt over the next few months.
Andrew, do you want to take that one? So essentially, he's asking, so essentially, Wahid, what the question is if there is a bailout fund, and
yeah, I want to know these management teams, are they willing to protect depositors over and beyond
but
themselves
you're asking if
and their
Mexi wants it,
bondholders?
but Mexi doesn't.
Yeah.
Just to be clear, then go ahead. Okay, Ron, I thought you were speaking. So, but Andrew, Wahid, what he's saying is that would Mexi want to participate in this in terms of receiving funds and zeroing in shareholders, etc., or participating in terms of committing funds to that
Mario,
pool?
it's very simple. With this kind of leverage in the system, most of these centralized exchanges we've established with all this brain power that you have on this show, which is phenomenal, that many exchanges have negative equity. Okay? Just like banks had in 08, I'm not going to repeat all my speech. Just like, gold reserves and silver, etc. There's 10 times more futures than there is actually physical gold. I'm not going to get into that bullshit. But the point is the system, like so many systems around the world, I would argue every system around the world is highly leveraged. In this scenario, a lot of people have to take pain. Speculators, equity holders, etc. I'm looking out for the small $100, $300, $400 depositor in so many decentralized exchanges, because the way I see it, it's going to be a demise. If there
So
was
I've got some
a
interesting
liquidity fund,
information here that is breaking from our team and some people that I've been working with. We've been doing some on-chain analytics. There's a lot of rumors spreading out right now about some crypto.com transactions.
Shit, that's what I was waiting for. Shit, did you verify it?
Yes, so here's what I can verify. First of all, it is true that Crypto.com sent $1 billion worth of stablecoins to FTX prior to all this falling down. It is unknown, however, if they were able to pull this back out before the collapse. So there's a potential that there's $1 billion of stable still technically locked in what they did there. On the second side, people have been spreading rumors that Crypto.com moved assets from Binance in order to pay for withdrawals recently. Speaking with several on-chain analytics people here, this includes mad scientists, Fusilier and Alex Valantis, it appears that this is likely a normal whale or just a market maker. There's not enough data in the metadata to actually prove that has anything to do with Crypto.com actually moving assets to pay for withdrawals. This is something that's spreading out quite a lot on crypto Twitter right now, so it's kind of important to know that.
Okay, so just to clarify, you've got two pieces of information here. The more serious one is Crypto.com having $1 billion. How much assets do they have at the exchange right now? Do you know? Does anyone know? Nathan should have that information. Just to understand how big of a hit $1 billion would be to Crypto.com. Do you know, Chet?
I do not know that number right off the top of my head. No.
Let me see.
Can you
I'm not
drop?
sure actually.
Can you drop the transaction? Can you drop the transaction so we can track it and maybe just track?
Ron.
Just track the wallets.
We have a group of a few analysts. If you want to join them on WhatsApp, Romy, could you send you my WhatsApp number and I'll add you in.
Okay, drop me a WhatsApp on the.
Yeah, Romy, if you can DM Ron on Twitter my WhatsApp, and then Ron, I'll just add you to that group, and then you can follow. I'll also put it in the tweet. I'm just drafting a tweet now. So the $1 billion, I'll see how big of a hit that would have on Crypto.com. And then the second point is people that have been spreading rumors that Crypto.com moved assets from Binance in order to pay withdrawals. It appears that this is likely a normal whale or market maker. What's that amount? How much funds?
The amount that was argued or the speculation about it was being pushed out there was, I think, roughly $80 million.
Yeah, the TX is 80 million. The TX is the TX from Binance back to Crypto.com is $80 million. We've been tracking that transaction.
Oh, there you go. So that's I like that you didn't share it, Ron, until you could confirm. So that $1 billion that they've had that they sent to FTX, to me that sounds like that could pose a very serious liquidity issue for Crypto.com. If people are freaking out about $80 million, the real story is that $1 billion. Where'd you get that information from?
That's from Etherscan. That's directly from Etherscan. There's a direct address on that that's been also shared around on Twitter. But yes, that's been confirmed. That is an actual $1 billion that was sent from them over to FTX.
So one thing, Mary, I learned from talking to centralized exchange today, and I'm not going to mention which, basically sometimes you have to send stables to unlock a shitload of your tokens. So if they have a leverage arrangement with FTX with derivatives, they've got to send stables to unlock a huge amount of their tokens
Guys,
that
I've
they're
just
custodying
got guys,
at
guys, I've
FTX.
just got who's the I cannot share it. Fuck. Bro, can I share? Hold on, let me see. Can I share without the name? Come on, bro. Please give me permission. Please, please, please. Jesus fucking Christ. All right, I'm waiting to get permission to share. We can share it anonymously. So there's a big name in the space DMing me now. Um, yeah, we can share it anonymously. So I'll just chat to him via WhatsApp. But that's fucking major. That's really fucking serious if that's the case.
What is
Then
that?
Chris, I just told you I
You
can
have
fucking share
me
it.
on the edge of my seat now, Mario.
Yeah, bro. I don't have permission to even share it with you. He's typing now, so I'll let you know. But if this is, all right, I'm just gonna say, all right, this is happening live. So, man, I'm gonna say, Mr. X. I call you Mr. X. I'm gonna say exactly what is written, but won't say who the name is. Okay. Fuck. I'm gonna mute myself, guys. Let me just send him a voice note, see if permission I can get. I'll be back. Alex, Wahid,
While
chat. I'll
Mario's
be back.
doing that, I actually have a quick question. Jesse, you're probably the best position to answer it, but it's kind of twofold, right? So the first question is, I think there's a lot of people, pushing back, like, it's dangerous to push FUD on Twitter, which, I generally agree. However, on the flip side, if these exchanges are holding their customer assets one-to-one, the FUD really shouldn't matter. And like the worst case is, people just take money off the exchanges and they move back in. So my first question is, how do these exchanges, like, how are they impacted by people moving off? Is it they're just losing exchange fees, or is there some type of other fees they're having to pay? And the second thing is, for the exchanges that offer some type of like staking rewards program, say it's like ETH staking, and there is a lockup period and then a cool off. How does that impact their ability to process customer withdrawals?
Yeah, good questions. If the exchange isn't doing anything with the client funds that they're not supposed to be doing, there should be no problem to process withdrawals. It's apart from maybe accessing their cold storage, if they've got like a really secure cold storage process. If they are forced to go into their cold storage, maybe that could be a bit of a hassle. Normally, we generally kind of top up the hot wallet from deposits every day, and it's pretty rare to have to go into cold storage because deposits and withdrawals, relatively sort of balance each other out. And then we have sort of like a warm wallet structure, So going into the cold storage could be a hassle. So that could be something. They shouldn't really mind the withdrawals unless they're like, getting some kind of like yield on those balances somehow, which would probably be, you check the terms of service and see what they're allowed to do with your balances. So yeah, it could cost them revenue if they're actually like deploying your balances, to earn some kind of yield for themselves. If you're staking it, if they're lockups, again, check the terms of service. Obviously, if you're staking ETH, there's no way to get that out unless they have like a token, for staked ETH that you get, and then you could get that token out.
Jesse, how long would it take you to access your cold wallet? Assuming that the funds in your hot wallet ran out, how long would it take for the transfer between your cold wallet back into your hot wallet? The reason why I ask is because sometimes, like what happened with FTX, withdrawals became delayed before they became halted. So it was like you could draw, and then eventually it was like, okay, you can draw, but there's a delay now for 2 hours, and it's like, we're just moving funds from the cold wallet. What's the for a normal exchange, and I know every exchange has a different cold wallet to hot wallet system, what is the procedure? How many signatories? How long does it take to transfer? Walk us through that just to give us an understanding.
Yeah, I can't give you all the details, but it would be pretty rare for us to go into cold storage. It would have to be like on an unplanned schedule. It would have to be just like a ridiculous amount of withdrawals that are, orders of magnitude kind of beyond like what we normally see. So if let's just say, for example, like in one day, we had 50% of all the funds like were withdrawn like in a single hour or something like that, then yeah, we're going to have to go into the cold storage. There are some some mechanisms around being able to access the cold storage. So it could be some time. It could be several hours. It could be even maybe a full day, depending on what's going on. So I don't think that would be like unreasonable for someone to.
Do you mind if I quickly jump in, Jesse? Just want to
Go for
correct
it.
something. Chat, I need you to do more DD on that $1 billion to FTX, because credible sources are just giving me different information, and sources I trust. So I need you to verify that.
Yeah, I verified that with multiple on-chain analytics people. So
I'm gonna send it. I'll send you a number of someone. If you could just chat to him and give him all the information, and let me know what the conclusion is. I've deleted the tweet till then. It's just such a major piece of information that I want to make sure it's 100% accurate. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt you, Jesse.
Yeah, I was just saying it wouldn't be unreasonable for an exchange to say that they need 24 hours to go into their cold storage and top things up, especially depending on the size of the operation. How many people do they have that can be on call to go do that? Do they physically need people to show up at the data center? Is there a randomization process for deciding who goes to the data center and signs? So there could be quite a bit of process involved if they have a pretty robust system. So to me, it would not be a red flag if someone said, like, we need 24 hours to top up the hot wallet, for like unprecedented kind of like surprise withdrawals. For us, though, we keep topping up the warm wallet, and it would really have to be like a surprise thing. Like we keep increasing the balances of the hot wallet. If it looks like there's a trend of withdrawals coming up. So I don't know. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, perfect. I don't know if you guys have spoken about this, but there was a statement from the Bahamas Police, Royal Bahamas Police. I don't know if you guys have spoken about it. I'll read it out just in case you haven't. It says, in light of the collapse of FTX globally and the provisional liquidation of FTX digital markets limited, a team of financial investigators from the Financial Crimes Investigation Branch are working closely with the Bahamas Securities Commission to investigate if any criminal misconduct occurred. And it's released officially from the Royal Bahamas Police account.
I have another breaking now that the season here is breaking. DeFi Yield Web3 has just posted some crypto sources claim that the trading terminal 3 commas has been hacked. Hackers might get access to your API keys. We recommend to revoke all accesses if you have ever been using 3 commas.
Jesus, everyone's breaking news now, chat. It's not just you. Chat is validating. Chat is now validating the $1 billion.
That's because I'm stuck on this validation right now.
Yeah, no,
I'm gonna send you the link. I'm gonna send you the link, Mario, on
Thanks,
WhatsApp.
man. Yeah, my WhatsApp. I don't even know where to start with my WhatsApp.
Eric, I have a question for you since you're from CoinSquare. Are you going to be implementing the Merkle tree?
Sorry, Dad, I'm having a hard time actually hearing you. I wonder if it's because I joined from your link. I know others are hearing you okay.
Can you hear me
okay,
Mario,
chat?
Can you hear me?
I can hear,
yeah.
I can hear others.
Merkle,
Mario, I can hear you.
Are you open for the Merkle tree proof of reserves? Are you going to be implementing that?
Yeah, we're looking at it right now. So CoinSquare, just so everyone here, I don't know if you're familiar with or not, is one of Canada's largest cryptocurrency exchanges. We offer trading of over 40 plus coins, only spot trading. We only also currently deal with Canadian clients, and we are actually regulated as an IROC broker dealer. IROC in Canada is equivalent to essentially FINRA, which regulates all of the broker dealers in the US and in Canada for IROC and IROC's purposes. I think so what's unique about Canada is that we do have actually a pretty clear regulatory framework now. Unfortunately, came to about because of the Quadriga CX news. And so under that regulatory framework, we're held to certain standards and requirements. And within those requirements, requires us to obviously have one-to-one reserves. We can't lend out client assets. We have to be one-to-one. We conduct annual financial audits. There's insurance that comes with that as well. So on the cash that's held at CoinSquare, there's similar to SIPC in the US, which is the insurance that covers sort of securities in in accounts in traditional equities. There's $1 million coverage from the Canadian Investor Protection Fund that covers the cash in your CoinSquare accounts. And then most importantly, which I think everyone wants to hear about here, is that we do run daily reports that we give to our regulator to ensure that all client liabilities are met or exceeded by the amount of client assets the amount of client assets in cold storage are met or exceed the amount of client liabilities at any point in time. And this is obviously really critical. So to answer your question, Chet or Mario, on the proof of reserve side, we're evaluating it right now with our auditor. As I mentioned, we go through audit financial statements. We will be providing sort of the initial proof of reserves, I guess, sort of audit with Nansen. So we're in communication with them right now for that. But on the official Merkle proof of reserves piece, we are evaluating that as well with our auditor at the moment.
All right, so thanks a lot, man. I appreciate the update. It just shows that the benefit of being regulated for centralized exchanges. Chet, did you want to add the updates on that that information without mentioning names?
Yes.
And by the way, just for and I want to say anyone from Crypto.com that can come and clarify this. This is like okay. I just want to express something. I understand the concerns around FUD. Perfect. So if there's FUD spreading around you, then and we're inviting you, any exchange, whenever we mention your name, whether it's Crypto.com or Gate, we mentioned Gate, KuCoin, I was going to say FTX, I'm just so used to it. You can just come up and clarify those concerns, either yourself or one of the other executives. Mexi was on stage earlier. We have Eric from, where are you from, Eric? From a Canadian exchange.
Yeah, CoinSquare. We're the
CoinSquare. CoinSquare.
Hopefully after this,
yeah, I remember you guys. OG. So we have other exchanges waiting to speak. But then the exchanges where we mention this information that you consider quote unquote FUD, you complain about it, but you don't come up on stage to talk about it. So my panel is available for people critical, people with concerns, but also people with facts or have opposing views. But yeah, I'm gonna be
also Mario too. I pinned a tweet which is that I think there's been some pushback to like Twitter FUD and all that, but at the end of the day, if Twitter FUD alone can drive your company to insolvency, the problem wasn't with crypto Twitter. It was the way you were running your business. Because if you actually follow the rules, I would agree with that. Everything needs to be backed 1-to-1 anyways. So yes, it could do some short-term damage, but it should not drive your company to insolvency.
Absolutely. I mean, if you didn't have the funds already. But the one thing that I wanted to clarify here, so from what we've gotten on the information from the sources that we have, so someone very close, so I'm not going to name who got this information to us, but I can confirm at least that this is verifiable. So the two things
I've got two people mentioning this, just FYI, Chet. But go ahead. You have one you're talking to.
Yes. So $1 billion was sent, yes, to FTX. So that is confirmed by blockchain analytics. There's no doubt in that. It's absolute. The clarification or disclaimer to this is that according to a source that was able to hear from the CEO directly at Crypto.com, they claimed that they have only lost $10 million in the FTX fiasco. Now, keep in mind, this is the word of Crypto.com, so of course it would be great to have more clarification on that as to how that functioned, how they ended up with $1 billion going over there and then only losing $10 million. But the on-chain analytics do say, yes, $1 billion went over, and that's just kind of where we stand right now on that.
Hey, Mario, I would also encourage you to ask each of these exchanges that show up today, tomorrow, whenever, that same Merkle question, the proof of reserves question. I think it's a great question.
All right, will do. But then it doesn't show liabilities. That's a concern. But it's a step in the right direction. It's a step in the right direction.
It's a step in the right direction. Exactly. It's not the home run. I think some people suspect it is, but it's like one of those baby steps of the industry. I think it's better than nothing.
And to be honest, this is where regulation becomes really important, right? There is a high cost to being regulated, but it's really important. I think Kraken's obviously done a great job in the U.S. Obviously, we're trying to trailblaze in Canada here, and I think the Canadian requirements, like I said previously, they are actually clear for us from a securities regulator perspective. We might not always agree with them. I'm sure people saw the investment limit sort of requirements that were imposed on clients, but ultimately that's to protect the end customers. And And so, I think proof of reserves is kind of the first step, but regulation, I do think the right regulation with clear guidelines, I think is important here as well.
Yeah, on the proof of reserve stuff, this the non-SAN, list is really just a list of assets, right? It's not really a list of what your client account balances are, what your liabilities are. So it's just sort of half of that piece of what a real like Merkle tree proof of reserves would be, which includes the client balances versus your actual assets. But I'm curious to actually ask you guys, with the nonsense stuff, an exchange could share all of its addresses publicly and maintain that list, pretty much in real time. But you do lose some privacy as a user, because your own individual deposit address at the exchange might be disclosed. Do you guys think that is worth doing? That privacy trade-off is worth doing, or is it better to do these sort of snapshots in Merkle tree proofs, like with an auditor, where you don't necessarily have to disclose all of the exchange's addresses to the public?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jesse, and something that we've thought about as well. I mean, the way we deal with our client assets and liabilities is, we make sure we're one-to-one with the assets in cold storage actually. So we would only be exposing when we do the Nansen piece, the cold wallet addresses. So it's not an individual person's address. That was a concern though of our legal and compliance teams when looking at the Nansen, and that's kind of what we were talking about this weekend. But I think your point is you're spot on. It's, you're only showing the one side of it, which is the assets. You're not showing the liability side, and so it's not really giving you the entire picture. And that's why I do think audits and having auditors, appropriate auditors, look at the books and records with the regulatory oversight is definitely the way to go. But at least it's it's one step in the right direction. We wouldn't be having a lot of these conversations we're having here today if Crypto.com and Binance and a few others didn't already post sort of their wallet addresses. We can now hold them accountable here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I also do feel like there's it's fairly easy to detect essentially like deposit addresses, even if like in the best case scenario, the exchange kind of like generates one-time use like deposit addresses whenever someone wants to deposit, but like at the end of the day, we all know that like people are gonna reuse them. And also like it's also fairly easy, whenever checking kind of like Etherscan or anything out there to detect like what is a deposit address, because like obviously the orchestration mechanism within the exchange is gonna, essentially get back the fund into, omnibus accounts or cold storage, at kind of like a regular interval. So I do feel like it's like you can provide like a certain sense of privacy, but you're still like fairly limited. So I do feel like you're not leaking too much information though.
Guys, breaking news, very important breaking news.
Oh, please let us know, Kim.
Yeah, I'm very tired. I'm going to bed.
Okay, bro, you goes here. All right, Kim, I appreciate being here, man. We'll see if we're here when you wake up, by the way.
Okay, well, keep it going, man. Sounds good.
I appreciate you doing this, man. It's been a pretty crazy journey since the check collapse, since the FTX collapse.
I did collapse last night, but that's a different story. Yes,
that was insane. But yeah, Kim, massive shout out. Thanks a lot for joining me on these shows.
All right, man. Later.
Bro,
Bye-bye.
rest well. I do have a lot of complaints, and I'm not alone, of projects that are complaining. I know that's not the topic of concern on the show, but there's a lot of DMs we're getting of projects that are complaining about exchanges taking tokens, and Wahid mentioned it, and we want to try to bring him up again. Gaurav is the one that brought up this issue, and Gaurav incubates dozens of projects of exchanges getting paid in tokens and then dumping them as soon as a token lists. And it became like, to be honest, I'll be very, very honest, it became like for us, like, yeah, it's part of the game. Like it just became that bad. Now I know, Jesse, you've never taken tokens. That's
And
how that's how
and
far we've gone in the space.
I
How
am
dirty it got.
actually discussing this with one of the oldest founders and OGs of the space, like builder, not very public figure right now, and he's like, dude, these guys have already signed tons of term sheets, like the signing term sheets with projects. They're nose deep in the shit. They can't really run away. So the question sort of it just doesn't make them uncomfortable. There's no answer to it mostly, right? And I again, this is not the topic of the space or for
But
today,
I
but
think,
it is a
but
topic. It is an exchange wrongdoing that is killing the industry. The projects suffer, the buyers suffer, the investors suffer.
yeah, I think we called out Ben BitBoy on pumping tokens, and he took responsibility, and he mentioned and agreed that influencers are also to blame about this, and I would say exchange, like we all have some sort of role to play in how, I'm going to use the word dirty and how ugly the space got. Um, and I want to go to Jesse because I know Kraken doesn't do this. Um, Jesse, like first on the behavior of exchanges taking tokens to list a project and then dumping those tokens. I'm sure this is something that would have bothered you in the last few months and years. And then so that's question number one. And question number two is what led us down this path? Like how did things get this bad in the space?
Yeah, good question. So for us from the beginning, our whole impetus for creating this business in the first place was to have a very trusted, reliable exchange. It was a good actor, someone that the regulators and law enforcement and government could look at as somebody who's sort of beyond reproach and just like a very solid actor, professional actor in the space. And for us, that meant that we don't create conflicts of interest against our clients. We don't trade against our clients. We don't take payments for listings because we think that creates a conflict. And also just in terms of the regulatory risk assessment, anything we list, we don't think is a security. However, the risk of listing something that does turn out to be determined to be a security later, if you're just trading it, that risk is significantly lower than if you're actually selling it yourself. So, we've just taken like a very conservative approach to the business, and we don't want to ever have the appearance that we are adversarial to our clients, or that we have special relationships. I think what all these exchanges really offer to these projects is access. They're effectively marketing vehicles for these projects. These projects are willing to pay the exchanges for listings because they get access to these consumers who don't really know what they're doing. And so, it's basically just like buying ads on CoinMarketCap or on Google or whatever. And they can afford to pay a lot because basically, the whole things are scams. And, they plan to just dump immediately. And so I think that the larger exchanges may be more conservative about this, but for the smaller or mid-sized exchanges, they may just need to make money any way they can get it. They might be primarily profit motivated. They might not be thinking about the long-term implications for the space of engaging in that kind of behavior. So, for us, it's just been something we didn't want to engage with. And, we want to be neutral about the coins that we list. You don't see NASDAQ requiring a bunch of stock allocation to list an asset. And you would question if they did that, whether they really listed that asset because they really passed the test, and they're a legit company, or because they just got paid off by NASDAQ, and NASDAQ is going to cash out as soon as they list something. So we just don't think that's the place of an exchange to do that kind of thing.
Listen to this,
So I can,
Jesse. I just want to read
same
something
Grant.
out. I just got to go over first again. I'll give
Yeah.
you and Wahid the mic. Look at this. I just got it now, and I'm getting more and more of those that my team is sending me. Look at this. You spoke about the exchanges taking tokens. I have a story worse. Our project, I think he meant, our project sent coins to deposit into an IEO, which for the audience, it's a token launch, a project launch. And they dumped some of them straight away. And then I asked them what was going on. And they said, don't worry. I promise we will generate lots of hype for you. You have our full support. So essentially the exchange admitted to immediately dumping the tokens and then promised to offer them a lot of hype. They should be fine. And Wahid, I think you had the same promises. And then next message is Stone Cold Insider Trading, and that's a tier 1 exchange in the top 6, top 5, top 6. So, and I'm getting more and more of these DMs, just showing the recklessness and what lack of regulation could lead to.
Yeah, I think that's hugely messed up, and I think we can't. I don't think we can keep relying on regulators to do anything. They're even if they pull up, they are just so far behind the curve. And they're distracted with like a million other things going on. We like to think that if a company's regulated, that like they're actually there's someone like lording over them 24/7, but it's not actually the case. They kind of like check in from time to time and call you when they see something in the news about you, but day to day, they're not really actively protecting people. So, I think we can't call for more regulation here. I think the industry really has to come together and call this stuff out, and users really have to care about it. It ultimately comes down to the consumer and the users of these products. And, maybe you should ask the question before you buy into a token at the first sign of trading, whether the exchange that you're trading on has some interest in that. Why did they list it? Who else? It's just like fundamentals research. Unfortunately, no one wants to do research in the fundamentals of these coins when they launch and find out like who actually owns them, what are the relationships, what are the incentives, and people just kind of buy in blindly. I think that's a huge problem. I don't know how you control that, but I think it's just like a lot of degenerate gamblers.
It's something crazy you said. You said that we don't need more regulation. We need to come together. I want to disagree with this, but also it's just interesting and ironic that you're one of the most regulated exchanges and you call for that we don't need more regulation. So first, I respect you for saying that. But second, like I would disagree with it though. I just don't think, like we've been saying this for so many years, I just don't think we will. Like as humans, regulation is the result of us coming together to find a solution to human nature. So I think regulation is the result. We just need crypto native regulation, in my opinion. But
well, Mario, if I could interject real quick and as somebody in North America, we have some of the most regulation in the world, just like Jesse is saying, like we get it. But here's the kind of the meme in the room is by the time one of these coins or tokens or whatever, even if you believe a lot in it, by the time it reaches the US audience is the exit liquidity. Like that's it. The thing is peaked, typically speaking, right? Like 90% of the time. For these coins and stuff. So while we're insulated and perhaps protected from hopefully some of the fallout by FTX through some of the regulatory things that have been set up, nobody really is running with these bull runs in the kind of the U.S. markets, because by the time it gets to a regulated exchange, it's already peaked most of the time.
Gaurav,
hey Mario, shall I jump in?
Yeah, you and Gaurav, go ahead, guys.
All right, I'm gonna take you down memory lane, tease you a little bit, Mario. Okay, obviously I'm not going to talk about my background. Came from the traditional world, etc. We pivoted to Web3. I launched a token, and yours truly told me, Wahid, you got to grow up. I know you're used to the Nasdaq and the NYSE and all those different things. It's very different in crypto. Okay, I was bullied by a lot of funds. Where is 3 Hours Capital? Where is Alameda? Specifically, I got calls every day. Did they call you back? Did they subscribe? Did they send you a term sheet? So we have the sheep syndrome. Then I was told, you got to get on a centralized exchange. We got a bunch of IDOs, launch pads. You're a loser. You got to go on a centralized exchange. After you get on a centralized exchange, and I'm going to call out Jesse on this, someone who I respect. I have a very small shareholding in Kraken through a feeder fund. So I'm a proud Kraken shareholder. But even the Kraken guys, you've got to be on a certain amount of centralized exchanges to even dare talk to us. So the whole industry is just a herd mentality. It's a pecking order. And I don't know how we constructed it, but we constructed it. It's a pecking order. You've got to go on this, and then you get on this, and then you can speak to Binance. And if you speak to Binance, you can go on Coinbase and Kraken, etc. There's no independent thinking, and this is what I don't like. Now let's talk about the issues that you talked about. I think it's a rite of passage. I'm used to it. It's fine. When I did IPOs over the last 30 years, we knew that when we listed a company, or I was as a mutual fund buying a stock in an IPO, a certain allocation went to SAC, or back then it was SAC, and a certain amount of hedge funds, and they dumped it. It was just part of the game. So when I go on a centralized exchange, I try to minimize the amount of tokens I give them for marketing, knowing it's going to be dumped. I have a reserve fund in order to soak that up because I know it's going to be dumped. There is a rite of passage. It's a shitty, shitty situation, but it's a rite of passage. I'm on this call for the last 5 hours, actually supporting centralized exchanges because I believe they're a very, very specific, they play a specific role in this industry. And something that's not been discussed. I am talking for the 90% of crypto traders that are not sophisticated, that panic when they open up a MetaMask account, that don't know how to use DEX tools, that love the userability of Kraken. They love going on Kraken and Kraken asking them certain KYC questions. Yes, believe it or not, they love it because they feel like there's a centralized thing that looks a little bit like JP Morgan Chase that gives them that element of comfort that their assets are going to be safe. That's why centralized exchanges, we need to protect. They need to, better their behavior. But that's the way I see the lay of the land.
Is it possible, and this is something I'd be curious to hear Jesse's thought on. I think FaceTribe, everything you laid out was correct. They are necessary because we still do need fiat on and off ramps. But if I look at a lot of the problems that comes back to the centralized exchanges, it all comes back to the fact that they're all for-profit organizations. And so I guess my question maybe for Jesse and others is that if we as, the crypto Web3 community believe that, centralized exchanges are a necessary aspect, right, or a foundational piece of Web3 right now, are for-profit companies the right vehicle for them to be brought through? Meaning, could something like a nonprofit or foundation exchange that isn't necessarily seeking to maximize profits, but rather wants to be a utility, right, charging the bare minimum for security and running the service, is that something that could happen? Because I think whether it's, FTX, like trying to trade client funds, or, these token listings, it all comes back to the fact that these for-profit companies have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to try to maximize profit. And when you hold a bunch of money, there's opportunities to make money on that capital. When you have the reach, you have situations where you can list coins. So is it possible that there could be another way in which an exchange could be launched that isn't drawn into those temptations?
I think that would be almost impossible to do to get the incentives right, to be able to retain the kind of talent that you need to run an exchange. You got to pay the guys that know how to do this quite a bit. You got to give them the right incentives to stick around. People in this space that are talented have a tremendous amount of opportunity. So, you'd really need a lot of extremely competent, very strong people who just don't care about getting paid that much, when there are other massive opportunities coming at them on a daily basis. Personally, I would not trust an exchange that claims to not be making any money. It's extremely expensive to run an exchange. You need extremely talented people in security and engineering to make sure that the money doesn't get lost. The stakes are just too high, I think, to have people that would normally be working for minimum wage at a nonprofit to be responsible for this stuff.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Or go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, if I was going to jump in, I completely agree with Jesse. At the end of the day, like, profit equals innovation, right? Like, that's typically where your innovation comes. Like, if you look at Elon with SpaceX. SpaceX was done. They went to space a lot quicker and cheaper than the U.S. government did, right? And so typically with profitable businesses, that's where the innovation really does happen. But if I can push back also, which I think Mario was pushing back earlier a little bit on Jesse, was we have enough regulation and it's on us now. Like, I think there's a little bit of both. I still think there's definitely more regulation required, even in the U.S. Like there, and even in Canada. I'm not just saying Canada is perfect, but in the U.S., like the guidelines on spot trading for crypto is just there aren't really any clear requirements there. And in Canada, we do much better on the derivatives fronts. And I think there's definitely a lot more we can do. And then I do agree with the sentiment that this is a global play, and it's really, unfortunately, the regulatory bodies across the world that need to come together. There are organizations like IOSCO, which is an international body of securities commissions that do meet on this, and should try to at least have through those sets of members guidelines and requirements, that a minimum threshold that platforms need to meet. Because we're this conversation on listing coins and getting paid for that, and even having your own coin, can really result in some serious conflicts of interest where, ultimately in this situation we saw with SBF, right? Like I truly believe that he, provided the FTT line of credit, whatever you want to call it, to Alameda because he found himself in a sort of a tricky situation, right? And figured he was going to trade his way out of it.
Do you think? Do you think he went? Just quickly, do you think he? I'm kind of pivoting away, but just the last comment. Like, did Sam from the early stages make decisions he knew were gonna, he knew were breaking the law, or he just made small mistakes along the way that led to where we are today? Because
No,
the
a lot of
former.
things were structured, by the way. So those who are old enough here have already seen an age when, as soon as you fill up the form on FTX for listing, within 15 minutes you'd get an email from Alameda. So that was like a day-to-day affair. And like we were discussing, 20 minutes ago, we have come so far in this that it has all become a reality. Like nobody even doubted that, nobody even questioned it. Why do I have to deal with this market making agency that would ask me for, like, at that time 500,000 and a whole bunch of my tokens, and would assure my listing on FTX? So and it's the same line of thoughts and same line of conversation that we have been on to since the last 40 minutes since I triggered this side of conversation.
Then I don't understand. If he knew he fucked up so bad, why the fuck was he still in the Bahamas, where he was pretty quickly arrested? Not in the US, but still, Bahamas is not the safest place for a criminal.
Because when you're funding the world's biggest government, you sort of develop an overconfidence. I mean, this is not for the first time that it has happened. He was confident that no one can take on him.
It's possible he really had such little idea or tracking of what was going on that maybe he actually was
if nobody's going to
caught by
talk,
surprise.
I think the funniest part of this entire conversation is the
sorry,
one
someone
exchange.
was Fidget. I think you couldn't hear. Sometimes
I
space
can't hear.
glitches. So yeah,
Sorry.
someone was speaking. Yeah, I'll let you go after. Whoever was speaking, I'll give you the mic again, and then Fidget will go right after.
Oh, it might have been me. I was just saying.
Yeah, it was Jesse. Yeah.
It's possible that Sam was just like so incompetent or busy or whatever that he just wasn't really tracking what was going on and actually was caught by surprise, which was sort of what happened with Mt. Gox back in 2014, which was that their wallets, their cold wallets, had actually been compromised years earlier and had been getting refilled over time, and the hackers just kept draining that cold wallet that Mark wasn't paying attention to, and then when he went to go pull the cold wallet out to refill his hot wallet, he was like, oh shit, this cold wallet is empty and it's supposed to have 600,000 Bitcoin in it. And for years, he just wasn't paying attention to it. And, I don't know how, Sam seems like an extremely busy guy. He's just like bouncing all over the place all the time, doing a million things. It's not hard to believe that the dude just was not paying attention and actually, was somewhat surprised himself, and therefore, not actually preparing for, what was about to happen, and was overly kind of confident in the position.
No doubt about that. Mark, can I take a bit on that?
Yeah, go ahead. And then I know that Satoshi, Monty, and Jack were waiting. Fidget right after. Go ahead, Gaurav.
There's a little experience we have, not absolutely firsthand, but I can say that firsthand through one of the founders that went physically to their apartment like 6 months ago actually, and was on our daily calls, us being an incubator on daily calls with them at that point of time. And the way it went was sort of not that great because the project applied for funding at FTX Ventures, and they waited for like a month or so, and then one random day the founder flies into Bahamas because she lived in Barbados. It was like next door for her, and in 2 days they're ready to fund the entire round, buy out the entire round. And I mean, they were ready to buy in the whole fundraise, but we locked them in a limited amount of tokens. So the point is, yes, it's sort of you're right that the due diligence and all of that was premature, because if you're rejecting a project, it's rejected, right? And just because somebody met you personally, it shouldn't have changed the DD process of a venture capital arm. And then there are more details which are not, meant to be published right now. But yeah, Sam was not directly involved in 99% of the things that I can give you like a direct feedback.
Fijiro? Oh, you dropped out. Monty, Gordon.
Mario, can I actually follow up with one thing with Jesse and Eric before we drift too far away?
Yeah,
Because
sure,
I
bro.
think it's really crucial to that thread. So, I think, Eric, you made a point of, these companies, they need profits to try to innovate. But that in itself, I think, is part of the problem, is that you see a lot of centralized exchanges. They start to bring up more money, and they go from just being fiat on off ramps to suddenly they are the hub of all the features, right? So they need more revenue and profits to do it when, at least from where I stand, I want that innovation and engagement to be happening out in the DeFi space, right? And so that's kind of one half. And then I guess my other half of the question, I guess, for you, Jesse, is I totally get how this could be like a lot of overhead costs. In fact, I don't want, I want the top engineers in cybersecurity and in DevOps to be working at the exchanges if I have funds there. My question, though, is like, we've obviously seen Bitcoin and Ethereum are both run as foundations. They're securing, tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars in value. And they're doing it as a foundation. So why does that model work for these large open DeFi infrastructure projects, but not for like an exchange? Thanks.
I guess I can take that first piece there, and then Jesse, you can take the second piece. But yeah, I guess like on the profit equals innovation point, and then kind of creates this sort of super company which attracts all the volumes. I mean, I think that's where ultimately going back to sort of what we've been talking about here is where regulation is really important. And I think one of the points I did want to make clear on what I was saying earlier was I think regulation is really important. The regulators need to there's still work and catch up and a lot that needs to get done. We also don't want them to stifle the innovation, but I think it also is important for all of us and to as a community to make sure that the exchanges are held accountable, that they're being transparent, that we're asking these sort of questions. Because I want to go back to a point we were making a lot earlier, where I think Jesse had said that he had his red flags had gone off about Sam, and Elon said the same thing, and I think Brian Armstrong said the same thing.
I think CZ said something different but similar. So many people said the same thing to us. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if they're saying this, right, that's fine. I mean, like if someone said and clients start withdrawing, that should be fine, right? But it's so I think it's important that like if someone were to say something about CoinScore, for example, that was negative, we would be able to fulfill every single client request for the withdrawal of their funds. And so I think it's on us as an industry to continue to be transparent, and hopefully this will push both the regulators. I hope Gary Gensler is watching and going to change what he's doing in the US and also in Canada, and us as a community to be more transparent and hold exchanges more accountable.
I'm bringing up another exchange. It's just fascinating to see all the exchanges that we all trust. Like, Bitstamp. What's your take on Bitstamp, guys? Alex, you want to kick it off?
I haven't used Bitstamp, so I'll refrain from chiming in.
Yeah, so I've never.
I know some people have their hands up for a while, so.
Yeah, I haven't had much concerns about Bitstamp, and obviously Kraken is one of the most trusted.
Hey,
Binance
Mario,
as well.
can you see people's hands up today or not?
And then you see the ones that we're questioning right now, mainly Crypto.com. I want KuCoin and Gatetos to come on stage. I've had a lot of reports. None of them are willing to come on stage, so it's just fascinating to see. Okay. So, the gentleman from
Mario,
Bitstamp,
can I jump in quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, Monty. Yeah, bro, go ahead, and then I'll go to Gordon and Nas.
I mean, I've been watching listening the conversation now, yesterday and today. It's fascinating who's joining there, and I do share a lot of the views about non-custodial wallets and not your keys, not your wallet, and these kind of innovation which is happening in DeFi. Nevertheless, I think we have to also admit that there's a demand for centralized exchanges, and I mean, there is a demand that people just want to trust a centralized entity where you have the simplicity and the usage of like the trading engine, which is just much cheaper and faster than any decentralized exchange at the moment. But it comes with this regulatory demand at the moment. And as Jesse said, we actually don't need more regulation, but rather smarter regulation. And now this push for the US saying, hey, everybody, suddenly we want more and more regulation, it will actually kill a lot of the innovation. What we actually need is a smart regulation, because we cannot solve the current problems with the old solutions. We need something new. And the SEC really fails on so many levels at the moment, because they close their eyes on what is really needed and go after small entities, discussing whether it's a security token or utility token or not. But basically the segregation of funds is not a discussion at the moment. That's what's needed. And I pointed out it yesterday already, there's the small country in Liechtenstein where they started a working group 2017 to really understand what's going on. And then they passed a law, and it's now in full force since 1st January 2020. And we are actually operating under this law. But a key part is that the segregation of funds is a key element for exchanges. So there's no discussion about balance sheet and liabilities and things like that. You just have to keep the customer funds separate 100% all the time. And they do check it. And if they hear any noise, we're basically in contact with them in a weekly basis in this regard. And that's in a small country which has stepped up and said, okay, we need a smart regulatory framework with a holistic approach, not only a single license, but rather a variety of licenses from custody to token holders to token generator up to an exchange. Even price service is included, and token issuance and everything. So that's fascinating to see that this small country has been stepping up. And now some of these ideas are taking over to MiCA. So in a lot of other countries, even the US recently visited Liechtenstein and learned about this blockchain act. And that's what we need. So we need education on the regulatory side as well. And this will take time. But ultimately, for all these exchanges who are not in Liechtenstein and who are in a scrutiny of a gray zone where the laws are not that clear, we actually need leadership. So I do see a missing of trusted leadership. And the three company values at our company are integrity, excellence, and unity, and especially integrity. Doing the right thing when nobody is watching. These are entrepreneurial basic rules, and these apply also to all the crypto players, whether it's DeFi, decentralized or centralized. There's a lot of shit going around in the industry, and we need good leaders stepping in. And I think with Jesse and Brian and some others, we are already in a good path. So we need more trusted entrepreneurs who are really trying to do the right thing.
And we saw that now, Monty, for Jesse or for Charles Hoskinson or for Gabe or the gentleman from Paxos or the Brad from Ripple, just them coming on stage when some of them were not even brought into the discussion, and trying to offer clarity, trying to give a voice. I think that the leaders will step up in times like these, and we're seeing that now. And then we're seeing that the people that were loud during the bull market, whether it's some exchange or company spending a lot of money on fucking Crypto.com spent a shit ton of money on these ads and on yesterday's UFC show, as I think you mentioned or Kim mentioned, spent a shit ton of money to get awareness, okay? A lot of fucking money, millions, tens of millions. I don't know how much it was. Now, here's an audience of we had 30-something thousand, tens of thousands, whether 10, 20, 30, of people involved in the space. Press, a lot of press that's sitting here, a lot more were sitting yesterday when Elon came in. Regulators, we got the ex-chief of staff, what was it? Ex-chief of, who's coming in tomorrow, Chet? Ex-chief of staff?
So yes, tomorrow we have the ex-chief of staff and also
the guy
the
that
ex-OMB
I can't hear you, Chet. I don't know if anyone else can hear you.
Yes.
But we had the ex-chief of staff, whatever the position is, that's coming in tomorrow, and I'm inviting them for free to come speak. A time where they need to lead, a time where we're asking for answers. Suddenly they're not able to speak. So yeah, I agree with you, and I think the leaders will step up in times like this, and I hope more exchanges come up like Bitstamp, who's requesting to speak, and I'm trying to bring them up, and like
Hey Mario, we've had some people with their hands up for a while, like Gordon and Satoshi. Should we let them hop in? I
yeah,
feel bad. I think.
of course, bro. Monty, thanks a lot, man. Go ahead, Gordon. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Satoshi.
Gordon, you wanna? I've seen your hand up patiently.
Hey guys, thanks for bringing me in. I really appreciate it. Conversation's interesting. I haven't been on the whole time, but I just wanted to ask those who are involved specifically in the crypto industry, maybe some of those involved with the companies, their views on the bear case. And I just wanted to quickly state the bear case. I think there's basically 4 key points, and I haven't really heard anybody address these. So one is that that just overall crypto, the technology doesn't solve a real problem. And the thought there is that, crypto coins are basically simply for speculative gambling purposes. And effectively what they do is introduce, artificial volatility into markets that is untethered to economic activity, thus creating, enormous opportunity costs where, investment opportunity is, basically being lost. Another point is that cryptocurrencies aren't really currencies. And the thought there is that given that you can commingle these currencies and create counterfeit currency, that dilutes trust in the currencies. Third point is that, the history of private money is one that, basically is just littered with disasters that destroy public trust. And I think there, the key point is the wildcat banks and the fact that if you study those historically, they weren't backed by real reserves. And I think you're seeing that with FTX. And then the last point is that all of cryptocurrencies are unregistered securities. The issue there being clearly what we're seeing today and retail guys losing out. So just wanted to get anybody's thoughts on those 4 key points and why that doesn't suggest more pain and potentially significant pain is on the way. Thank you.
Are you a Fed?
Yeah, go ahead, guys. Whoever would like to take this one. Jesse, go ahead.
I can take it. I mean, there's like a lot of FUD there, and I took some notes on your points. So, I'll just start at the top. Crypto is for speculative gambling purposes. I think that's a very, maybe a very developed world view or very like American view to have. You've got access to a lot of financial services here. When you turn 18, you get 20 credit cards in the mail that you didn't ask for. We actually had a conversation with someone in the U.S. Treasury Department who said, why would anyone use Bitcoin? My credit card works just fine. And I think that shows a fundamental lack of understanding of the 2 billion people that are out there in the world that don't have access to financial services that crypto is a lifeline for. And so, yes, there's speculation in the market. Speculators actually do add liquidity for the people that need real on and off ramps. So they have a purpose in the market, just like they do in the legacy markets. Point number 2, crypto not really being currencies, and you can commingle and create counterfeit currencies. I don't know that it matters. I mean, there's some fundamental differences. Obviously, Bitcoin operates maybe more like a commodity or a commodity-backed currency. I don't know that matters. I mean, what matters to people is that they can transfer and store value in a secure way and in a way that isn't gate-kept or doesn't have the same kind of middleman risk that the legacy financial system has. So for many people, it's a lifeline and a rail of last resort. And I think they don't really care technically what category it falls into, as long as it's useful for what they need to do. And many in the world are suffering from hyperinflation, and they're willing to take the risk on something like a Bitcoin in the face of their own currency, which is losing 50% of its value every 2 weeks. Point number 3, history of private money being littered with disasters. Sure, I think that's a reason why you should be careful about these tokens that are issued by these businesses. That are like the FTT token, for example. Is it effectively just a proxy for their shares, or is it a rewards token, or what is it? But Bitcoin is really public money like we've never had before. Public money that actually belongs to the people. The U.S. dollar is private money owned by the Federal Reserve, managed by the United States government, exported all over the world. So Bitcoin is really, maybe besides gold and other commodities, like maybe the real first public money that we actually have. And so it's fully transparent. We can trust it. It's not gate kept by a government. So it's the people's money, So I think that, inherently, it just comes with much more trust than we should have in any kind of fiat currency. And at point number 4, all cryptocurrencies are unregistered securities. Absolutely disagree, and even the SEC disagrees with this. And Bitcoin obviously is not an unregistered security. Even if you could make the argument that many other coins are unregistered securities, what does it matter? Why do we have these archaic rules about who can trade securities in this country? Why do you have to be a millionaire in order to buy startup stock? Why isn't there a test to qualify yourself to be competent to do that? You can be teaching economics at a university and not be qualified to invest your own money. So I think we got to solve that problem rather than focusing on these designations and labels about what these things are. Why don't we focus on the rules about how these things are traded and why people are not allowed to access these things, and why do we have these restrictions on what people are allowed to do with their own money in the first place?
Jesse,
I want
if I
to
could,
jump
if I
in
could
just
follow.
quickly. Sorry, if you don't mind, I can jump in quickly.
Sure,
I've just got 2 things to mention. Let me just verify one of them. All right, so one of them is concerning on a personal level, very weird. And the second one is information that I got that's more important for the audience. Let me see. All right, so we have chat. I know it's one report. Can I mention that report, chat, and just say clearly it's one report? We haven't validated it, and we haven't gotten more reports. Is that okay, chat? What do you think? I can't hear chat. Fuck.
In this case, I would lean away
Alex,
from
tell me
it.
what chat says because I can't hear him. Spaces is
Chat, lean
would.
away from it this time.
Okay, so if anyone has any reports about any exchanges, we're getting some reports. I got one from a very credible source. If anyone has any reports about exchanges slowing or rolling back withdrawals or ceasing withdrawals, any indication, please DM me in Twitter. I don't know how people are getting my personal number and sending me the reports, which is okay, but please DM me on Twitter because my team checks those. And then when we get a few reports about about something, then we can mention on the spaces because we got too many people to mention anything we cannot confirm. But please send through more reports because it is concerning the report I just got now. And the second thing I want to say is very weird. It happened a while ago, and I didn't mention it because I forgot about it, and now I remembered it and validated it. I got a SIM card. I don't know if anyone could DM me and help me out with this. I got a SIM card in Dubai. Brand new, nobody has it. Nobody. I brought this for security purposes. It's my own personal one. I haven't even shared it with anyone yet. I use it just for the internet. And again, I've only had it for a week. For some reason, I got a DM on it. I don't know how the fuck they got it. Luckily, it's not one of those DMs saying, threatening me in any way for sharing information. But this one's just saying great spaces. So thank you so much for the message. Just whoever messaged me, actually, I'm going to message them back. How the fuck did they get the number? That's very, very weird. That's the only number I've never shared with anybody at all. Third thing is Bobby's on stage. So if you don't mind, guys, I want to just give Bobby the opportunity to also speak as an exchange once we finish this point. And Bobby, I'll let you introduce yourself once the panelists conclude the point that was being discussed. Alex, I wasn't listening. I was just dealing with the reports I'm getting. So I'll let you finish the discussion, Alex, and pivot it to Bobby.
Alex, I just wanted to quickly follow on Jesse's point because I think it's very pertinent. So Jesse made the comment that you could be an economics professor, and not qualify to trade these securities. And I just wanted to add to that. You can have little to no experience in anything with a little money. You can go to Vegas and get a line of credit against your house and bet it all on black. So there are some very fundamentally strange things in the world.
So I just need to break in here. Sorry to do that to you, James. So, or rather, Jack. Sorry.
Did he drop out, or was it me?
Yeah. So I've got.
So Chad's speaking now, Mario.
Oh, okay. Oh shit, Chat. I can't. Is he giving breaking news? Is he giving breaking news? I guess.
I think so.
Shit, I can't hear the fucking breaking news. Great. Go ahead, Chat.
Okay, so the breaking news right now that I have coming in from the team that's looking at the on-chain analytics, this includes the mad scientist, Fuselier, and of course, Alex Fuentes and some others here. So what we're looking at here is that Circle seems to have minted a ton that's ended up on Alameda. They're trying to find out exactly why, but one of the things that they found is that over $895 million were transferred from Circle to Alameda and then to FTX since the 29th of October, which is really, really recent. And they had, as of recently, as last week, Circle sent $38 million to Alameda, and that was minted, not transferred. So just a couple things there. They're looking into a little bit more on that data, but just keeping you all updated on what we're seeing here on some of the on-chain analytics in the background.
Thanks, Chet.
What is?
Last.
Sorry,
Oh, Mario,
before you
what's up?
continue, yeah, Alex, I just want to know, what did I miss? Alex, was it major breaking news or what exactly? If you can be very brief, Alex, because everyone heard it except me.
Yeah, just basically giving an update on the inflows and outflows from Circle USDC to FTX.
Okay, thanks, man. Chet, just send me the news so I know. And Jack, I just want to update the audience very quickly as well. This is so fucking weird. Like I've moved locations as I continue these spaces after some messages I got yesterday. So I'm in a new location that I haven't shared. There's only this one random fucking person who's in the audience when I mentioned him. He's replied. So after I said how he got my number, he's like, I got Tom Brady's number too. So I'm trying to understand how the fuck he got my number. But please don't share it with anyone, man. That's the only private number I have. So I
So
know
now
you're
we
in
do
the
have
audience right now.
the
But Jack, I'll let you
CEO.
finish your point. Chat, I'm going to bring you down and bring you back up so I can hear you again, okay? Go
Oh
ahead,
no,
Jack.
I was just gonna say we have the CEO of Bitstamp USA here. So Alex, if you'd like to,
Yeah,
let Mario know that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
Mario,
so Chet.
that's saying that they've got the
Okay.
CEO of Bitstamp here that Chet's trying to bring up.
Yeah, he's already on. He's on stage. Bobby's on stage. No, Bobby, you there? No, I can see you.
Oh, I see him
Yeah,
now
he's
at the
there.
bottom. Yeah. Hey, Bobby.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here, guys. Thanks.
Hey, Bobby. Hey, and all I was going to end with here, and then I'll shut up, and I'll even move down to a listener. But Jesse, one of the points, he covered all 4 points brilliantly. And the last thing I was going to add to that is these are the same 4 points that seem to come up every bust cycle. Crypto's just or Bitcoin rather shows these boom and bust cycles, and every time things start going down, the same 4 points come out. It's like the space I was on with Peter Schiff, and he's talking about how gold beats Bitcoin because Bitcoin's tulip bubbles. It's kind of the same stuff. But anyway,
and this
good
is,
job.
and I want to add on to this. Like this is that we will find. By the way, Jesse, I see you no longer on stage, but Jesse, trying to say, like, I completely respect. I think it was Jesse or Gordon. I think it was your criticism on crypto. I love criticism of anything, even though I disagree with everything. But I'm glad you brought it up, and maybe we'll bring you up on stage a bit later to debate your points. But we will see a lot of people that will. Not intentionally, they're going to share their thoughts, their genuine thoughts, but there will be more loud now, as we saw in every bear market, but I think it'll be louder than ever almost now, considering how serious the situation is, that will be criticizing crypto. I think for anyone listening, let's not go on, we were on one extreme a few months ago that crypto's untouchable, but don't go on the complete other extreme that, crypto's whatever. But I'll go to Bobby now. Bobby, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you, Mario, and hey, everybody. Yeah, pleased to be in the conversation on behalf of Bitstamp. I'm the CEO for the Americas and the Global Chief Commercial Officer, and it's awesome to see so many people on this space and thinking about the issues and working on it. It's very clear we got a lot of work to do as an industry. I won't bother to retread the emotional curve that the Bitstamp team has been on. It's, I'm sure, very similar to every one of yours. But suffice it to say, we're extremely disappointed and frustrated about where we find ourselves as an industry. And it's just there's no way around it. It's a major setback in terms of trust at a crucial time. So again, thank you all for spending your time on it. Hopefully we can find a good path forward. From a Bitstamp perspective, I think many of you maybe know us. We're the longest running crypto exchange. We got an 11-year track record. And we like to say we invented the proactive regulatory approach in crypto. We were at least I'm told, the first exchange to ever have a license specific to the crypto marketplace, which was back in 2017. And since then, from our founders onto our current executive team, we've all just indexed on regulation and kind of compliance forward posture, along with safety and security of customers and their assets. And we did that not because we love working with regulators. We just view it as a necessary condition
to get to the next level as an industry. It's a necessary condition to broad, adoption, and rather than fight it or drag feet or what have you, we just several years ago decided to embrace it and work with it and hopefully try to shape it. And to that end, we've got, in the U.S., we've got a bid license, we've got, MTLs in 42 states for our money services business, and we've got licenses around the globe, and very active and aggressive licensing roadmap as well. We, I think, as an executive team, always believed, obviously, that the regulated, centralized exchange model would prevail. Doesn't mean there's not also, really important spaces and space for DeFi and other, really innovative and exciting areas of the ecosystem. But in terms of, the basic buying and selling and trading, we just think the centralized exchange model is the safest and the easiest to trust. However, we didn't think we would, end up front and center because of this turn of events, and that's where it really gets dicey. I think I think with FTX, of course, it's easy now to say, yeah, there were a lot of red flags, and what were we all thinking? But I will say, from the very beginning, I personally was shocked that they were, owned by or co-owned by or strongly affiliated with a trading company. That's just, from an exchange perspective, that's just a no-no. And then secondly, how fast they grew also raised a lot of eyebrows with us at Bitstamp, and me personally. Just didn't square with my experience, and then thirdly, as many of you mentioned, I personally think I want to start an index that's like tech company Super Bowl ads. Any tech company that does that in the first 2 or 3 years of existence, should be a giant red flag, and probably correlates well to flameouts.
I want to ask you a question, if you don't mind, Gordon. Gordon. Bobby, you mentioned a point that everyone could easily say, like, we saw XYZ red flags with FTX. Were they? So my question is, a few questions. Why didn't anyone speak up when those red flags came up? That's question number one. And question number two is, I want to ask you about what's happening at Bitstamp now, because there's a run on pretty much all exchanges, the good and the bad. In the long term, obviously, the bad will not be here and the good will survive. So number one, why didn't anyone speak up on FTX? And number two, how are you guys dealing with the amount of FUD out there?
I think good question on why more people didn't speak up. From an exchange perspective, I agree with what Jesse said earlier. It's kind of tough to pick your head up and start taking shots at a competitor, particularly when you're not inside that company. You don't know for certain what the situation is. It just raises eyebrows or raises questions. However, should there be others in the ecosystem, including analysts and data companies and blockchain analysis companies, and maybe even regulators someday that ask these questions, raise these questions. Yeah, I think more needs to be done, and more maybe should have been done in hindsight. But it is tough as an exchange to just step up and say, "Hey, what's going on over there?" It sure seems weird. The second question was how we...
quickly, before the second question about dealing with the FUD, Chet, the report that I sent earlier and you told me not to share till we get more reports? The gentleman is getting more reports. And for team members, please check my DMs on any reports relating to an exchange I'll put in our private group about their withdrawals. I need them ASAP, because then we can announce it in the space, because we're looking for at least another few reports. So Bobby, while we're waiting for those reports before announcing it, if you can answer the second question about the FUD that you're dealing with right now in Bitstamp, must be a pretty stressful time.
Yeah, no doubt. As we look at our exchange, our net deposit withdrawals on the retail side is net positive, meaning slightly more deposits than withdrawals at this moment on Bitstamp.
Hey, congratulations. That's
It's
actually a really good indicator. We saw the same on Binance a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that until quite recently, Bitstamp was viewed as a very boring, conservative exchange, and
Same for Kraken. Jesse, I promise you, a lot of people were talking negatively about you guys as well. Like, these guys are boring and they don't do much and they're too strict. And then look at you now, both of you are the stars.
Well, I think it's still early innings to see how this all plays out. But yeah, we would like to think that our reputation and kind of our DNA is playing out and helping us here, and therefore helping us help the ecosystem a bit. But I'll say from our executive team's perspective, we kind of always believed this was the end point. We didn't think it would unfold quite this way. But just to finish the question, so from a Bitstamp perspective, we have a very, very active licensing regime. Obviously, all of our customer funds are completely segregated. We also use a third-party custodian. We do think there's potential conflicts with exchange custody. So we custody with BitGo. They're regulated, licensed, qualified. We of course don't ever lend or repurpose funds. Important that everybody knows that. We also, we go the extra mile in terms of we've been audited by Ernst & Young since 2016 annually, globally, from a financial perspective, and we've got ISO designations around our security and operations. Where we are trying to really kind of set an example and hopefully differentiate ourselves a little bit as kind of going all the way on these topics.
Go ahead, Satoshi.
Hey guys, good morning, and thanks Mario for having me on again. I love the topic around exchanges regulation. A couple of points about them, and the conversation, the last couple of days has been great. But with exchanges, if I'm going to trust or entrust an exchange that's going to be a custodial or custodian for my money, for example, whether it be personal or professional, I'd expect a certain level of trust, but also transparency. And something that I've noticed, especially, with Kraken, I hadn't registered on Kraken, until this year. And then I threw not much in, and I just started checking them out and seeing how it was and how they're taking a stand. It baffles me. They've been one of the first that have, I guess, been doing their proof of reserves and whatnot. And I've seen all these other emails I'm getting from other exchanges, because we do algorithmic testing and liquid market testing and stuff like that with our fund. So over the last couple of years, I've just been sort of quietly looking into, are these exchanges actually liquid? Are their order books what they say they are? Is their volume true? And, mathematics doesn't lie, but, people do. And then this is something that I feel, if we're going to move forward or progress as a space, we definitely need something like crypto insurance. I don't understand why that's not booming as a product or a service in the industry with these centralized exchanges. That could help serve as a benefit for exchanges to help grow user bases. But not only that, what Jesse said before about them being marketing vehicles. And the sort of hierarchy now that's in the industry. Blockchain's a public ledger where it connects everybody. Why is there a hierarchy there? I have more questions than answers, but what I do think is that for us to move forward as an industry is we take what practices traditionally work in the economical world, and then we apply them with new technology and see what we can make. But a big shout out to Kraken. I do love you guys, and I think I'm going to definitely move forward.
I can confirm as of right now that there are multiple reports of people that are experiencing delays. Now, keep in mind here, this could be due to the amount of people trying to pull. This could be to other network congestion issues. Keep that in mind. But there are delays being experienced in trying to withdraw from Crypto.com, either through the two-factor authentication. It looks like due to the two-factor authentication taking longer than expected. Some people are reporting at least 3 hours. Some people are reporting up to 24 hours. But we are seeing those reports, and Crypto.com themselves and some other ones are kind of looking at this. So it does look like we do see some at least slowdowns across that, at least being reported right now, and that could just be
And we're
due.
trying, as you can see, as you can see with Chet and myself, we're just trying to be very careful with any report we do, because obviously it seems that anything we're saying here is just too many ears on this. So what we're still, again, what Chet is saying is there's delays in withdrawals, so they might end up going through, or they might lead to obviously might lead to worse. We don't know, but we've just got multiple reports, and we waited a while to get enough reports before saying this. So take it with a grain of salt. And we've been worried about Crypto.com for a while, and I've voiced that worry, and we had some other big names come on and voice that worry. So again, I'm not implying anything. We're just stating a fact.
And if anyone can confirm or deny on their own, just trying to make any movements, and if they see anything, please let us know. It'll help educate the entire audience. These are just from other reports that our team is checking and seeing right now, and multiple levels.
Yeah, so there's someone here says 5 hours that I trust. I know the person. So yeah, it's 5 hours is a pretty long time. And as well, someone else said, Chet, that they're asking for more steps in the verification process to withdraw. Is that true? Did you see that? Remember that screenshot I sent?
Not necessarily more steps. The two-factor authentication has been a process inside of Crypto.com for a while, but it does look like it's taking them too long to send out the codes potentially. Once again, that could be due to server congestion. Don't want to spread FUD in that way, but we do want to spread awareness here and caution.
Oh shit! There's another exchange, bro. Fuck me. There's another. Check the group. We need to validate this. There's another exchange that we're getting reports on. Can you please check the group? And I'll leave you.
Checking out.
Yeah, please get the validate it, etc. before we mention anything.
Oh yeah, so that is the Hong Kong exchange. So
the last one, bro, not the Hong Kong one. The last one,
okay.
I'll ping it. Let me reply to that message now. This is the one that I know this exchange. I know them personally, so I hope it's not true. But yeah, in the meantime, I'll go to Fidget. I don't see your hand up, but I think you had your hand up earlier, man. So I'm not sure if you still want to jump in.
Yeah, it was sorry, 1 second. It was the context of regulation and volatility. One of the most positive exchanges that I'm seeing right now is Coinbase, where you actually have regulation, and you have public stock, and you have accountability for registration and filings. I think this is where we're going.
Yeah.
Wait, to help Cole too, just like to give a balanced viewpoint, Mario, could we, Jesse, I know you talked earlier about reasons that there might be delays. You mentioned that sometimes companies will take 24 hours to move out of cold storage. In the case of Crypto.com, what is your read? If it's like 3 to 4 hours for users, is that network congestion? Is it just load on their servers? Is my first question. Like, could you give the other side of it, just because I think obviously people will be concerned, and then the second piece, if you could speak to, should they be communicating that, and like to what degree are exchanges expected to like talk about those delays?
Yeah, I mean, you probably don't want to like over communicate on your security ops. You don't want to say, okay, guys, we're assembling the team now, and we're going to be exposing our private keys in 10 minutes. Just in case you have people kind of waiting to attack you. That kind of information about your process could be useful to attackers in the future. So you probably don't want to say too much. I don't think a few hours of delays, if they do have to dip into the cold storage, is unreasonable. We should probably just look on chain at their wallets and see, if it looks like the wallets that they normally use as hot wallets are fully depleted, then it would make sense that they're having to go access their cold storage. And, if they've got to get into various safety deposit boxes at banks, or they've got to travel, or people, it's the weekend, people might not be in front of their computers to go and do the multi-sig transaction right now. So maybe you have to wait for people to kind of come back if they're on pager duty. So it's reasonable to me if they kind of need to go into some kind of like deeper storage that it could take a few hours to assemble people, even maybe longer than that, especially on a weekend if they might not have access to their normal like vaults where they're keeping the keys and stuff.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Just for context, I've been building custodial systems for quite a bit of time, Anchorage, Facebook, and others. And it is, totally normal for cold wallet transactions and just operations to take quite a bit of time. The delay is actually a feature of the system. It just gives enough time essentially for anyone who may find any form of suspicious activity to report it and abort essentially the entire process. So that might just be part of the actual set of procedures. Even if you use an external custodian for your movements, the SLAs are going to be up to 24 hours, 48 hours, and so on. Like it can happen that taking funds might just take more time.
Just something to note too, I was just looking at the charts here for the CRO token for Crypto.com. It's currently down 25% today, way underperforming the rest of the market.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's not surprising. Mr. Adesina, go ahead, bro. Olimunde.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much. I have questions for the exchange founders. Very interesting conversation. But I think we need to also look critically at some of their deficiencies. First of all, I have a question for Jesse. You guys have been in the game for a while, but it seems that your market exposure is limited. You're not in Africa, for example, and other markets, and it keeps the option for many users limited, and that really pushes them to oftentimes questionable exchanges that you guys are talking about. Then secondly, in the ecosystem,